Don't tell me it changes it. What would be the point? Well, hopefully that fixes it. Same. It looks like it's... It's almost 5 a.m. Alive and breathing. I get Wesley and Radcliffe mixed up. However, Radcliffe integrated in 1999. Oh, the school? Yeah. There's been a lot more schools integrating, like all women's colleges around here, because I mean, think about it. You're kind of shooting yourself in the dick. But Wellesley College is, yeah. Well, Wellesley is a separate. It's named after the city here. There's a city of Wellesley, right? And Radcliffe is like probably somebody. It's like a research institution from Harvard, right? I don't blame you. That's funny. Thank you, Jers. God, Jers. Mixing things up. Typical. Whammon. What else is new? Oh my god, guys. I love hearing that Spencer Pratt lost because he's a clown.
How could everyone just go...
Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jared Sting just got a 185-day stream streak. www.
Jared Sting.
Please clap.
That's amazing. Oh, I love it. So now, watch this, guys. I already put it in, but I actually put... Hold on. I've been working on this. It's not ready yet, but I have an idea that I'm gonna be doing tomorrow, probably. And watch this. Ta-da! Look how nice that looks, right? I took the Glogimon effects and I added it to the weather app. I was like, well, I've already done the Glogimon effects. So why don't I just add them to the... And it tells you the humidity and everything. Love it. Yeah. So you can pick any... You can tell Gloggy to display any location. And it'll even, like, if it's thundering and lightning, it will do it. It's like the coolest effect, guys. Oh, I was so proud of it. Yeah, like here. See? Like, if you have a lot of fog, like, it will fog up the whole little thing. And, like, it's super cool. I made it myself, so... Oh. But my idea, right? Because we're a very international stream here. What up? I want to have like, I'm gonna make a list of like, kind of like what I noticed DW does this a lot, right? When I watch DW over in like Costa Rica and other countries, you get like they tell you like the weather across the world, right? They'll be like, this is the weather in Buenos Aires. This is the weather in like Berlin, Germany, right? This is the weather in Australia, like, you know, Perth, Australia, Victoria, right? All these places. So I got to make a list of all the places, and it can like cycle between them, right? Like it'll do like Boston. It's gonna skip New Jersey because like, yeah, New Jersey. Who wants to live there anyway? God. Yeah, Ottawa. Look at that. It's clear, and then what's cool is it tells you in Fahrenheit and in Celsius, right? It tells you the humidity too, because in the chat it doesn't tell you in the humidity. It doesn't tell you the humidity, so. God, Canadians. Jersey. We're skipping over New Jersey, guys. So wicked. Yeah, I'll probably do like the big cities, like, let's see, obviously DC. I'll have to make a huge list, right? And it can cycle through them, and then Mordor. That'd be fun to add as like a joke. Like made up names, made up places. What's the weather in Diagon Alley? Yeah. Yeah, so I also like how it changes depending on I made it change depend on like what part of the world it is. Yeah, like for example, obviously in Albania they use kilometers, but oh, you see the little night sky, guys? It's nighttime, and I put a little shooting star. Do you see that? Uh-huh. Riza? Oh, yeah. You just misspelled it because it's like R-I. I thought it was like Rhode Island or something. I don't know. Riza, yep. Hell yeah. Riza, the vacation planet. Yep, I know. It's awesome. Oh man. No, so there you go, guys. I do have to have it disappear, so I gotta still figure that out. I'm probably gonna work on that tomorrow, but that's just one of the things I've been working on. Yeah, with that I. Okay. Riza. All right, guys. Let's hear about Spencer Pratt.
You know, that ramen, how could everyone just go, you know, that ramen really has some great qualities. She did absolutely nothing, terrible in the debate, but she gets a last-minute surge past, as the, by the way, there's not ranked choice voting, as the #1 seed to be the pick over Bass, and as she surges past Pratt. It's insane, along with the qualifications for mail-in voting. Do you know that if you don't have a driver's license, you can use an employer ID card? Really?
There are a lot of people who look at this and say there is no fraud. Okay? I don't think that they're right either when you have a situation where you don't have voter ID.
The process for class president at most schools is more secure than what they're doing right now. And you find out the same day. So the fact that they're mailing ballots to everyone that's registered and then just, oh, okay.
So people can just dig through garbage cans, find ballots, and send them in, apparently forever after an election is over. It's not okay. It's got to come to an end, and people need to go to jail.
Fucking fascist fleshlight.
That was just a tiny taste of the right-wing shitstorm that ensued after Nithya Raman overtook Spencer Pratt in LA's mayoral race. You heard exasperated Fox News hosts suggest that it was scandalous to allow alternate forms of ID and have ballots mailed to all registered voters. But that's kind of how it's supposed to work. They're trying to make voting less tedious to encourage people to vote. That's how democracies are supposed to function. But my favorite claim came from Republican Randy Fine, who said that people in California were dumpster diving for ballots because, of course, if you're going to rig an election, it makes the most sense to physically go dumpster diving in search of ballots that have already been filled out, as opposed to, say, just printing off a bunch of fake ballots or changing the number in the system. Like, it's nonsensical on its face. And I've already put more thought into this claim than he did, because these people don't think. Like, these are Republicans who just say things without ever thinking them through, ever wondering whether or not they should vocalize the dumb thoughts that are going through their brains, assuming they have internal monologues in the first place. Like, their disappointment is enough for them to conclude that the election was, in fact, rigged. And it seems like the LA race is turning into the new 2020. Elon Musk amplified multiple false claims of election fraud on Twitter to his millions of followers because, of course, closeted homosexual Benny Johnson claimed that it defies all mathematical probability to see a Republican fall to third place in a city that overwhelmingly leans Democrats. Just hilarious. Clay Travis echoed Johnson's sentiment, arguing no one with a functioning brain believes these results. And washed-up actor Kevin Sorbo tweeted, "There's still..."
Oh, no. Not Kevin Sorbo. God damn it. I forgot. He's like MAGA. It sucks.
Election in front of our eyes. What will be done about it? Of course, Donald Trump also argued on Truth Social.
Nobody's stealing the election in LA. It's just overwhelmingly. Yeah, exactly. Fuck, man. Yeah. Remember, he was on Andromeda. A decent show, right? It has its problems. I've been watching it. It has its problems. I haven't watched it in like 3 weeks because I've been working so much, but like he does an okay job. I don't think he's right for the role, and now that we know he's MAGA, it sucks even more.
Social that it was not possible.
I've got some bad news for you. Yeah, what's up, Blue?
For Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Third world nation, rigged elections. Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton because apparently they can only rig one election at a time. And of course, Trump was one of the first.
Yep. Andromeda was the side idea that Gene. Yeah. But I do think he does like a decent job at being like very optimistic. That's why, like, when you were saying like, oh, the newer stuff is about like the Federation disappearing. I'm like, yeah, but even a not so great show like Andromeda did it better than that new Star Trek. Because at least you do get some hope from him. Like, he feels like he's genuine. Like, he is very like, he's like a Federation citizen, right? Like, I don't know. He just feels like that. He does a good job in that sense. There's a few things he's not very good at, but the show is kind of like, obviously, like, Gene Roddenberry made it. Like, he created the ideas for it, but like, he was long dead by that time. Yeah, so Hercules is a chud. Yeah, no, we were talking about the other show he was in too, right? He was in that Hercules show, and he was in Andromeda. And Andromeda's, I genuinely enjoy it. I like the concept of it, right? I don't think they executed it like perfectly. It's not as well executed as it could be. But like, I like the idea, right? That like, he's like restoring the Federation, right? Or what they call in the show the Commonwealth. It's basically like the reverse Star Trek, right? Gene Roddenberry and his post-utopian scarcity economics. Am I right, guys?
Idiots beating this drum, writing on Truth Social the day after the election.
That's another thing too. It's not as like post-scarce as like I would like it to be, but I think that's because I think it's because the writers just didn't understand like that concept, right? Because by that time he was dead, guys. So I don't know. I really liked Andromeda. Hercules was the problem. The actress, I have talked about sexism on the set. Producers to be sexy to show up. Andromeda had problems, man. Yeah, it had problems. Like it turns into action schlock too much, and it's just like that's not like why you should be watching this shit, right? Like I really like the diplomatic episodes, the ones where they're like, oh, we gotta negotiate with these people, and like they don't like these people, so like what do we do about it? Like those are the really fun episodes, and they're really well done for the most part. Or like I really like the concept of the Nietzscheans, right? Like Friedrich Nietzsche, right? I like that concept. I think it was a cool idea to have like a group of people who were like that, right? Who basically like believe in like what Nietzsche says, like to the T, right? Yeah, they were fucking cool, man. Like I genuinely really like the Nietzscheans. They're dicks, but that's the whole point, right? And they're very self-centered, but it's like, how do you coexist with a bunch of self-centered pricks? Right? I like that concept. Again, like the show has like a lot of really interesting concepts. It just isn't always well executed, and it turns into action schlock. And that's what I'm saying. You can do like a federation has fallen and everything is terrible now, right? It's dystopia, but you can still do it in a way like Andromeda or like the new Star Trek, right? And it's just objectively better. Not that I think Andromeda is perfect either. I think Andromeda has its problems. But fuck you, Kevin Sorbo, right? Also, I don't think he's like the best actor like for doing that role, right? Like there are moments where you're like, wow, I do believe he's like a good like diplomat. Like he has his moments where you can tell like he's a good diplomat, even though he says he's not, which is weird. I'm just like, the fuck?
And that there was big cheating by the dumb.
He's a BTV. Yeah, exactly. They picked him because the name, right? It was weird, but I really like Andromeda. Andromeda's like the best character on the show. Who would have thunk it? The actress, the what the show is named after is just damn. And we all know what we're thinking there. Yeah, that was. I know the idea of that was really cool. That's what I'm saying. It has a lot of really cool ideas. It's just not as well executed as like Star Trek or anything, right? But you can tell, like it has a lot of that like Gene Roddenberry like optimism and like vision for like politics. That part I like about it. But there are some episodes where I'm like, why? Wow, I do not want to watch this right now. He plays a full of himself Christian Chud. Yeah, he's just kind of it sucks. It's too bad if it wasn't for Star Trek show, like produced by CBS. Yeah. It sucks. But I mean, yeah, he's like huge. He's like a huge maggot, guys. God damn it. Kevin Sorbo. And he played Hercules, right? I never watched that show. I remember my dad kind of watching it, but I never like watched it, man. And then he also played I do know he played in Andromeda, all right? He's like the captain there.
Sorbo tweeted, "They're stealing the election in front of our eyes. What?"
It's just like it's like Dean Cain. Like, what is it with these B-list movie actors? Are they just like pissed that nobody likes them or something? Right? Dean Cain, who played like Superman in the 1990s, right?
will be done about it. Of course,
he joined fucking ICE. Remember that, guys? Dean Cain is pathetic. Yeah, Dean Cain joined ICE. I don't know if you guys remember this, but this was like back at the beginning. I covered this, right? Oh my god, what a clown. They should, yeah, seriously. They're both exactly like, I'm like, huh? The fuck? Then again, he's been, yeah, look. What is it with these actors, guys?
Actor Dean Cain, best known for playing TV's Superman, is finding himself under fire after announcing he signed up to be an agent working for ICE.
Actor Dean Cain is firing back today at the backlash over his support for ICE.
Hey everybody, Dean Cain here.
He made a recruitment video for the agency, which is sparking outcry over immigration raids. And Cain claims he's working with them.
I felt it was important to join with our first responders to help secure the safety of all Americans, not just talk about it. So I joined up.
Now the 59-year-old actor, best known for playing Superman on TV back in the 90s, is getting slammed by John Oliver.
You know, there's an old saying in Hollywood, if all you can...
Yeah, dog. The last thing Superman, right? If you want your reputation to be good, the last thing Superman should ever be doing is joining ICE. Right? He would definitely be against it. Out of all people. Do you need me to explain why? Like, literally, that's what, like, everybody probably comes up to him and be like, wow, I loved you as Superman, right? So, like, that's, like, why you're famous at all, because nobody cares about you otherwise, right? So why would you tarnish that by joining ICE?
Get this, Dean Cain. You are on the plus side.
Like, it's like, and guys, this is what I mean. Like, a lot of people, I've seen this on Twitch. They just go like, Superman equals like American way / American like government, right? No, guys. Like, that's like a version of him that obviously hasn't aged well, and that was brought up because like they wanted to use him as propaganda against the Soviet Union, right? But like the more modern day version and the one that originally started, he was an immigrant story, right? Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Joseph. And what's interesting about that is he's an illegal immigrant, guys. Like, the whole point of Superman is that he's an illegal immigrant and that he's not human, right? But by not being those things and by like doing the things that he does, he is actually more human than most people. That's the point. It's called allegory, right? They just do it in a good way, in a clever way, and they show like Lex Luthor and all these people are actually less human because they don't actually believe in any of the stuff that makes us human, right? So like Superman's he's very like philosophical character. You can view him as like man who punches and grabs stuff and lifts stuff very heavy and flies, right? Like, that's one way of looking at it. But the comics and like the graphic novels always view it as like a more philosophical thing, right? And that's why, like, you can tell somebody who's read the books or like read the comics or whatever versus somebody who just kind of like doesn't understand the material and just does like a surface level analysis of it. Sure, like I would agree, maybe like on a surface level, depending on what you're talking about, what era, right? But no, like, he's literally an illegal immigrant. Superman would never be joining ICE, motherfuckers.
No need for that guy to wear a mask because the chances of anyone recognize him are 0.
Cain hit back. He stole that mask joke from the internet, and he also laughed hysterically when Trump said he was going to run for president. Case closed.
Right now, people are doxing ICE agents. They're going after them. They're there to protect American citizens. That's what I want to do.
Dr. Phil is also coming under fire from Bill Maher for riding along on ICE raids.
But why are you going on these ICE raids? I don't understand that. You're a guy who we know for so many years
Fuck you, Dr.
who's been
Phil.
working to put families together. And now you're going on raids with people who are literally separating families. Explain
now
that to
that's
me.
bull.
That's not bullshit.
Now you're, oh, no, that
They're
is.
not
No, dog. No.
separating families?
No, the ICE raids I've been on, I've seen the files. They've got a rap sheet, 12, 14 different cases long of child predators that they're taking off the street.
What a clown. So yeah, all these actors, guys, it seems to be like the B-list actors. I don't get it, right? Like Kevin Sorbo, right? Dean Cain just got here, but fuck Dean Cain. Yeah, we were just talking about how to tank your fucking career. Really more D-list. Yeah, now he's D-list, right?
Donald Trump also,
because he hasn't been relevant, and like he was in Smallville for like one episode, right? And he played like one of my favorite villains. That was pretty cool. But they did nothing with him, right? Probably because he is probably pretty unsufferable to work with, right? We all know who you're talking about, Josephus. Vandal Savage, my goat.
argued on Truth Social that it was not
great villain, by the way. In reality, Dr. Phil's head is about 1 inch smaller circumference. He's got an inch makeup. Dean Cain is the membrane. Someone in my team's chat said he was the best Superman ever, and my mind went, damn, oh, I guess fuck you. Yeah. I get it. I know what you meant. It auto corrected. He was pretty decent, but like I liked how he came across. He came across as like I think he could have done a better job, but he was okay. Like, he wasn't terrible. He was a lot like Kevin Sorbo, unfortunately.
Well, for Spencer Pratt.
Fuck autocorrect, yeah.
To have lost the LA runoffs.
I watched the shit. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, do you want Kevin Sorbo, Captain Dylan Hunt, right? Or would you prefer Captain Janeway? Or even Benjamin Sisko, for that matter? It's like, you're always going to pick those two, right? They're way better. So, like, it's the same thing, right? Like, Christopher Reeve is better. I'm trying to think. Even Tom Welling. Tom Welling did a great job, too. Right? Tom Welling was a much better Clark Kent. So
after the big lead he had. Third world nation, rigged elections.
He also looked more the part, right? Looks do matter, right, guys? Like, if you look the part, then it's like, yeah, you're going to also matter.
Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton, because apparently they can only rig one election at a time. And of course, Trump was one of the first.
Dr. Phil, yeah. When isn't Dr. Phil a D-lister too? He's a D-list actor, right, guys? He was a decent Soups. Yeah, he was decent. I liked him because he had like that. You could tell at least like from the writing he had some like morality, and he wouldn't do stuff just based on like whatever. Yeah, it was just well done in that case. But yeah, he was not the best, unfortunately. Sorry, didn't have an active license. All these fake doctors, man, fuck them all too. Yeah,
idiots beating this drum, writing on Truth Social the day after the election that there was big.
And this is why we talk about these things, right, guys? Because a lot of people think, oh, who cares? They're just made up characters, whatever. No, it's important because a lot of times these actors don't even give a fuck, right? A lot of these actors just like, it's a job for them, right? Hey, we can say one thing. We can say one thing. Not all actors are like that, right? Because look at Captain Janeway. She endorsed AOC. What up?
Cheating by the Democrats in California. And in case you missed it, he threw a conniption fit during an interview.
Yep. Remember that? I was like, holy shit. That's awesome. And she defends her still to this day.
about this, which culminated in him storming off like the
So we know Kate Mulgrew ain't fucking MAGA, right?
petulant child that he is.
The election was rigged.
And we already know Avery Brooks ain't either, right? Like, he doesn't really speak up that much, but Benjamin Sisko ain't either.
It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now in California.
You've never presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election
California.
was rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's
Where's
happening in
the evidence
California.
to that?
It's
The
4
Republicans
days
are doing well in
California.
I voted for him. Yeah. Hill Harper. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm saying, guys. A lot of this stuff is downstream from politics, right? Because, like, Dean Cain has been a Republican for a very long time. I remember, God, I was, like, very young, and I found out that he was a Republican. So he supported Bush. He supported, like, he's a clown, right? But there you go. These people just, it's all about a paycheck for some of these people, right? Like, they don't actually care about the characters or anything like that.
No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count
You know
the
why
votes
they're
in
doing that?
California.
Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All I
that?
have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But, sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes in
Do you
California.
think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a
State
winner?
and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging
They're
the
crooked.
votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands. Then.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Let's
you play
continue.
right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But, Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections
You
in
went
this
to
country.
court.
We're like a third world country.
But, sir-
Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and
But,
Meet the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so
President-
is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But, Mr. President-
You're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat
I
in the
traveled
rain with
all.
you.
I know. I
I've sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be
We
great
traveled
with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on, let's
traveled
go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
I applaud these reporters for their restraint. I really do, because if he talked to me like that, it would take everything in me to not just fly off the handle and go off
I
on
would
him.
tear him a
And he
new
does
asshole.
this
Fuck
mostly
him.
with female journalists. You notice
Yeah.
that? Like, he doesn't treat anyone with respect, but he especially degrades women.
Yeah, I think that's like the fucked up part, right? Like, I think consistency is important, and like he just fucking does that. You're the president of the third world country, then you bonehead second term. Yeah, motherfucker, what? Jesus.
And calls them names, and one of these days I would love to see them just fucking clap back at him. Fuck you, Mr. President. You know what? Fuck you. You geriatric diaper wearing cunt. You don't get to talk to people like that just because you're the fucking president. Get out of here. I'm kicking
I still can't get over the piggy comment. Yeah.
you out, bitch. Give me your microphone. Like, it's just, that's not acceptable. But, you know, putting that aside, with regard to his claim, every single election that doesn't go his way is automatically rigged. You know, it's not that Trump has repeatedly told Republican voters to not trust mail-in voting, meaning that Republicans are going to vote in person and then their votes are going to be counted first, and then the Democrats who mostly vote by mail, their votes are going to be counted second. It's that the election was rigged because it didn't turn out the way that he wanted it to. Even though it's a minor miracle that Spencer Pratt got as many votes as he did, given how blue the city he's running in is. But this is what we all have to deal with now because of Donald Trump, the first president in American history to ever deny the results of an election. Him lying about elections is a price that...
All for his ego, too. Like, it's all for just a giant ego trip.
That we all have to pay because...
And then people like Kevin Sorbo and Dean Cain are all, like, amplifying this message, right? What?
Because our lawmakers
And the reason I point them out is because, right, they're not political commentators, but they still impact like the culture, right? To this day, like they have followers and stuff, so they just permeate that throughout the culture, right? And that's toxic and dangerous.
Decided for all of us to not hold him accountable, even though he incited an insurrection. Had just 3 more senators voted guilty at his second impeachment trial, he wouldn't have been able to run again, and the nightmare as we know it would already have been over. But since that didn't happen, we're going to have to deal with his lies for the foreseeable future, the lies of somebody who refuses to accept results of elections that he does not like. And what makes it especially aggravating is that they're crying foul even though they have a baked-in institutional advantage in the first place. Think about this. Trump was able to take office in 2016 even though he got less votes than Hillary Clinton, because we have a racist electoral college that doesn't just make the person who has the most votes win, like every other democracy. To add insult to injury, the Supreme Court just gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act at his behest, and southern states are gerrymandering black voters out of existence as we speak, and he's still mad. When blue states like Virginia responded by disenfranchising Republicans, their state Supreme Court struck that down even though voters approved of those maps. When Republicans do it, it's A-OK. But it's so much worse than that because our entire system, it favors Republicans at the institutional level. The Senate as an institution is designed to give rural Republican-leaning voters more of a say than the rest of the country.
Bingo.
But that's not enough for him. They're making sure that they have the same advantage in the House now, too.
Yeah, like it fucks over northern states, and it helped the slave-owning states, right, guys? That's what the Electoral College does. And we've talked about this a lot, right? This is why people like John Adams they never liked this shit.
As they did in the Senate. Because if they don't win every single election, then the system isn't fair, according to the party that has a lopsided advantage across the entire fucking country. It is infuriating to me. If anyone should be pissed off about the unfairness of elections, it should be us. They're the ones rigging elections.
Yeah.
Through voter suppression, through illegal voter roll purchase.
It's all just projection.
Like, what do you call it when red states limit the number of voting stations in majority-minority precincts? Is that not rigging? What do you call it when states like Texas remove eligible voters from the rolls illegally? Is that not rigging? What do you call it when red states make voters jump through hoops just to register to vote and require specific forms of ID that are expensive and difficult to obtain? That's not rigging? No, because it's only rigging when Republicans lose elections, because that's the standard that Donald Trump set. And it doesn't help that news anchors entertain these false claims of fraud just for the sake of neutrality. For example, the CNBC clip that you saw at the beginning of this video featured a host that wanted to make it seem like he was challenging the person who was spewing this bullshit, but like listen to the limp-dicked way he set up the question. Just get a load of this shit.
There may be fraud, there may not be fraud in our election system to some degree, one way or the other. I think as Becky pointed out, obviously the law is the law in California. We could have a big debate about whether to change the law. But do you think that it helps, given where you sit in the world, to speculate about fraud or potential fraud without any direct evidence of said fraud?
That is disqualifying for a journalist.
Right.
It doesn't matter that he asked for evidence. The fact that he said there may be fraud is a win for the person that he was supposed to be challenging.
Yep.
Because there's not fraud. Isolated instances of fraud are statistically insignificant, and the perpetrators are prosecuted. The scale of fraud that Republicans are alleging here is completely bullshit. And everybody needs to say that definitively and authoritatively, because if they don't, you allow Republicans to change people's perceptions of reality. Just think about how they've gotten people to believe straight up lies by repeating them again and again and again. Republicans always say confidently and unequivocally that Democrats are winning elections because they're cheating by importing immigrants into the country, and those illegal votes are always pushing them above the edge whenever they win. You know, if a Republican wins, then they're not cheating. If a Democrat wins, then they're cheating. But do you want to guess what the actual percentage of undocumented people voting in America is? Just take a guess. Based on how Republicans talk about this, you would expect it to be like millions of undocumented people at least, maybe a plurality of voters based on the way they talk about this. But when the Heritage Foundation crunched the numbers, they found out that that was not actually the case. Surprise, surprise. The American Immigration Council explains that there's been just 68 total cases of voter fraud committed by undocumented immigrants in the last 40 fucking years, meaning illegal votes cast by undocumented people account for just 0.0001% of the entire fucking population. In other words, it's a non-issue. It doesn't happen enough to change the outcome of elections, and when it does happen, people are caught and prosecuted. But according to Republicans, this is part of how Democrats keep winning. They win by cheating. They let undocumented people vote illegally, and that's how they win. That is, of course, when they're not dumpster diving for ballots. I mean, we can't allow them to just make shit up without consequences because society cannot survive if a portion of the population only has a tenuous connection to reality at best. And what makes LA in particular especially idiotic with regard to their fraud claims is that Spencer Pratt losing is actually a worst-case scenario for the Democrats who are supposedly rigging the election, and CNN's Harry Enten debunked this myth with the disdain that it deserved.
This is the dumbest conspiracy theory I have ever heard, because the Democratic establishment and Karen Bass wanted Spencer Pratt in the runoff. They don't want any part to do with Nithya Raman. Why is that? Because just take a look here. Okay, Mayor runoff polls, Bass versus opponent versus Pratt. Bass would have crushed Pratt by 18 points. That's what the polling showed. Look at how she does against Nithya Raman, on the other hand. Raman is ahead by 4 points. Bass has a real race on her hand. If, in fact, Raman is the one who advances. And, of course, the Democratic establishment is backing Karen Bass. But versus Spencer Pratt, she was crushing him. She wanted to face Pratt. She wanted nothing to do with Raman. That's why these conspiracy theories, simply put, make no sense, people. Raman is actually decently liked by LA City voters. Look at this. Okay, Nithya Raman, +5 on the net favorability rating. Karen Bass, way underwater at -22 points. You basically just need someone who's half decently well-liked to be favored, or at least have a real shot against the incumbent Karen Bass. Spencer Pratt, on the other hand, look at that. He's even less liked than Karen Bass. He's 32 points underwater. Karen Bass doesn't want to face Nithya Raman. She would love to face Spencer Pratt because, simply put, she's managed to find someone who's more unpopular than she is, and she's quite unpopular. This is the other thing. The President of the United States is such a drain on Spencer Pratt. I mean, hello, okay, Los Angeles City voters, Trump's net approval rating in the city of Los Angeles is about 55 points underwater. I mean, the idea that a Republican could be the mayor of New York when the President of the United States has a net approval rating 50, it's so difficult. 55 points underwater, and then registered as Republican, just 15% of the voters in the city of Los Angeles are registered as Republican. 55% are Democrats. Spencer Pratt was facing a mountain.
Oh my God, I forgot. Spencer Pratt? Guys, I don't know if you know this. I didn't, because I don't really watch this show, right? Whoops. Oh my God, I was like, where have I seen this guy before? This is him. He dated Heidi Montag, remember her? Vaguely. And he was on... He was like the toxic boyfriend in it, right? I don't know, like I've had like girlfriends tell me about this show, so I don't know too much about it. Ladies in chat, if you do know, please let me know. Or men, right? But he was on The Hills. Yeah, that show. Jesus. Yeah, he was very annoying. He was very toxic. Yeah, my a few of my exes were like, yeah, he's so toxic. And they would just tell me like some of the things he would do, and I'd be like, oh God, this guy sounds fucked. He's running for mayor? Why isn't this a story in itself? This guy should never be near a mayorship. A mayoralship. Fun rabbit hole to look. It's called Project Icarus. Oh man. You mean from James Bond? Oh man. God damn it. I know all the juice. Well, you better squeeze all the juice. Jers after your shower or whatever, girl. God, this is annoying. What the hell? Oh my God, guys. Spencer Pratt. This is crazy. Like, why? Only in LA.
Please, I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
Bass already solved crime. I endorse her.
Next!
Please, I just want to rebuild my home. It's been over a year.
Mom, look.
What am I watching?
This is a machine. If we want to burn this town to the ground, pull through that!
What the fuck was that? Wow. This motherfucker thinks he's Batman without a cowl. Okay. Does he not understand that Batman could never be blonde? Oh. This is hilarious, guys. Like, there's Gavin Newsom, there's Kamala Harris, the DSA. Oh my God, this is in Delulu land, guys. Val Kilmer is blonde. Yeah, I know, he doesn't count. I'm joking.
Please, I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the...
It was a blonde Batman. Yeah, he was the only one.
Schools.
My dad said that. He was like, Batman shouldn't be blonde. I'm like, yeah, I kind of see your point, dog. I see his point. Oh, man.
My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
Bass already solved crime. I endorse her.
Next!
That's Joe Rogan. Oh my God. Why is Wolverine, aka Hugh Jackman, being dragged by DSA? Huh? This was a campaign ad, Gray. That's why we're breaking it down.
Please, I just want to rebuild my home. It's been over a year.
That could never be Wolverine, motherfucker. This is crazy, guys.
Mom, look.
John Paul Valley Jr., a.k.a. Azrael. Yeah, Azrael.
This is a machine. If we want to burn this town to the ground, pull through that!
I feel so close.
You can do it, Spencer!
Why randomly have Marco Rubio fucking DJing? What? That's, oh my God. Guys, that is crazy. I think that might be, I don't know what's worse. I mean, I think the Zoran one was worse. As in, like, the one they used against Zoran was, like, more racist. But that one's just Delulu, right? I don't know how to say it, but yup, as Batman. Mm-hmm. Oh, God. By the way, if you ever go to Los Angeles, it's really cool. Especially the parts that I went. I don't know, right? It's a huge city, so I don't know the entire city. I thought they were in the ballroom. Yeah, for real, right? What? What, dog? Yeah, so there you go. Spencer Pratt, ladies and gentlemen. Toxic boyfriend from reality TV show that Jersey's gonna spill the beans on. Supposedly. And from what I've been told, right? Yo, Ryan Belial, welcome back, buddy. Thank you for the 10 days in a row, my man. From what I understand, right? I could be wrong on this because again, I don't watch this show, but I'm trying to remember my conversations with people over this show, right? Exes in particular. They told me that like Heidi, his girlfriend, who's like already a pretty girl anyway, was like pressured to get all this like plastic surgery because of him. And now she's like all plastic surgeryed up, right? It's crazy. Like this guy is so toxic on so many levels. Right? Instead of being like, yo, hey girl, like, which I mean she's already skinny, so like instead of being like, hey girl, lose some weight or something, right? Or go to the gym. He's like, no. You got to get like fillers and all this stuff. And now she looks like all plasticed up, right? Like those would be like normal suggestions maybe, but like to do it to that extreme to a girl like that, that's fucked. Is she Mar-a-Lago'd? Well, yeah, from what I don't remember. I never watched the show, guys, right? I'm just recalling my memories here on the conversations I've had about this show through other people, right? Apparently, he was very toxic, and like he kind of told her to get these plastic surgery things, right? She was okay with it. It was all publicity. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So, but I mean, like he influenced her, right, as well, or something. I don't remember exactly, Jersey. You know better than me, girl. But like now she is Damn, she has 2 kids with this motherfucker, and she's a Republican. Ugh. Fucking Brian, kill me. Well, there you go, guys. That's the Republican candidate for Los Angeles. I didn't put the pieces together, so we're doing a little bit of a deep dive. I'm really, that's the best LA has to offer. Not to looks shame, but look at him. Yeah, for real, right?
In order to win, and so...
Thank you, Ducky. So, I watched it every week with my homegirl. Damn right, girl. So now you're going to tell us everything about him. Tome, tell us everything about the hills. Well, he lost, so all is well. Nothing to see here, folks. I mean, but here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. No. Because he still has influence, and he came in 3rd, right? And that doesn't mean he's not going to run again. He's only 30-something years old or something, 40-something, right? Yeah. As Arnold says, I'll be back.
Karen Bass.
I almost guarantee you.
And the Democrats.
So, like, it's good that we know who this motherfucker is and we spread the word because, yeah, no thanks.
Establishment knew that
I wouldn't even consider. Oh my God, that's crazy. LA is nuts, right, guys?
There's basically no chance a Republican could be the next mayor of New York. The only way she could lose is if she goes up against another Democrat.
Yeah, and here we are. But in the minds of Republicans, there's no difference between establishment Democrats and progressive Democrats. They're one and the same to them.
Correct.
So they're not savvy enough to discern the difference, and they're sure as shit not smart enough to even consider why an establishment Democrat would prefer to go up against a Republican.
Yeah, exactly.
In a deep blue city. Because even by their logic, wouldn't it be easier to rig it against the Republican who's going to get less votes in LA? It makes no sense. Not to mention, if Steve Hilton advances, which it looks like he will, are they not going to reconcile that Democrats only rigged it against Spencer Pratt? Is he really that important? Did they just forget to rig it against Steve Hilton? And at the time that I record this, only 83% of votes have been counted. So Spencer Pratt could theoretically...
Put that on the bingo board. Gustx knows more about the hills and Beverly 90210 than you'd ever think. What up?
Still win, but if he advances, will they apologize for their false claims of fraud? Of course not. They'll just claim that Democrats had to unrig it because they got caught rigging it or some shit like that. Because these people...
I'm actually surprised people didn't talk about the abuse and like the mistreatment more because, well, actually now that I think about it, guys, of course not. Of course they didn't talk about this shit. Okay, and then what did we literally talked about this yesterday, so I'll bring it back up. I'm sorry, what? And we're talking here about Graham Plattner? I don't want to hear a fucking word about Graham Plattner anymore. Well, it's my favorite show, Gray. Gustx must have been 60 years old making 90210 references. Yeah. He's a good spoiler. I'm a good spoiler for a 35-year-old TV show or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah.
People are intellectually deficient and dishonest, so never ever expect them to admit.
Just like Katie Porter is a spoiler. Yeah, she's a spoiler too. Not you, I meant Pratt. Yeah.
That they were wrong about anything. To them, it's always about their feelings. And since Karen Bass is deeply unpopular, it feels reasonable to expect the Republican to win, but they fundamentally misunderstand voters in these blue districts. They're not unpopular. Democrats aren't unpopular because they're too progressive like they think. They're unpopular usually because they're not progressive enough. Yeah. I live in Oregon. And the same thing is kind of happening here. Year after year, our state Democratic Party gets more and more unpopular. And I don't even think I've met a Democrat in Oregon who approves of our state Democratic Party. But that doesn't mean that we're going to vote for Republicans because that wouldn't make sense. Everything we dislike about corporate Democrats is compounded with the Republican alternative. Oregon's Governor Tina Kotek, for example, is a neoliberal corporate Democrat who's selling us out to the highest bidder, yet Oregon
Correct.
Republicans are accusing her of not being business-friendly enough, which is absurd. So if we dislike her because of her neoliberal corporatism, why would we then opt for a Republican who is offering even more neoliberal corporatism? They're offering neoliberal corporatism on steroids. It makes no sense. It's like saying, I'm really mad that this 4-piece chicken strip meal that I ordered was so unfilling. I'm still hungry. So next time, I'm going to get the 2-piece instead just to show how mad I am at the fucking 4-piece. I mean, not the best example, but you get the point. It makes no sense for us to vote for the worst option because we're dissatisfied with the Democrat. And maybe Republicans would understand this, understand the differences between Democratic voters, if they took the time to understand why some Democrats are so unpopular in deep blue cities and didn't just call like all of us communists and socialists and extremists. But I will grant them that it is frustrating that it takes California so long to count the votes. I wish that they did this faster. I mean, there's not much they can do about ballots postmarked for election day that haven't come in yet, but I mean, there's no reason why it should take this long to finish counting the votes, especially considering that other states, even though they're less populous, they have mail-in voting and they get this done faster. But the reason why it takes so long in California, one, is because there's a lack of resources, and two, because they're taking their time to make sure that there isn't any voter fraud, to give Republicans the confidence that they want in American elections. The New York Times explains California relies heavily on mail balloting, which slows the tally because of the work involved to check signatures, open envelopes, and inspect ballots before counting them. The state's leaders take pride in a deliberate process meant to make voting easy while keeping elections secure. And when voters wait until the final days to submit or send their ballots, as was the case this year, they deluge elections officials with envelopes that must be handled with care. Different county offices work on different schedules depending on their staffing or labor agreements. Only a fraction of the 58 counties updated vote totals this past weekend. Most offices lack the resources to keep staff members on constant rotation. In California, each of those counties decides how much to spend on election operations, creating major differences in their capacity to count ballots, said Ben Gibbs, who works on state voting policy for Protect Democracy. So while I understand the frustration in wanting to know who won as quickly as possible, it's a logistical issue. It's an issue that Californian politicians should address. I agree with you. But to suggest that it's slow because they're rigging it doesn't make any sense. It's idiotic because if they're rigging it, they would put the results out as quickly as possible since they're just making them up, right? It's taking longer because this is a very large state and they're trying to make it secure to ensure confidence in Republicans who now think every election is stolen, that it is indeed not stolen. Like, do Republicans think they're like making it slow on purpose? They're sadistically counting as slowly as possible to antagonize them. Haha, we're stealing it and you can't do anything about it. I mean, it's crazy. Like, they talk about how, oh, all of a sudden the number jumped up. But a voter dump to Republicans is literally just counties reporting their most recent tallies. That's it. But to them, it's a conspiracy. But I mean, it doesn't really matter what you say, and explaining it does nothing because these people aren't driven by facts. They're driven purely by their emotions, like the toddlers that they are. But even though it feels pointless to fact check them, I still think it is necessary because if we don't challenge their bullshit, we're just letting them drag the rest of the country into an alternate reality that they're living in, and we shouldn't allow them to do that. So they can throw their tantrums if they want to. That's fine, but they're not going to get away with blatant lies. We have to check their lies because the second we let their bullshit go unchallenged, they win.
Mike is a total shit lib. Once he started shilling for the DNC, I stopped watching. So I definitely won't be hitting the subscribe button or turning on.
That voice is brilliant. All right. Now we got a new piece from More Perfect Union on AOC. Fuck Trump. Take your time, Callie. He's gone. He's gonna call it rigged regardless. A lack of resources. Yeah, I don't know about that, but California's rich as fuck. It's like the 5th largest economy in the world if it was its own state, right? If it was its own country.
When the blasting started, it went on a couple of months. My sister-in-law's ceiling come crashing down.
Oh my
Nobody
God.
from Amazon has bothered to say one word. It was 3 blasts a day, 7 days a week for months.
This is unbelievable. What happens when you take Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the heart of the data center revolt?
And they're just trying to say that no one should cover this?
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I'm on a Social Security check. I can't afford to do that.
You didn't blow up your ceiling.
No, I didn't.
We wanted to know how voters who feel politically homeless,
And raise your hand if your electricity bill has gone up and your water bill has gone up.
from the black suburbs of Atlanta
Are the local politicians supportive or what?
to conservative rural communities,
This is not a party issue. This is a people issue.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter what party you are. It's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
how are voters going to respond to a Democratic socialist from New York?
People want to call me woke, whatever. This is about power.
With the Trump administration pushing for more data centers.
Damn, why is AOC so woke?
God raises a big
Sick of her
construction of colossal data centers. We have to get this stuff built.
Where does that leave regular people, like Beverly Morris?
Well, I feel trapped because I have no way out.
How is the backlash against a data center boom the key to unlocking America's politics?
We've never been more polarized. I just think we got to show up in these places and see these things for ourselves.
Well, do you want to show us? There's been some damage to your house?
Of course. Yeah, sure. Come on.
Yeah. Pamela Felder purchased her dream home 3 years ago.
So the first initial thing I saw was the crack in my porch. Wow. All the way across.
All was well until explosive blasts started to shake her home earlier this year.
It sounded like someone picked up my house and went boom. A week after that, that's when I started seeing cracks all throughout my house. And I found out they're putting a data center in my backyard.
The 2 million square foot hyperscale data center is being built less than a mile from Pamela's home.
You can still see where the paint is ripped all the way up my stairs.
Oh,
I noticed the ceiling that looked cracked across there.
My dad worked in construction, so
he did?
so if I look like I'm really sticking my nose
No,
in here,
I don't care.
because
I
I'm
want you
taking
to.
a real look. And your neighbors are experiencing the same thing.
We were all sending letters out to the blasting company.
And what are they saying when they deny it?
They said my house was settling.
Oh, so everyone here's
Everyone's
house is settling
settling
at the same time.
At the same time.
Pamela's neighbor also came by and insisted we see a giant sinkhole she said was caused by the blasts.
Makes you want to cry. No one's listening. Why a data center? Why now? Why here?
Unprecedented amounts of money are behind the race to build. Meta is investing $600 billion in data center
Teledra, what up,
infrastructure.
buddy? Been a very long time. How you been? How's Norway doing, bro?
Through 2028. OpenAI has pledged over $400 billion. Even the real estate company responsible for this site just closed a $3.25 billion funding round.
If these tech folks love these data centers so much, put it in your backyard.
That's right. That's right. Or
You put it in your backyard.
Put it away from people's homes.
This is why we're saying we need to slow the roll on this, because they're moving fast. We're just saying pause it so that we can move forward in a more just way.
That's right.
In a fair way.
Yeah, for everybody.
For everybody.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you for your...
But far from the black suburbs of Atlanta is much Trumpier country, and the idea of AOC isn't as enthusiastically received.
There's some really extreme liberal views out there.
Before they met her, I asked folks what they knew about AOC's politics.
Just from an overall view, very fringe left.
I'm probably a lot more conservative than she is.
How are your politics evolving? And
They're evolving.
I'm not real impressed with the politics on either side.
We first met Beverly Morris and her husband Jeff last year when they showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water, a charge which Meta denies.
This is my cold water pressure in the kitchen.
So you can see the sediment from the data center.
And this is what's in all the pipes.
Cool. Yeah, it's been over a year. You can check it out after the stream. Cool.
Too.
I've designed a lot of stuff too here on the stream, so I've been learning.
They should be responsible.
So I understand you, man. Like, you've been doing a lot of coding.
Responsible for that, not us.
When we were here last year with them, Meta was still building this data center, but now it's operational.
I worry about using the water.
Well, it's all over the stream. You'll see it come up real soon. Yep, there's another one. That's one of the games I made. Right. I made a fishing game, Pokemon game, Glogimon game. I'm working on like 3 other projects. Perfect. Sort of fixing the Yep.
For everything.
Yeah.
I don't use the water for cooking anymore. I did for a while, you know. I thought, oh, you know, I've got to use it.
Right.
I wouldn't drink it. I haven't drank the water here in
I mean, it should
years.
be. I mean, this is my view, but it should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises aren't alone. Other residents also came to us with stories of their contaminated water.
This is the sediment that it's picking up. The cold water pressure everywhere is pretty bad. You cannot take a shower and wash dishes or take a shower and fill up the horse's water. You just can't.
Our refrigerator broke, our HVAC broke. We have issues with the pool. So anything that's water related, we have issues with. And this is the filters from the filtration system after we pull it out. So
all made by me, man.
You used to change those filters once a year, or?
Yeah.
I think typical people are probably 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And now you're doing it once a month?
Yeah.
But you feel stuck, right? You feel like you can't, even if you wanted to move, you can't.
No, not and be able to get the value that we've put into our home.
Yeah. I've also been experimenting with AI as well, because Gloggy runs on AI, right? But he runs locally on my PC. So he doesn't run on ChatGPT, Perplexity, and actually it's better because of that, right? It's more accurate. It's more, it doesn't rely on the cloud. Everything's just running on my PC now. There's a lot of changes, man. You'll have to stick around and kind of see.
Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a large parcel of land rezoned for a data center, but we don't know who it is yet that's coming.
And I'm Tina. I live in Oxford, Georgia, and it's the Amazon data center.
We're not just fighting Facebook or Amazon or any of these data centers. That's not who we're fighting. We're fighting the entire institution that allows it.
They think people aren't paying attention. They'll go sniffing around, jiggling every door handle to see what county they can push these things through on.
It is necessary. I understand the need for it, but the manner in which they're going about it is not only wrong, it doesn't even make sense.
I don't blame Amazon. I don't blame those businesses. I blame our government. That's who's supposed to be taking care of me. My commissioner should have been looking after our community. Our governor should be looking after our state. Like, it goes up. A business is a business, and it's about making business, and they don't care what they're doing to people.
Right.
They don't, and that's a shame, but they're greedy and they don't care.
That's the way it is, yeah.
We appreciate you taking the time to come hear about it, because until someone at a national level gets really serious about it, nothing's going to happen.
We should be starting congressional investigations on the effect on these. and figuring out with precision how we protect our water supplies, how we protect your power bills and water bills, and keep people from getting sick.
50 miles away from the Morrises, a group of residents successfully pushed for a moratorium on a 95-acre data.
So the Goldens are rarer versions of the common, or of whatever it is. So like you caught a rarer golden. A rarer common. Right, that was my idea.
Center project.
Yeah, I also have a Gloggy point system. So basically, the more you watch, the more points you get, so you can use it on all the games that we're making and that we have. So, yeah, we've changed a lot on here, man.
Wait a minute, where do I know you from?
I'm
like
a congresswoman from New York.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you my girl, you know.
Thank you.
My girl.
We
Damn
organized because we know what we want in our community. And they did not anticipate that when they had the Board of Commissioner meeting that hundreds of us were going to show up. They couldn't deny us. They had to stop and say, wait a minute.
Across the country, more than 50 local data center moratoriums have already been enacted, with dozens more proposed or under consideration across the U.S.
Nice!
But this patchwork approach has left a lot of communities vulnerable.
We're in a neighborhood that's in unincorporated Clayton County, but just over the fence line is the city limits of Forest Park, and that is where the facility is being built.
Wow, okay, all right. So the county has a moratorium,
yes,
but the city does not?
Correct.
Wow. And so the city, even though the city's inside the county, it's not covered. Hoo-wee. Yes. All right, talk about a loophole.
Yes.
For now, the local fight continues.
That's another feature, right? What was one of the things AOCs and locals agreed on? I would say political division, yeah.
The community has said we want walkability in our neighborhoods, we want clean air, we want clean water, but we have to keep fighting. It's like a continual fight. It's like we're surrounded by piranhas, you know, that just keep trying to pick at us, but we just keep fighting.
In March 2026, AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation at the federal level called the AI Data Center Moratorium Act. It's both a response to growing opposition to these facilities, but also about the need to establish a nationwide policy about their construction.
Our responsibility is to take care of people, and that is what we're here to do today.
What you're proposing is a national moratorium.
Yes, and it's, you know, it's not the same thing as an outright ban, but it's saying we need to meet some basic protections for people. We need some guarantees on your water, on the air that you breathe. We need to make sure that the jobs that stand to be wiped out, that there's a plan for that, and we're not just leaving people, you know, out to dry. And we need to just have some really basic common sense protections for people.
The bill would require a building moratorium until the federal government passes laws mitigating job losses, preventing utility rate hikes, and establishing environmental protections, among other things. The question is whether this is enough to persuade conservative voters to support someone far across the political aisle.
Right.
Do you think that people here could get behind someone like AOC and her ideas for AI and data centers?
I think they would get behind anyone who was going to fight for their rights to clean water and to live their life without dealing with this.
Now the what up, dog? What it do, streamer and chat?
This
What
is
up?
starting to turn.
How you been, man? Welcome back.
Politics on this, because everyday people are starting to catch on to what's going on.
She may be on the left, but on the data center issue, seems more centered and genuinely concerned about people. And that's refreshing to hear.
How do you wrap your head around addressing this at the national level?
We need to put people first, and we need those protections to be ironclad and guaranteed before we can have a conversation about what does and doesn't get constructed.
Do you think?
Wow, AOC just wears a Timex. One of those like old school watches. That's funny. None of that Apple Watch shit.
This is an issue that could maybe pull our country together.
I don't know if it's going to pull our government all together. It's pulling the people together.
If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is going to be the one to do it.
Days later, AOC showed Beverly's water samples to an EPA water official testifying before her committee.
I have a jar right here. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met.
Right.
There are a lot of people with a lot of money who don't want to see this thing slow down. They're like, the train's moving fast. We can't afford to stop. Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later.
I've been in a lot of political fights that have seemed insurmountable before that we've won.
1, 2, 3. I'm more of a Casio calculator watch myself. No shade, AOC. God, Jersey. Why are you so old school? 3.
No data center.
I just don't believe in impossible. I just think that, if you think something's impossible, it's just that's an imagination problem.
We're going to keep following this story. If you have any tips for...
This is fucked. All right. We saw that, What up, AOC? Love it when she does this kind of stuff.
So to discuss the future of the Democratic Party this morning, we are very fortunate to be joined by Pennsylvania State Representative Chris Rabb. He is the Democratic nominee for Pennsylvania's 3rd Congressional District. Welcome, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. We followed your election with interest. You had a lot of powerful forces going against you, a lot of interesting things that happened there. What do you think is the message that your pretty, clear-cut, fairly overwhelming victory in this primary sends to the party?
Yeah, it was a stunning defeat of entrenched politics here in Philadelphia, in the bluest congressional district in the entire nation, where we had not had an open seat, no incumbent on the ballot, first time in 35 years, against a political class that was united against this progressive. And it was a 15-point win. And I think it's a resounding affirmation that organized people beat organized money every time.
And you seem to be taking I don't know that it's a novel approach, but you've gone out of your way to go and campaign for other candidates, both incumbents who you support, like Summer Lee, who you're likely to serve with in Congress, others who, are challenging incumbents and are running sort of upstart campaigns across the country. Why has that been important to you? What role do you feel like you are serving and that you want to serve?
Well, to be clear, I'm a movement candidate. And that means the movement has allowed me to have a collective victory. And that means that whatever political capital, whatever momentum I have as the presumptive next member of Congress for the city of Philadelphia means I got to pay it forward. And it's also in my best interest. I want to come in with this largest, boldest, progressive class of members in U.S. history. So the only way you can do that is by showing up for others who are viable, substantive candidates. And I'm really excited about
it's 85 there?
Not just
Holy crap.
Taking back the House. I mean, there's a big difference between having a Democratic majority and having a party that knows how to lead in the belly of the beast and in the most adverse times in modern history. Those are two different things on the Venn diagram of national politics. So I want to make sure that we have a critical subset of Democrats who are going to vote in furtherance of shared prosperity and fighting fascism and taxing the ultra wealthy and having structural changes that the base is demanding, but corporate Democrats refuse to acknowledge or commit to.
You were critical of Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, which became a campaign issue, actually, for you. One of your opponents had some pretty interesting things to say about that. But I'm just curious, since you have won the Democratic nomination, just so people know, Pennsylvania's 3rd congressional district is one of the most Democratic in the entire country, so very much expected that you will be sworn in with the next class of members of Congress. How has the party responded to your victory? Have you had any outreach from, the sort of establishment leaders of the Democratic Party?
Oh, absolutely. They've all reached out to me quickly, and I appreciate that outreach. We got to build relationships. We got to figure out how we can work together. But I would push back a little bit. I wouldn't say I was critical of Hakeem Jeffries per se, but it's just when someone tries to, say, will you support him? My answer is, what is any candidate for majority leader, for Speaker of the House? How is their leadership going to resonate with how I got elected to office and who else is running? I don't know who's running. So, I think that's important. It's not about the individual. It's about who seeks that position to what end. And that has to be aligned with the electorate and the constituents I seek to represent on January 3rd. But I also know that it's a body of 435. You need 218 votes to get anything done. And we have to figure out what we can agree on and the things we can't agree on, how those of us who are left of the party to move the party forward. And those are things that have to happen simultaneously.
So you say you're not a no on Hakeem Jeffries as potential speaker, but you're a we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I need to know who's running. Right. I mean, the reality is he could be the only one on the ballot. Right. So it's a non-issue there. But that's not, to me, that is not as important as how we hold whomever is running and whoever wins to account. And that's not based on my personal preferences or it's based on how I got elected. If those leaders work for the members put them in those positions of power. How do we hold them to account? And how do they express their willingness to do the things that a larger subset of Democrats in Congress want?
Cock. Fuck off.
And, that is going to be a back.
Yeah, Teledra's back
and forth. We also have to understand, too, that for the folks we may not prefer in leadership or in office at all, but who are going to be there serving in whatever capacity, for those of us who are there with them, our responsibility between election cycles is holding our own colleagues to account and moving them towards the moral center, not the political center. And that is something that people should want their newly elected incumbents to do, because listen, we have a clear villain here. It's Trump, it's MAGA extremism, it's fascism, it's late stage capitalism, it's any number of things. But we can't make our colleagues the enemy. They may be not on the same page with us, but it's our responsibility to make them do better. And we have seen some progress when we have, not myself quite yet, but others in Congress get some of their colleagues to stop taking APAC money. That's a win. And we need to respect that. And we also need to understand that that comes with certain risks for the people who have been funded by folks we don't believe they should be funded by, which also means we need to support them if they're truly understanding of why that dynamic is so problematic.
I wanted to get you to weigh in on what's going on right now with Graham Plattner up in Maine, because I do think it has some important fissures here in terms of the direction of the Democratic Party. You know, his ideological program and yours is not exactly the same, but you're more or less in the same lane and have, similar views of the world. And certainly, have been clear-cut, clear-throated opponents of genocide, of AIPAC funding and the influence of the Israel lobby. He has faced a number of allegations, some of which he's, acknowledged that he had a very rough go of it after serving in the military, that he had a drinking problem, he has PTSD, that he engaged in toxic behavior in relationships, other aspects of which he's completely denied. There was an allegation from a Republican political operative that he had grabbed her by the shoulders forcefully, that he had yanked her by the hand out of a cab, that he had put her arm behind her back and pushed her inside of a room. Again, she says this occurred. He denies it. And the New York Times was unable to confirm it. I wonder what you make of the allegations and also what has been seen as.
Yeah. God damn it.
As extreme scrutiny into his.
This is giving me Fetterman vibes, right, guys? This guy is giving me huge Fetterman vibes. Because she's trying to trap him. I see what she's trying to do. Yeah. Yeah. She's trying to get him on the record to be like, yo, you won't even defend him. That's why she's presenting it this way. Jersey. But let's watch his answer.
Life that doesn't seem to be matched with a level of scrutiny into others
I
who
forgot
do
what he sounded like.
not challenge the oligarchy and do not challenge, AIPAC and the status quo on Israel as aggressively as he does.
Yeah, this is
So if he falls for it, he's an idiot, and we shouldn't be supporting this guy. If he does the opposite and is like, no, I right, but let's see.
This is challenging for me because I've felt that folks who have been identified as hard-scrabbled, populist, left of center, white guys get far more leeway than folks like me, black progressives.
Okay. I agree with you, man. Oh, fuck off. This guy can suck it. Oh my God, this guy's such a bitch. Oh, fuck off. Oh my God. Crystal, you did good here setting this little trap up, right? Yeah.
And
I saw it from a mile away. I was like, that's what I think she's trying to do, right? Unless she's become Amy. Which is like, I don't expect that from fucking Crystal, right? Becoming Amy. Like, Amy does do some of this stuff, and I mean, to be fair, she did just present both sides, right? So, but yeah, like this guy's gonna fall for it. Is he this stupid?
Double standard that is largely based on race, and I think that's a conversation we need to have. If I had some
like, yeah, I agree with you, buddy, but what are you gonna do about it? Are you just gonna sit there and complain and be like, yeah, so I'm not gonna endorse him? That's not Graham Plattner's fault. God damn it. Oh my God. You see why I get so angry at these people? For fuck's sake.
Problematic tattoo that related to white folk, I don't think I would be viable.
Everything's about them too, right? Guys, when everything is about them, like, they're not gonna fight for you. Think of it this way, right? I always pay attention to how, like, politicians frame stuff. And if you ask them a question about Graham Plattner and they don't even answer it and they go like, well, if I did that, nobody would care. Or I would be hung, right? Or like completely unable to run for office, right? Et cetera, et cetera. Like all the things you could say. This ain't about you, dog. Oh my God, for fuck's sake.
Majority black district, because I think the money would not be there for me to run the campaign I needed.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't cover this guy because I don't like to cover people unless I hear like actual commitments. right? People were sucking this guy off, and now look.
There's a clear double standard that the left has to talk about as it relates to our racial politics and what is acceptable. And you know,
that applies to women candidates too. Yeah, it applies to so many different kinds of candidates. And listen, I don't disagree with them, and we've talked a lot about that on the stream, right? But that isn't what the discussion is about, right? Why are you trying to divide us when we all need to be united against Trump? Like, Graham Plattner is a part of the coalition. He should be helping us. You should be helping him, or like at least being like, listen, yeah, like what he did was seems kind of problematic, but listen, he seems genuine on this and this, and I'm gonna support him on that, right? Instead, he gets on this tirade about, well, if I did that, nobody would ever vote for me. It's like, well, yeah, you're right, and we need to work on that. But that's not Graham Plattner's fault. What are you talking about?
I also have PTSD. I have actual PTSD.
Oh my God, literally, guys. Oh my God. Is he gonna pull the I have PTSD and nobody gives a fuck about me, but Graham Plattner has PTSD and everyone cares about him argument?
Also have political PTSD because in this state, we elected a fake populist in Fetterman. And when I feel Fetterman vibes, I get very, very nervous. I don't know Plattner. I've not followed his race closely. I've had, a grueling 10-month campaign I'm just coming out of. So now I'm really seeing what's on the landscape of opportunity in the House and the Senate. But I do think we need to hold space for folks with genuine grievances, and we need to have a process for those folks who are expressing legitimate concerns about the behaviors and choices of candidates, but to do so in a way that is in the spirit of restorative justice, as opposed to the spirit of the politics of personal destruction. And I think that is something that is really, really necessary, because what we don't want to do is to silence or erase the voices of people who have felt real harm, particularly women. But we also have to make sure that we do not feel that there's a class of candidate that has to be perfect. There are no perfect candidates. And we also have to make sure that those candidates acknowledge their faults. Everyone has them, and how we work through them. So if he said, I have I understand when someone says, I made a bad choice as a young man and I was struggling with addiction and that sort of thing. We need to hold space for that. But you also may have intervening years or decades where you did not do any further introspection about what you've done, so that you can feel a sense of atonement that other people can value as legitimate long before you ever considered public office. We can hold those two truths at the same time.
So you don't believe he's done sufficient atonement to have sought public office?
I don't know. I don't know. But I think that is something that needs to be addressed before November 3rd. Absolutely.
Isn't that up to the voters to decide?
Well, it's not just voters who decide who's a viable candidate. Viability is also based on how much money you raise, what your platform is, how you come into, are you a movement candidate, or are you a candidate who says the right things in the right political moment to be aligned with a movement that shows considerable political power? I don't know. I've not watched his candidacy that closely to answer those questions, but those are conversations.
I think this is just a deflection, right? Why do I say that? Fash Lib is pissed. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Josephus. Why do I say that? Because here he is he's saying, like, will you endorse Hakeem Jeffries for speaker? Well, I don't know. Is he even running? I don't know. Will he run? Right? And here he is being like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Not good. Not good. Do you see the through line in that statement pattern? in that pattern of thought. Everything is just, I don't know. Yep, a red card, exactly.
That need to happen within community and not on social media.
So he, just to be clear, he was a movement organizer in Maine, which is how he came to the attention of people to encourage him to run for office. The primary is today.
By the way, another thing is, like, Ryan Grimm, who shows up on Breaking Points too, right? Knows who he is, and he's like, yeah, he's a good guy. I don't know Ryan Grimm either, but I do watch him, and I do trust his judgment on people, right?
In Maine, I
mean, it's a factor among many, right? But it's not the only thing, because you're not exceptional like us.
Maine opponent was the former governor, or current governor, Janet Mills, who has suspended her campaign.
Just want to put it out there that I was harmed for 20 years and I have PTSD and I take medicine for it. It is just gross seeing someone devalue someone else's trauma. Yeah, exactly, right? I just don't think we should be doing that anymore. Like, listen, race is a big factor and I don't ever like downplay it at all, right? I talk extensively about that on the stream, right? But we're not going to sit here and be like, yo, just because he's this, right? We get to devalue that any less. It's like, no, guys, what the fuck? We like to get out quick, like a shitty lover. Oh, shit. Shitty lover. Ryan Bryan. Damn right. Jersey's GOAT. Jersey could listen all day to Ryan. He. Sometimes I want to get over it with it. Ryan Sism. Whisper sweet nothing to Jersey's
campaign.
Ryan Grimm.
She is not particularly ideologically aligned with you. She's much more supportive of our status quo with regard to Israel. She has, done things like veto tax hikes on the rich in the state of Maine. She's had an adversarial relationship with labor unions. If you were looking at this race, like, do you think that voters would be better off choosing her because she's had fewer personal controversies than Graham Plattner?
No, but it's a matter of how we hold the people who we would prefer in office to account. I think that's the issue, right? Because sometimes we vote for people. Well, sometimes we vote for people, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes we vote for the person who we have a better chance of holding to account and making sure that the candidate functions similarly once in office, right? Because it's very easy, particularly in these moments, to campaign as a progressive. It's radically harder to govern as a progressive. And I speak as someone who is currently in legislative session here in Pennsylvania, in Harrisburg, in the largest full-time state legislature in the country. It is very hard to govern as a progressive. And so how we hold anyone to account, myself included, is by making sure that they fulfill their promises that they made in the campaign, on the campaign trail, and making sure that they will sit down in earnest with people who have genuine concerns and priorities that may not be fully aligned by the time someone wins their primary.
One more on this, because you mentioned you got Fetterman vibes from Plattner. I want to explore that a little bit more. So Fetterman and Plattner have actually been going back and forth with each other. Fetterman's been
literally they're at each other's throats, right? Gadget tunes, that's like when the polling begins. Teledra. Yep. Gloggy also now does an announcement for every thing that happens on the stream. So if we get rated, it's pretty cool. Subs, follows. And it's all done locally on my computer. No no other form of AI required, right?
been attacking him. Graham Plattner has been responding, I think, called Fetterman an asshole. Let's go ahead and take a listen to a little bit of how John Fetterman went after Graham Plattner.
For me, as a Democrat, I'm never going to carry water for a guy that calls, an American hero a dumb MFer, or someone that, smears Chris Kyle, the American sniper, and claim that he's shooting innocent civilians. I mean, you've literally lost count.
By the way, it's based that he did that because he's a motherfucking, he is. He should be tried for war crimes. So I don't know what the fuck Fetterman's talking about. Graham Plattner is 100% correct. Yeah.
And he also
huh? and this is the Fetterman? What? Literally, right? I don't get it, guys.
Rural Americans as racist and stupid,
which they are, by the way. Yeah.
It's countless.
Well, I mean, there's nuance there, right? We all know what he meant by that. We all know what he meant by that.
It absolutely is. This is a guy that had a problem with me how I dress.
You draped your body in an Israeli flag.
But he seemed to have no problem posing in a towel at a disgusting website that consistently has serious problems.
Oh, yeah, see?
About
a conger eel.
That kinds of depravity.
So I wonder if you could respond there to Senator Fetterman, but also I am curious for you to elaborate when you say that Plattner, you're getting Fetterman vibes from him. What is it specifically that you're responding to there?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't specifically referring to Plattner regarding Fetterman vibes, but here in
motherfucker, I'm getting Fetterman vibes from your ass. Woo, unknown. I'm working on the daycare system, Ducky, and the leveling. And then I think the final thing will be the battling. The daycare system's been a little bit more challenging to do, but coming along.
Pennsylvania, I get that.
I feel like he's he's going to regret this interview. This interview is going to make him look like, and so many people I've seen so many people on Twitch shill water for this guy, and I'm just like, why? I haven't covered him at all because I read over his shit and I was like, I'm gonna have to wait for this.
People say, oh, I like what you're saying, you seem to be right on all the issues, but how do I know you're not gonna be
and this is why you can't just vote for somebody based on race or ethnicity, right? Because look at Javier Becerra. He's just as bad, if not worse, right? He's definitely worse. Right, but then we have James Tallarico, right? I was right about Jasmine Crockett, right? I said this multiple times before the primary. I was like, listen, I want to like Jasmine Crockett, but there's just too much to keep me being like, yeah, no, I don't, right? And it's all policy related, right? It's all policy related, actual stuff. It's not based on what she did in her personal life or what she did in, I don't give a fuck. It's all policy stuff, things she didn't do, endorsements, right? Et cetera, et cetera. We talked about it. Performance, yeah. In other words,
next Fetterman.
I'm ranking these people based on performance, right? Not what they say or how they virtue signal and all this crap. Nah.
So that actually applies to me as well.
And just to give you the contrast, right? James Tallarico, I may not agree with every fucking vote in the House that he did in Texas, but A, I know it's Texas. B, when it mattered most, he was the poster child of the redistricting fight, right? He left. And those guys only get paid $10,000 per year to be a Texas rep? Oh, hell no, right? $10,000 don't cover shit. She's just a political animal. She's not even. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm glad I stood by it, because a lot of people in chat were like, you gotta support Jasmine Crockett because she's a woman and she's black and all this stuff. And I just was like, no, guys, she's a little too comfortable with Israel. Like I couldn't find anything on it, but like she just like hasn't spoken out against it. Like there's something, and I was right. Like, I don't know, guys, like when in doubt, trust your gut, because a lot of times it will give you the right answer. I'm not always correct, right? But I try to like be very careful with my what I say. I barely been following politics for a month because it's too theatrical now. It is very theatrical. The Israel stuff is creepy. Yeah, it really is. And it's fucking depressing as fuck, man.
People are very traumatized in Pennsylvania and beyond when they think that they're electing a progressive populist and they get something very different. I don't know Plattner enough to weigh in on that specifically, but I can tell you that, I don't know how many black folk you're polling or talking to, but all I can say is we need to have more conversations about what accountability looks like for folks who are running to the left, and making sure that we understand the intersectional nature of progressivism, and ensure that folks' racial politics are aligned with the populist politics that are trending so well these days. That's all.
Yeah, I think that's well understood. So last question for you, Representative, is, when/if, but looking like when you get to Washington, what will be some of your first priorities you would like to work on there? How will you operate in a way that you think is different from how a lot of other members operate?
Sure. Well, just to be clear, I'm not an optimist by nature, but there's no Republican on the ballot, and there are more raccoons than Republicans in my district. So I think it's safe to say that I'll be in Congress on
it's like
January
what they don't say. I agree. I really do agree, girl. 100. Could you imagine that emote? But Gloggy's in the little box. It'd be so cute, right, guys?
Third, so we have to de-Trumpify Washington D.C. All the choices, appointments, cuts, all of the structural fissures and such. We need to do what we can to restore or prepare for their restoration, and we also need to build a bold vision in a post-Trump world, and frankly, that may happen long before 2 years. What does that look like? So he's been a wonderful villain, but people are struggling. They need to know what Democrats envision for a society with people closest to the pain struggling like never before, and making sure that we are clear with that message and consistent, and make sure that we hit all of those people, particularly folks who, generally speaking, the Democratic Party counts out and disregards, who really should be centered. The people closest to the pain, young people, poor people, black folk. I'm going to keep bringing up black folk. If we do not take care of black women, we will lose, and we do not deserve to lead if we do not understand the primacy of black women. When we help black women, we help everybody.
Yeah, this is, again, I agree. I definitely agree. I preach, right? And I've talked a lot about black women on this stream. They vote like 96% for the Democratic Party, right? There's one problem with that, though. There hasn't been an election where that coalition wins the party consistently elections. You see what I mean? See, this is the thing, is like a lot of these people say stuff that are accurate, right? And I've talked a lot about the black women demographics, especially when it comes to like voting Democrat or voting on the left in general, right? That's important, sure. But we need, like, politics is all about building coalitions, right? You have black women, you have black men, you have different segments of the population that you can categorize, right? I don't really like the categorizations, but they're quick and they're easy for people to understand, right? Okay. Well, guess what? That hasn't won the elections. So we need to be like, we need to expand that. Right? Why did most Hispanic men they didn't vote Democrat this past election, right? Why? That's a problem. Right? The percentage of Latina women have also dropped. That's a problem, right? White women have, right? So it just like goes on and on and on and on. And you can't just focus on one demographic and be like, well, we're going to win again. That's like how you lose again, right? You need to like keep them, obviously, but then you also do other stuff too. So you have to be willing to expand the coalition. And that's why I'm not in favor of this like leftist infighting, right? What up, Igloo? How you doing, buddy? Welcome back. Everyone's on the same side, but yeah, exactly, right? That's why I really applaud what AOC did, because she's going out there to communities that are of color and of people, just of white people, right? And she's treating them all equally, right?
Future Congressman Chris Rabb, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Hey, if you like...
Oof. I wonder what the comments are. Ah, okay, buddy. Yeah, see, people are pissed. Saying all this while you're hinting you'll vote for Jeffries is bullshit. I supported Rab. Now he's a fucking sus. Thank you. Thank you, right? Now he's fucking sus as shit. This was my first time seeing Rab interviewed, and I'm not impressed. Yeah, I'm really not impressed. See? Like guys, just read over the comments. Like, they always just give you what the, right? I haven't, again, this video just dropped, so the comments say it all, right? You don't even, oh my God, shifty as hell. He's giving me Fetterman vibes. I just said that. I literally just said that, right? The motherfucker saying that it's literally projection. He's saying Graham Plattner is giving him Fetterman vibes. Meanwhile, he's the one giving me Fetterman vibes. This future congressman literally said nothing. Exactly. This was a giant nothing burger. You could have literally turned the sound off and like learned. You learned shit. Actually, I did learn that now he's not to be trusted, right? Now he's on my sus list. Yeah. So, wow, I'm pretty much a lefty, but this is an extremely impressive interview. Yeah, he's gonna regret this shit, like Living Lily said. Oh, fuck off. Very troubling presentation by Chris Rabb. He's always had a pro-establishment streak. Okay, so then why did people vote for him? Right? I saw so many people sucking this guy off. Excuse me? I haven't covered him because I was like, I don't know. So he just rubs me the wrong way. And damn was I right. I'm getting Fetterman vibes. Exactly. So this is the third fucking guy saying, or woman saying, hey, he's giving me Fetterman vibes. For fuck's sake. Hold on. Look at this, guys. It just like goes on and on and on. He has real PTSD, but Marine combat vet doesn't. Got it. Yeah, for real, right? We all mentioned that too. Good God, pressing this guy. He says he doesn't know much about him and tries to discredit him with Fetterman vibes. That dude is always pro-Israel. Incredibly disappointed with Chris on this interview. Yeah, guys, it doesn't end, right? It doesn't end. Oh my God, I'm so done with this shit. Oh shit, we might have to watch this. Yeah, we'll have to watch this.
But before I do that, obviously, I am
joining this event.
Giannis, my goat, also believes in the post-scarcity philosophy. The post-scarcity future. Honestly, I've grown to like him even more. Like, ever since we watched that interview, I'm like, wow, this guy just gets it. He really understands post-scarcity and, like, all the stuff that we've talked about on the stream. So we're definitely going to watch this because he's great. And, yeah. All right. Teledra. Park Horse, how you doing? I recently bought one of his books and I haven't read it yet. Yeah, no, so like I've been into like post-scarcity and like anarcho-libertarian, like what is it called? It's called like anarcho or libertarian socialism. And he brought it up in a stream, Ducky. I don't think you were there that day, but hold on. Like he literally brought it up and I was like, this man is goated. I love him. Because I've been saying this for years at this point, right? And I'm glad that he understands this concept of it because not a lot of people still understand it, right? Hold on, I sent it to, we'll watch that part before we watch this. But he brought it up and I was just like, it was so random during an interview with Breaking Points. I just didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. So it was a pleasant surprise, guys. It was like waking up and you got a pleasant surprise. Oh.
Rare.
There it is. You're catching up, Jers.
Are saying that outright. And I get the sense that their goal is to win some sort of final battle against workers who they find to be pesky and annoying and difficult and diminishing their, profit margins and power in all sorts of ways.
Well, what these people are lacking is a theory of change, of transition. Because, ideally, I would agree. I'm a Trekkie, right? I mean, I have misspent my youth and my older age watching a lot of Star Trek. I love Star Trek because it is the best example of libertarian communism. Think about it.
Yep.
Nobody works because you have replicators doing all the work. So you order food, clothes, even spaceships of replicators, and your machines convert energy and mass into whatever it is that you order. So there's no point in having an economy. Everything is produced for you. And what they do is they spend time in a spaceship exploring the universe, having philosophical conversations. That's why I'm a Trekkie. I love that. The question is, okay, now let's say that we buy the hypothesis that at some point we will have the technology to replace all labor, all work, all chores, let's say it, because nobody wants to replace the labor of love that is writing poetry or composing music. But all the chores that people would rather not do, but somebody needs to do them. Let's say that robots do all that. Okay, yes, then we can have libertarian communism, Star Trek. The question is, how do we get there? Because, you saw Elon Musk's, I forgot what he calls his Android. We've seen the Androids are coming up that are coming from very different companies, from China and so on. Now, these things are going to cost money to buy. Not everybody will be able to buy one of these machines. Some small businesses will not have them. Bigger businesses will have them. But even large businesses may find that it is cheaper to have precariously employed labor, human labor, than machines.
Yeah.
So then you're going to have bifurcation, yet another division of the economy between those who use the machines to produce a lot of stuff with huge profit rates, and all the rest who are either making huge.
By the way, he accurately broke this down too, right? This is another factor of what I was trying to tell you about AI and automation. Like, the current system only lets certain people benefit from AI and automation, right? Excuse me. Certainly more than others, right? You could argue, yeah, you could create your own stuff. Yeah, but it's not going to be the same as like the amount of benefit that a Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuck, right, would get out of that. So like when I saw this interview, right, Ducky, I was like, he gets it, right? He understands the concept of post-scarcity. He understands, like, he's watching Star Trek and stuff like that, and he's like actually applying philosophy and political science to it. He's not just like turning it on as a dumb TV show, right? Like, he understands these concepts, and that's why I was like genuinely impressed. I was like, all right, this guy's on my radar now. Goated. My goat. Damn right, Jers. I mean, Jers. Giannis. Well, she said he was goated too. Living Lily. My goat. He's my goat. Not your goat. My goat. Yeah, giving them special treatment, head run. Yeah.
I continue to explain.
So I guess Hassan interviewed him? That's kind of cool, right?
Hold on.
Yeah. Okay,
Hello.
just join. I'm gonna add him and I'm gonna kick myself out.
Okay. Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello.
Hello.
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me? I'm live right now as well, for the record, just so you know.
We are alive and kicking, Hassan.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to turn off my camera and then just be live on stream. Okay.
Okay. Let me kick it off. Hello, 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 and welcome. I'm Meron Khalidi for DM25, and with me tonight, two people whose words are apparently so influential, so subversive, that governments are banning them from entire countries to shut them up.
Wow, they got banned? He got banned too? Preaching the Star Trek so much that... Can you imagine that? That a fucking country bans you? What?
Banned from the UK earlier this week, and Yanis Varoufakis banned from Germany 2 years ago.
Wow!
What links these two cases?
Wow. He seems happy about it though. Yeah, look at his face. He's happy as shit. He's smiling, weak ass countries. For real. Can you imagine that? Oh my God, how pathetic.
You guessed it. Criticism of Israel for its genocide in Gaza. Both Yanis and Hassan were due to speak at prominent events on exactly that. So tonight we dig into this new authoritarian playbook in Europe to protect Israel, how and why governments are doing this, and what all of us who care about Gaza and human rights everywhere can do about it. Yanis, I'll hand it to you.
Well, Hassan, welcome. And I suspect we are being welcomed to your stream as well. So,
yes,
you know, it's a double welcome. Hassan and I, just in case people didn't know about it, and I'm sure that most of you didn't know it, tonight, Hassan and I were meant to be live together at the town hall at King's Cross in the heart of the city of London. As part of a podcast that I participate in called The Iconoclast. That doesn't really matter at all. The fact of the matter was we were meant to be together. And, you know, Hassan, my intentions for tonight were to discuss with you the way, I mean, not just a way, but your experiences in trying to energize the left-wing youth in your country, the United States. And, you know, to try to extract some lessons from you. For the United Kingdom, for Europe, for the non-American world. But of course, the UK government, just like the Berlin authorities 2 years ago, had other ideas. We were found to be insufficiently in support of the genocide. We didn't show enough character in supporting the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians. And, they stopped us from having a discussion about politics in our countries. So, Hassan, off you go.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think I have a lot more confidence had a lot more confidence in liberal democracy and European countries safeguarding liberal democracy in spite of everything that I had seen over the past 3 years. But I no longer have that confidence at all. It's shocking when you think about the history of the United Kingdom and what kind of subversive and, dare I say, radical thinkers the British government has in the past offered a shelter to in comparison to people that simply oppose Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. I mean, it's a sign of the times that liberalism is in crisis. It's failing. It's deteriorating. And the people who are tasked with safeguarding it, self-described liberals themselves, are also participating in the demise. I think that there are a lot broader consequences that we should probably take a look at and see this as a serious warning sign and hopefully organize against it, because we're running out of time. I think all of these actions taken by the Labour government, taken by the inaction by the Democratic Party in opposition to the MAGA movement in America are allowing, I would say, an appeasement phase that's allowing fascist movements to grow in the Western world. And that's terrifying.
Well, Hassan, I think that you owe a debt of gratitude to the British government because it saved you from this delusion regarding Europe's liberalism. It's a delusion that is a very, touching, that a lot of us used to have. I lost it at least 10, 12 years ago. You're losing it now. It's a delusion.
He's saying, like, guys, I haven't been like that in 10 or 12 years. I went full fucking Federation citizen 10 or 12 years ago.
Especially amongst the progressives in the United States, who think of Europe as, the kind of United States you would love to have. Even, our friend Bernie Sanders often refers to Sweden as an example of a social democracy, but that's 15 years too late. Sweden is no longer so. Germany. I grew up in a fascist dictatorship in Greece in the 1960s and 1970s. And my parents used to think of Germany as our liberal support group. And we used to take holidays there my father used to say, my father was a communist, by the way, but he used to say that, when he's in Germany, under Willy Brandt and the Social Democrats, he was breathing fresh democratic air. And, but when did I lose my virginity? You lost it now. I lost it 12 years ago, and I'll tell you exactly where I lost it.
Damn. Federation citizen, damn right, living Lily.
In the Council of European Finance Ministers.
No, I mean, it's funny. Can I have the link to this? Yeah, absolutely, man. It's one of like the pop-up channels that restreams or like recuts Hassan's stuff. Still, it's interesting. Yeah, this is great. Good to see.
In my first meeting, when I went in there as a socialist, but nevertheless fully prepared to compromise and to be very, reasonable with all these neoliberals.
Yeah. Well, and what's interesting, right? And I don't understand this, is he's right. Like, Keir Starmer says he's a liberal, right? Like, German Merz says they're like liberal democracies, right? And here they are, like, literally speaking out against this stuff and getting sanctioned or like kicked out of the school, kicked out of the countries, right? Ridiculous, guys.
Oh,
we like to equate this with like what with fascism, and not even doing anything like that with fascism is ridiculous, right? Oh my
God.
Giannis.
Oh, what
He's
we
back.
do is,
Giannis, we lost you for a second.
You got to repeat yourself.
Okay,
you said you went to compromise as a pragmatic person.
And
with,
that's right. So I said, we have a different agenda to yours, but this is what Democrats do. They find compromises. And the German finance minister, the late Wolfgang Schäuble, turned around and in no uncompromising terms said to me, elections should not be allowed to change economic policy. I mean, and I said, well, that is a godsend for the Chinese Communist Party.
I was about to say, it's very Soviet attitude.
So, welcome to the club, Hassan. Europe is not the paradise the Democrats in the United States would like to imagine it to be.
Hassan, I'd love to ask you, it's been a couple of days since the ban came through. What's the response to the ban been like? Has anything actually surprised you about that response?
I've been surprised on both ends of the political spectrum. On the one hand, I have had a tremendous amount of slanderous articles written about me from a lot of pro-Israel institutions like the Free Press, or even the Washington Post editorial board that's like constantly writing about how I'm a dangerous threat to the American public. And because this was such a low bar to clear, and I guess it was a great way to dunk on the Labor government as well, which nobody seems to like, including their own voters, a lot of people actually wrote, The Economist, the Washington Post editorial board, Free Press, and all these other oppositional media outlets actually wrote a defense of me and Cenk, and a defense of free speech and free expression in general. So that was a little bit, exciting. And then what also shocked me on the other side.
This guy's like Spock. Got split into just his human half, still logical but filled with passion, no psychic death power. He's shaped like it. Yeah. That's hilarious,
was,
dog.
That there were a lot of right-wingers who had made careers off of
It
defending
really is, though. I mean, I see what you were saying, dog.
free speech, which from their
Because isn't Spock like half human and half Vulcan, right? Yeah.
perspective, it simply meant apparently to the right to be able to say slurs, and the right to be able to incite hate, and then receive no opposition or no pushback whatsoever, because a lot of them, instead of defending the principle of free speech and saying, look, you have a right to say things that I disagree with, that's the whole point of free speech, turned around and celebrated the decision of the Labor government, saying, yeah, this is well deserved. You deserve this. You deserve this ban. And
I see it too.
And I found that to be a little bit surprising.
Well, you mean J.D. Vance and Elon
He
Musk?
literally looks like the Giga Chad meme too, right? Like he's got the square jaw and shit. It's awesome.
Not rush to your support?
No, I'm
Spock.
still waiting on that. I'm still
Exactly.
waiting on J.D. Vance, because he had conversations with David Lammy and numerous other figures over and over again, warning about the dangers of the UK losing its interest in defending free speech, and he's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah. Can I ask you a broader question? Because, we need to talk about Gaza and we need to talk about Palestine because, they can't stop thinking about it. It's clear that, we were going to go to London and talk about all sorts of other things, but they are forcing us essentially to revisit the question of Gaza. Now, it is my distinct impression, and I want you to tell me whether it is also yours or whether you want to challenge that impression of mine, that, the fascists of the world are doing a splendid job in washing themselves and their dirty hands clean of anti-Semitism by espousing the most horrible, heinous version of Zionism. Is that your view too?
Oh, absolutely. I think there is this very interesting whitewashing and laundering of the prior anti-Semitic history of a lot of Christian nations, a lot of Western nations, and this abdication of historic responsibility, where you hear even the likes of Mark Carney and certainly European leaders claim that anti-Semitism is actually coming to Europe by way of migration, Arab migration, Muslim migration. I find that very strange. I find that really funny and maybe a little scary when I hear that from a German leader, especially because the Holocaust happened not that long ago, right? There are still some relatives that were around when that was taking place. I read it as Holocaust revisionism to a certain degree, But it's certainly a concept that benefits Israel's ultimate goals, and therefore Israel is perfectly willing to abide by that. And as a matter of fact, Benjamin Netanyahu himself is personally engaged in Holocaust revisionism when he once famously said that Hitler didn't want to actually kill the Jews until he had a conversation with the Grand Mufti of Palestine, a British occupation holdover that had no real sway over the Palestinian public whatsoever. The Grand Mufti had convinced Adolf Hitler of actually killing all of the Jews because he was worried, according to Benjamin Netanyahu, that if Hitler doesn't kill all the Jews, then they'll go to Israel. This is Holocaust revisionism, and it was panned and criticized widely by Jewish society and certainly Israeli society at the time, and yet it's most commonly deployed nowadays whenever there are comparisons to be made between Hamas and the Nazis, where you see a lot of Zionists openly state that Hamas is actually far worse than the Nazis ever were, which I find to be insane. It's an insane statement to make. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because I had a conversation with LBC earlier before I'm having this conversation with you guys, and the host was a wonderful guy, Louis Goodall. We started off having a normal back and forth, and one of the things that they brought up, one of the things that the host brought up was the fact that I make this comparison between Israel and Nazi Germany. And he said that this was very offensive. It was deeply offensive. And I was like, look, I'm not very precious about utilizing the term Nazi when referencing Israel because they're doing a genocide. It's a fascist ideology. That's precisely what the Nazis did. And by the end of that conversation, which turned into a debate almost instantly, I think he was almost in favor of the ban himself, even though he started off with not being in favor of it. Wow. But the reason why I bring that up is because Israel gets to make these Nazi comparisons. But if anyone opposes Israel that makes similar comparisons, especially because it's actually more historically appropriate to make the comparisons between two, much more powerful militarized countries that are engaging in the act of genocide and the paramilitary forces that are fighting back against it, a fight for their existence, a fight for survival, people get very offended.
Hassan, just to circle back to the ban, you were due to speak at Oxford Union. What were you going to say at Oxford that was so dangerous? Maybe you can say it now.
I mean, I don't really know. It was supposed to be a debate between myself and my uncle. So maybe Shaban Mahmoud has a better idea of what I was about to say at Oxford Union. But we're still doing that conversation tomorrow. And I don't know what the conversation was going to be about, but I do know what I have said at Oxford Union last time I was there last year. And that was an extensive conversation around the dangers of anti-Semitism, ironically enough. One of the biggest dangers being the false conflation between Judaism and Zionism, and how a lot of conservatives, a lot of Zionist Jews don't recognize that this personal connection that they present is actually teaching people the wrong lesson, and that a lot of people don't realize that Israel is falling out of favor. And at the time, this was a year and a half ago, it had already started falling out of favor. It wasn't as unpopular as it is now because Israel officially is a pariah state in the Western world now, is viewed as such by the masses. But what I was trying to compare it to is like, look, I'm Muslim. I'm a Muslim American, right? Like in the aftermath of 9/11, this would be equivalent to me running around being like, I love ISIS. Like, and if you actually criticize the Islamic State, like, and their attempts to create the Islamic Caliphate, you're being Islamophobic. That argument is ridiculous, right? And that's what it's going to turn into. And that's only going to foment more anti-Semitism and create more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, especially when you have advocacy organizations actively censoring people. And then I fell victim to that same warning that I was presenting.
Well, can I jump in here? Because there is some degree of a distance between us on one thing. Now, there's no doubt that Israel is using Nazi-like techniques of total annihilation in Gaza. what is the difference between what the Nazis did at the Warsaw Ghetto and what they're doing to Gaza? Not just since 7th of October, but for decades now.
Yeah,
it's a ghetto. Gaza is not a country. There's no war. It's a ghetto. They're shooting at them as fish in a barrel. They've been doing it now for decades. It's a Warsaw Ghetto writ large, and that lasts much longer. But I still believe, I hold on to the old-fashioned view that the Nazis were uniquely evil. And the reason why I say that is because, what the Israelis are now doing in Gaza is genocide, and what they're doing in the West Bank is rabid ethnic cleansing. But the uniqueness of the Holocaust, in my mind, I may be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, boils down to the attitude of the Nazis, their mindset that remind me of that of a collector. Take a stamp collector. A stamp collector wants to collect every fucking stamp there is of the particular, of Bolivia or of Mexico, whatever. He needs to put it in his collection, every single one. The Nazis were exactly the same. They wanted to kill every Jew there was. Before they set out to come to Thessaloniki in Greece, to go to wherever it is they went to wipe out whole Jewish communities, they had, since the 1930s, the early 1930s, they had mapped out the cities that they were going to occupy. They knew the telephone numbers and the addresses, if they had telephones back then, of the Jews that they wanted to pick up. They were like stamp collectors. Whereas, the Israelis, if the West, let's say, shoves the Palestinians into container ships and takes them over to Nigeria or to Texas or to wherever, I think the Netanyahus of the world are going to be very upset because they will lose their raison d'etre, which is to carry out the genocide slowly. But they're not going to chase them to the four corners of the earth to kill them all. The Nazis were unique in that, but that doesn't mean that
I see where he's coming from, right? A lot of people don't know this, right? But Adolf Hitler asked every country in the world, or he asked a bunch of different countries. He had diplomats sent out, and every country in the world was right according to what he sent, right? He sent probably telegrams to like a good amount of countries. And remember, guys, this is during the imperial era, so like the British Empire, like all that stuff, right? The French Empire. So there weren't as many countries back then. Anyway, he sent he sent communications to all these countries, and he asked the leaders, and he asked the leaders, would you be willing to take in the Jews if we sent them over to you? And every country that he asked said no, except one. The Dominican Republic, and he still fucking genocided them. Like, they were like, yeah, we'll welcome them all in. Please bring them over. So, yeah. There you go.
Your point, the Netanyahus of the world feel utterly free to make the Nazi comparisons. But if you make it, or if I make it, we're immediately condemned. And also, the other point I wanted to make, that came to me when you were speaking, is that, this view that the Muslims that arrive in Europe are bringing with them anti-Semitism is pathetic for historical reasons. I mean, the only places on earth where the Jews were completely safe and
we're in Muslim areas, correct? Yeah, like Muslim Spain, right? They paid taxes. They paid more taxes and stuff, but so did Christians, right? Anybody who wasn't like Muslim paid more taxes in like Muslim Spain and places like that, right? There's a bunch of examples of this, especially during the golden era. Yeah, no, he's right.
Totally.
Ireland, Belfast is burning, and they're burning my immigrants' houses. Oh my God, J-Raz. That's terrible. Holy fuck. Yeah, guys, like the anti-immigrant sentiment is happening worldwide, as you can see.
free, liberated of an anti-Semitic environment, which were those cities? Baghdad, right?
Yeah. The Ottoman Empire was a safe haven.
Salonika,
yeah.
Istanbul. Those were the, Cairo. Those were the places where the Jews never faced anti-Semitism. The moment they came to Europe, it was...
He really is like Spock, right? He's passionate and logical.
Anti-Semitism galore.
Yeah.
Like human Spock, right?
So
because Vulcan Spock would be like very much he would be overly logical, right?
I push back on this because in a comradely manner. So, well, two reasons. One, the Nazi comparison isn't to make a one-to-one comparison, regardless, because obviously
there are differences. Yeah,
the Israeli genocide has not reached the standard of the Holocaust yet, right? Yeah. But you brought up the intentionality argument that the Nazis were intending to wipe out every single Jewish person wherever they could get their hands on them. And there's definitely truth there.
There is. I mean, because to the point, right? Think of it this way. Like even Hitler was like, hey, we could just deport them all, right? And then he changed his mind. He was like, nah, just fucking murder them all. Right? And I think that not sending them over to the Dominican Republic was a key, right? Like he had the ability to do so, and he could have it would have been much easier to do, but instead they did the genocide, which was much more painstakingly difficult, right? It is. That many people, it's harder to do that. Now, if you do it, if you just deport everyone, that's a lot easier, right? Especially back then. Because they controlled so much of Europe at that point.
Now, obviously, there's a couple different scholarly debates on the issue, on this issue in particular.
Displaced people works too.
The idea of like, did they set out to wholesale slaughter every single Jewish person from the start, or did it evolve into that?
It is kind of crazy that like Mexico, right? Think of it this way: Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, all these other countries that got like, guys, so many countries got, right? The U.S. They all said no.
Time, but that's not the conversation that I'm interested in having. The mentality that I have on this is twofold. One,
and obviously the U.S. was a very anti-Semitic place, right? We went over some of the Supreme Court justices right around that time, and they wouldn't even like they would actively write shit against their own co-workers who were other members on the court who were Jewish, right? Like the equivalent of shit talking today, right? Like you heard the Supreme Court justices be like, oh great, another fucking Jew, right? Like just really discussing things like that.
This is the principle of why we have tremendous amounts of Holocaust scholarship and studies in genocides in particular, so that we understand it, we identify it, we recognize the banality of evil, we recognize how societies can turn into genocidal societies and how people refuse to oppose it. And it's the same principle behind the intentionality debate, or the intentionality of the genocide statute. We have that so that we can stop a genocide while it's happening, rather than oppose it after it's done, and then calculate the death toll, and then recognize that it's a genocide if a sufficient number of people have been killed. But the second opinion that I want to put forward is Amy Cesar, who has talked about the non-exceptional or non-unique nature of the Holocaust and discourse on colonialism, where the passage goes, yes, it would be worthwhile to study clinically in detail the steps taken by Hitler and Hitlerism, and to reveal the very distinguished, very humanistic, very Christian bourgeois of the 20th century, that without his being aware of it, he has a Hitler inside him, that Hitler inhabits him, that Hitler is his demon, that if he rails against him, He is being inconsistent, and at bottom, what he cannot forgive Hitler for is not the crime in itself, the crime against man. It is not the humiliation of man as such. It is the crime against the white man, the humiliation of the white man, and the fact that he applied to Europe colonialist procedures, which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, the coolies of India, and the N-words of Africa. And I think there is a similar situation unfolding here as well, where Arabs, by and large, due to Orientalism and due to the dehumanization that they've been subjected to, are not being seen as human in the same way that the victims in October 7 are. Because the victims in October 7, the civilian population of Israeli society broadly, well, they live in towns similar to ours. They sometimes travel to Europe. They have family members, immediate family members that live in our neighborhoods. So, of course, October 7 is an exceptionally unique pogrom against Jews, is the way that it was presented to me on LBC earlier today. So it's top of mind for me at this moment, as opposed to my real slight that could be perceived as anti-Semitic, because I've said Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas. And as a harm reduction voter, I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. You can only arrive at that conclusion if you think, and this ties up with the Nazi comparisons being seen as too offensive, right? Not by you to obviously, I'm just saying broadly when people say it's like unacceptable, right? Because I think we can have
I don't think he's saying that like he's offended anyone bring. He just is trying to give some context, right? Very professorial thing to do. You get used to this, right? People, like professors and people who are very like scholarly on these kind of issues, they want to give context, right? They want to give like distinctions, because they don't view the world as like so like black and white. Like there's more like gradients, and I always talk about
golden
that too, right?
Common.
Nice, good job, girl. A netted golden ruffle.
Reasonable disagreement on this, but I don't think you would make that the biggest point of contention at all.
Yeah.
Whereas some people do. The idea is that some people are collateralized. And in this circumstance, Arabs are collateralized. Muslims are collateralized. There's a justification for why they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, as opposed to human beings that are seen as full human beings are victims, unconditionally victims. And this is the reason why I, brought up the Amy Cesar comparison, because I think Germany itself had participated in genocides that are, mechanized and unbelievably heinous. Belgium as well, and they don't get the same emphasis.
Look, there's nothing that you said that I disagree with. I don't see any contestation there. For me, I'm fascinated by the stamp collector's image of certain Nazis, not all of them, because as you said, in 1932 was different. I mean, this stamp collector's mentality was very confined in a group of 20 Nazis. But then, as time progressed, I mean, most of the Nazi party in 1935, 36 would have been happy if all the Jews were to be evacuated from Europe.
Yeah, Madagascar plan.
For some of them, it wasn't enough.
But it wasn't just the Madagascar plan. It was also like the Dominican Republic, right? So that's interesting that Hassan hasn't brought that up yet.
And I think philosophically this is quite fascinating for me. That when I found out that they had written down whole catalogs of all the Jews across Europe, well before 5-6 years before they occupied those cities, that is it's mind.
Teledra, there is a cooldown. So it's like a 30-second cooldown, so it doesn't get spammed in chat.
Boggling, but it doesn't stop us from making the points that you made, and which are very well taken and received, that, as you said, the Arabs are collateralized. The Palestinians are treated as Untermenschen, as subhuman. There is a the other point which you raised, which I think is absolutely spot on, is that the outrage against Hitler was primarily because he treated the French, or the Poles in particular, as if they were Congolese, as if they were Arabs. They had no problem with what the King of Belgium was doing in the Congo. They had no problem with what later, in the 50s, the French were doing in Algiers, but not to white European Christians, right?
Yeah.
So, absolutely. I take your point entirely.
Yanis, can I bring it to present-day Germany and what happened to you 2 years ago when you were banned from entering Germany because you were attending the Berlin Palestine Congress? Can you tell us what happened there briefly, and what did it teach you? What might Hassan expect now based on your experience and knowledge in that area?
Oh, by the way, that saga continues. I just heard today that my court case, I've taken the German authorities to court over that ban, is going to be brought to trial sometime in the second part of 2026. And I'm very much looking forward to attending. And it's interesting that I will be able to attempt, even though there was this ban against me. And I would just give you a very brief account of why. Because that ban was broken when BMW invited me to give a keynote speech at their offices. So you see, sometimes capital, goes into conflict with its own stooges' outrageous behavior. Anyway.
But we know who the real masters are, right? I mean, it's ultimately still capital. That's a perfect example of that.
Yeah. So, if Elon Musk wanted to, your ban would have been overturned.
Yeah.
So, but look, in my case, Hassan, I think the reason why I was banned was not something I had said, but because our organization, DM25, we had the audacity.
Yeah, right. BMW says it's fine, but he gets to go right in, right?
To organize a conference in Berlin on the very subversive topic. The theme was a just peace in the Middle East.
Teledra, how does it feel to be called out? I mean, he called out Sweden, but Norway is not too far away from there.
Heinous crime, right? A just peace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
So what irked them? What made them go through this process of banning me in a way which was actually, it was very clumsy. They were always going to lose legally within their own country. And I think I'm going to win this court case. But of course, too late. I think that the reason why they were so pissed off was because of who the co-organizers were. The co-organizers of that conference were Jews. German Jews, who were treated, because they could not be banned. They were in Berlin. They were in situ. So when people like Udi Ratz and various other friends of ours and comrades, Jews, turned up in that conference, one of them was holding a little placard that he had written himself saying, "Jews against genocide." And he was beaten up by police. And while he was being beaten up...
Yeah, an Aryan policeman.
Yeah, exactly. While he was beaten up, he said, would it have been okay if I said Jews in favor of genocide? And then he was beaten up even more. So, that's a difference. In the United Kingdom, it was just a very vulgar application of the rule that, this Labour government can never go against the Israeli lobby. It really is very simple. In our case in Berlin, it was a bit more sophisticated than that. They were essentially banning me to get at the Jews, the German Jews, that did not support genocide, insufficient support of genocide. This is an outrageous crime today in liberal Europe.
And as they call themselves, they're the wrong kind of Jew. in Germany. For our stateside audience who may not be aware of this, Germany is still way ahead of the UK in terms of the extent of the repression of pro-Palestine activism. I mean, just look at the case, for example, of Hussein Dugru, who we've spoken with.
Oh, yeah.
D-O-G-R-U. You know it, Hassan. I mean, that's just insane.
Well, he's another Turk that's being unjustly maligned by the European Union countries.
But you know, I don't know whether you know that in the case of Hussein, we're talking about the same person.
Hussein Doğru, yeah.
Yeah. In his case, what his case demonstrates is that the German state learned its lesson from me. Why am I saying that? Because when they banned me, it was the German authorities that banned me, which meant, as a European citizen, I had the right to take them to the German courts. The German authorities did something, I had the right to take them to the German courts. And the moment I took them to the German courts, they were in a bind because they could see that they could not win that court case. This is why they've been delaying it. You know, the hearing of this trial has been postponed again and again and again. Now it's almost 2.5 years. So in the case of Hussein, you know what they did? It wasn't the German authorities that went for it. It was the European Commission under Ursula von der Leyen that banned him, and she created a delicious catch-22. That is, he's banned from exiting Germany by Brussels, not by Germany. So he cannot take the German authorities to the German courts because they didn't do anything against him. So he has to take them to the European courts in Brussels, but he's banned from traveling to Brussels. You know, that is ingenious, isn't it? I mean,
it's devastating.
In a much more sophisticated manner.
Yeah, and the sanctions on top of that. And I do find that there is a delicious irony in not just that, but also that recently France got a little bit of the same kind of medicine that they dished out to the likes of Hussein Doğru, where, if I recall correctly, there was a French prosecutor in the either ICC or the ICJ that was victim to the American sanctions because of, their following their job in prosecuting Israel to some capacity, or Israeli officials in some capacity, and Visa, MasterCard, and all of these other American corporations, which dovetails perfectly to your latest book as well about techno-feudalism, decided to abide by American restrictions that were applied to a Frenchman who was a French judge on an international court doing his job. And now, all of a sudden, he couldn't use his credit cards. And this became a major issue for France because this was a violation of the sovereignty of a European citizen who was simply doing their job. It was the ICC judge, is what my chat is saying. They're correcting me. So that's precisely what the European Commission has done to Hussein Doğru, trapped him inside of Germany and gone far beyond that. As a matter of fact, I believe not only he is sanctioned, but his family is also sanctioned. He has like a minor stipend that he gets, and that's the only money that he can have. He can't use any of his bank accounts. His family can't use any of their bank accounts. So they're genuinely suffering right now in this torturous legal limbo. And again, that is so unbelievably unprincipled for Europe to do. It shocks the conscious, and yet for some reason there isn't mass protests against this.
But you know what? You mentioned Nicolas Guillou. That's a French judge. The judge who was appointed by the French state to the International Criminal Court, right? I mean, he's doing the job that the French state gave him, and the French state does not defend him from being debanked within France. He cannot book a hotel room.
What the hell?
In his own country.
Yeah.
And, but you said something that I need to correct to some.
Literally, you appoint him to the ICC and you debank him? What?
You said there was a big hoopla in France. No, there wasn't. There wasn't.
I read some articles about it, so I might have
a few articles. But you know what? It's not a big issue. I mean, those of us who are, totally clued in, and the Mélenchon followers in France and so on are making a big song and dance about it, rightly so. But it is not as big an issue as it ought to be. You see, like the rightists who didn't defend you on the basis of your freedom of speech, which supposedly is their number one priority. Similarly, what happened to all the Gaullists? All the right-wing Frenchmen and women who claim to care above all else about French, national pride.
Sovereignty.
They were silent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that I find really frustrating when I have these conversations, because I have an international audience as well. And one of the things that is so unbelievable to me is the idea that European states have become total vassals, right? And we saw a version of this when the Trump administration, with all of its bravado, decided to lay claim over Greenland, right? To annex Greenland militarily, potentially, and all of these European leaders were like, "What are you doing? This is a NATO country's territory. You can't do that. We'll give you whatever you need. What do you mean you want to militarily annex it?" And there was this big chaos, and I thought maybe this would be an opportunity for some European leaders, some political opposition, with the exception of, obviously, Mélenchon.
Viewer discretion is advised.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Socialismatic.
Thank you. Appreciate it. How you doing?
To use this crisis to remind people that Europe should remain sovereign. Middle powers, when they come together under the banner.
This is what I don't understand, right? The rightoids are saying, "Hey, the EU has too much power. We need to," and then literally when this happens, crickets. Excuse me?
Of the European Union, for example, are actually a fairly powerful force, a very important market, for example, and yet no, they went back to business as usual. I mean, Macron's text messages, the private conversations that he was having with Donald Trump, showcased their highest priority. He was saying, like, "Mr. President, don't focus on Greenland. Let's focus on Iran together," which we now know was also another spectacular quagmire where Europe is once again a victim of its own servility.
Rutte, the former Dutch prime minister and currently top dog at NATO, because he's an idiot,
for real,
he told a fascinating truth. He let it slip. He was saying this as something which is good. He actually stated it for the record on camera that NATO is not about European defense, but it is a foundation, a platform from which the United States can project its authority, its power globally. So in other words, we're being used as a military base for America to conduct wars against enemies that we don't have,
other people,
in pursuit of interests that clash with our own. But, Hassan, I have never, because I come from a communist background,
but who's at fault in this equation, right? It's the nation state enforcing other nation states to go along with it, right? It's not the international organization. They have no power. It's just a way of getting the U.S. It's just a way of legitimizing the U.S. to do all this stuff. He's right.
And my father, and because I cut my interests that clash with our own. But Hassan, I have never, because I come from a communist background, and my father, and because I cut my teeth demonstrating against NATO in the streets of Athens in the 1970s, I never had absolutely any illusion that Europe was ever sovereign. I mean, in the case of your parents' country and my parents' country, Turkey and Greece. I mean, we were told in no uncertain terms, you have to go into NATO first, and then we'll talk about anything else, right? In other words, first you grant military bases, nuclear military bases, the United States of A, and then we can talk about anything you may be interested in. So, think of Portugal, think of Spain, think of Albania, Northern Macedonia, Greece, Poland, all those countries, in order to be considered for the European Union, they first had to kiss the Washington's ring. They had to enter NATO, with the exception of two countries, Ireland and Austria, because that was an agreement with the Soviet Union in 1945 that they would be neutral, right?
Yeah.
So vassalage does not start now with Macron and Trump. It started with the Truman Doctrine in 1947, which starts with two countries. Remember which? Turkey and Greece.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that because I'm getting messages now, hate messages from my people here in Greece, not my people, from people of the Greek disposition, saying, oh, you are proving tonight, Varoufakis, that you are siding with the Turk against your fatherland.
Yeah, that's what principled international solidarity looks like, where national boundaries are less important than engaging against imperial superpowers and the vestiges of American empire, NATO being one of them. Turks don't say that for me, as a matter of fact. They don't get mad about that, because Turkey's in this unique situation where my father's nation is very anti-America, but it's also very servile to American interests at the same time. So it's always funny to see Turks hate NATO on principle, but then simultaneously
go along with it.
Continue to have nuclear armed American military bases,
Right.
which maybe Israel might actually take care of, all things considered, now that Turkey is apparently the next target once they're done with Iran. They've floated the idea of like Egypt and Turkey being the next stage in their endless appetite for expansion.
I don't believe that. I think they have enough opportunities to wage war in the rest of the, Israel, in the end, Netanyahu, when push comes to shove, is going to find some modus vivendi with Erdogan, with Sisi as well. It's all the other populations from Greece all the way to Pakistan that are going to suffer.
But now we're talking about geopolitics. Maybe I can ask you both, and maybe start with you, Yanis. Why, simple question, why does so much of the West bend the knee to Israel? Is it coercion? Is it conviction? What? How much of each?
Well, two things. Allow me to answer in two dimensions. The first one is because Israel is not doing anything different to what Europe was doing 200-300 years ago. It's white settler colonialism, except that it's doing it 200-300 years later. After it was all supposed to be, after white settler colonialism was no longer au fait, right? When the British went to Australia in the 1780s, they looked at the coast of what is today New South Wales, the Sydney area, and they said, we love this. They noticed there were about 5 million, 6 million Aborigines. So they said, oh, well, these are not real human beings. We'll call this an empty land, a land without a people for a people without a land, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's Zionism. And then when they wanted to get rid of the Jews, they said, okay, you go to Palestine, you call the Palestinians, non-people, and you call Palestine a land without a people for a people without a land. So, there is philosophical and historical affinity between what the Zionists are doing and white settler colonialism in Canada, in the United States, in Central America, in Australia, in New Zealand, blah, 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 blah. What the Belgians did in the Congo and so on and so forth. So there is a historical, philosophical thing. And then, of course, the British started it all with the Balfour Declaration. And then in 1945, they decided that Israel would serve them very well at the time when they would be withdrawing from empire as an aircraft carrier. Now, in 1947, they went bankrupt. So they passed it on to the United States that took over. They took over Palestine and Greece. That was in the middle of the Greek Civil War. Interestingly, the United States government was, up until 1947, it was against Zionism in Israel. And they were against the rightists in Greece during the Greek Civil War. But the moment the British went bankrupt, well, actually were bankrupted by Washington on purpose. They handed over the keys to these civil wars, to these devastations, to these genocides, to the Americans. The Americans took over, and the British and the rest of the European colonialists went along with it. And, they were told that this is a smart way of securing monopoly rights over oil, and keeping the Russians out, the Soviets, and keeping the nationalists, the democratic movements of Egypt, of Iraq, of Lebanon, of Syria, of Jordan, keep them down. I mean, that's what it was. And at some point, the next step in this progression is in the last 10 years or so, when Israeli big tech became fused with American Silicon Valley big tech. And now you have, Palantir trains its AI models in Gaza and sells them to the British National Health Service through the Tony Blair Institute. So, it's an evolving human catastrophe, an evolving crime against humanity.
So geostrategy, technology. Hassan, what's your take?
I agree with the historic assessment from Giannis entirely. And I think there's this ongoing debate in American society that, to put into more reductive terms, I would say is like the Noam Chomsky approach. Israel is an aircraft carrier, the materialist interpretation, versus the Mersheimer offensive realist approach of the impact of the lobby. I find myself at the center of both of these arguments because one cannot exist without the other. By my estimation, there's no other comparison to any historic ally that like the unbelievable amount of power and the influence capabilities that Israel has never been afforded to another country. There's no equivalence. There's no English lobby that is anywhere near as remotely as powerful as the Israeli lobby is. And the reason for that is all of the examples that Giannis just gave. Israel has been afforded the opportunity to intercept and sometimes subvert American democracy by way of AIPAC, by numerous advocacy groups, and a similar problem persists in the UK as well. I was, a recipient of the influence of the Israel lobby in the UK this past week. That's why we're having this conversation remotely, and that would not happen. That like no other country has this opportunity, and that would not happen if Israel wasn't such an important aspect of colonial expansion for Western interests, for Western capital in particular, in a resource-rich region. So it's a bit of both. But there is an unprecedented level of access. And I think now we're at an impasse. We're at a turning point in this relationship for the first time ever. A lot of people will say, like Tucker Carlson's of the world will say, oh, well, Israel's the reason why we went to Iraq. That's bullshit. Pardon my language. I don't agree with that. I think that it's not a secret that Benjamin Netanyahu certainly was influential and pushed America into going to war with Iraq. But this was events that were set in motion far before Benjamin Netanyahu came and spoke in front of Congress, right?
Yeah, that's true. I guess I see his point. I don't know. I kind of see it both ways, but he's absolutely right. Right, like we've intervened before in Iran. It's not like it wasn't like entirely Israel. Anybody saying it was entirely, I guess that's a good point. But I would say Israel definitely played a big role, right?
This was pure capitalism, capitalist imperialism. There were petroleum interests in Iraq.
Yeah, much like in 1953, right, when they overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran, meaning the U.S., the Eisenhower administration. So
and they wanted to overtake the Iraqi government and take away the nationalized oil industry and give it away to private interests. And they did so successfully. It was one of the first ministries and the only ministry that remained intact in Iraq in the aftermath of shock and awe was the Ministry of Energy. As a matter of fact, that was the only ministry that wasn't bombed. It was the only ministry that they went in and overtook. There's a reason for it. They already had the oil maps planned out many years prior to the invasion. I believe since the 90s, Dick Cheney was personally demanding this take place. And they took advantage of the fervor after 9/11 to implement this alongside the expansion of the surveillance state, which we suffer from to this day. But the reason why I say that we're at an impasse is because Donald Trump, not in the second term, but in the first term, actually changed a lot of things about our relationship with Israel. Of course, Israel had always been an influential country in American interest. It played an advisory role in American foreign policy, specifically in Middle East and North Africa. But Trump won in the aftermath of the JCPOA, came in with hundreds of millions of dollars of Adelson money. At the time it was Sheldon Adelson, and now it's Miriam after Sheldon passed away. But Trump won, ripped apart the JCPOA for no real reason. There was very little opposition from the Democrats when Trump did this as well, and that's very important. And there was actually a lot of opposition towards Obama when he finalized the JCPOA, Iran denuclearization agreement. And Donald Trump kickstarted the Abraham Accords alongside Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, and they made a lot of money that way. These countries, these Gulf countries, were already informally experiencing normalized relations with Israel, but they wanted to put it on paper without the Palestinians ever being mentioned once, right? And they tried to finalize the Abraham Accords, or kickstarted it. They moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, making it official, the de facto annexation of Jerusalem, this profoundly important piece of land for all of the Abrahamic religions. And then they de jure recognized the annexation of Golan Heights, territory that Israel had militarily annexed.
From Syria.
Donald Trump did all of that. And he's even bragged about how the Adelsons didn't even ask about Golan Heights. He just basically gave it to them, right? So this was a big change in the past multi-decade Israel relationship, that Donald Trump had greatly expanded the allowance that Israel had. And then Joe Biden became the next president after him. And Joe Biden did not return to normalcy on any of these issues.
Nope.
And that is precisely the reason why I always say October 7, like the event set in motion, turned this powder keg into what we know as October 7, where the Palestinians felt like there was no other option but to fight their way out, that there was never going to be a peaceable solution, and that they were going to make the occupation as costly as possible, no matter what the cost is to Palestinian lives. And that's precisely what happened. And then Trump came back in, and now we are at the final stage of this relationship where Israel's interests are actually at odds, directly at odds with American interests. Of course, every American leadership has fantasized about dominating Iran, but there's a reason why they refuse to do this up until this very moment.
And he's done.
There's a reason why, in spite of Benjamin Netanyahu's demands over and over again to militarily dominate Iran, and it'll be super easy, and that they'll be able to destroy this country and balkanize it potentially, and foment ethnic and sectarian conflict in this country with 93 million people, with thousands of years of history, and rip it apart piece by piece for daring to oppose Israeli sovereignty in the area, or daring to oppose the greater Israeli project. Trump was the one who was crazy enough to do it. And now Trump is the one who's stuck in this predicament, in this quagmire, where it's very obvious to everyone else that he has lost, that America has lost. But the spoiling party here that is rendering a full-blown ceasefire is not the Americans. It's not even the lobby necessarily. It's just directly Israel. Israel is the spoiling party. So I say this is, for the first time ever, a situation where Israel's interests are superseding American interests in a very flagrant, very obvious manner. I don't know if you disagree with me on this.
No, of course not. Do you remember what Robert Fisk, the great journalist working for The Independent, once said, that unless Palestine is free, no American can ever be free. So I think that's quite an apt summary of what you were saying. But look, because we are running out of time, I want to ask you a question about your own country, the United States of America, because you are, a great new hope regarding the possibility of radicalizing, especially young people in the United States, not in the right fascistic, misanthropic direction, but in the opposite, in the progressive humorist direction. How is that project going, especially in view of the midterms?
Well, you and I had this conversation in Doha, if you recall, and I laid out my project to you, and you said it's silly, and I should give up and just run for office as a communist, pretty much. And so far, it's actually been fairly successful, and that's part of the reason why I think I'm the recipient of a subpoena, apparently, that I haven't received yet from the federal government. And have been the target of unlimited attacks and smears for the past 3 months, almost 4 months at this point. In our current
socialist
information landscape, in our current media environment,
welcome to the
attention
stream.
spans are so short. We can't focus on any issue for longer than 48 hours. And yet, for the past 4 months, Fox News has covered everything that I've said on my stream every single day, sometimes 8 times a day at the top of every hour. I cannot believe
That's
it.
awesome.
We've solved the attention span crisis for so many Americans, it seems. Now, I'm a Twitch streamer. Why would they be talking about me this much? Well, I think part of the reason
hilarious
why they're talking about me this much and actively trying to disparage what I'm doing is because they are on the right, on the far right, and even the center right that still controls the levers of power in the Democratic Party, terrified of this insurgent movement that is brewing from within the ranks of the Democratic Party through the primary system. I thought that it would be a more successful method to try to build a robust caucus instead of actively trying to fight for ballot access in every single state, and to actually put forth Democrats that are different than the rest of the Democratic Party, the way that the Democratic Party is viewed, and run and win their races, and through good governance and through the hurdles that they present against the fascist Republicans, but sometimes even the neoliberals at the Democratic Party, that they would present a different kind of politics. And so far, it's been very successful. And I've been suffering as a consequence of it. But
Fox News is making Hassan more well-known, and it's backfiring on them for real.
I'm a very stubborn person, so I'm going to continue doing it until either they put me in prison and I can't do it, or I'm going to probably continue doing it until the Democratic Party says enough is enough. It's now illegal to be a socialist or a communist and run for the Democratic ticket.
Brilliant. Well, I was just about to ask you, all these attacks and everything, does it ever give you pause? Do you think, well, maybe I should tone it down, or does it make you want to double down? But you've just answered that. So there you go.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Brilliant.
Well, Hassan, so that you know, I'm going to suspend my judgment for another 2 years. So, keep doing what you're doing now, but get ready to run in 2 years' time.
Okay.
He's going to suspend his judgment.
Okay. Well, probably. We'll see.
Great to talk to you, Hassan. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you for having me, guys.
Great interview.
Keep going, mate. And, wear the insults like the badge of honor that you deserve.
Of course. Their boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes them cheer.
Exactly.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
What up? Great interview, right? All right. Now we got a U.S. helicopter's been downed in Hormuz. Crazy.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. So a lot of Iran updates for you. A U.S. Apache helicopter went down under mysterious circumstances near the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll try to figure out what's going on there. It all now also appears that Trump did give Israel kind of a green light to strike Iran. We're going to have Robert Pape on to help us sort through all of that. A couple of articles that are pretty fascinating about how North Korea economically is thriving. This comes as President Xi of China is making an important state visit there. So we will do a bit of a deep dive into what's going on in North Korea. Trump showed up at the Knicks game last night, the NBA Finals game, and apparently cursed them. Fans had a very difficult time getting in, a lot of chaos, a lot of booze, although he is in apparent denial over that. So we'll update you there. We also have another sports story for you. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has had his suspension for gambling overturned. Very significant development in the NCAA that Sagar has been following closely. And Chris Rabb, who is now the Democratic nominee and presumed next representative for Pennsylvania's 3rd congressional district, it's one of the most Democratic in the country, is going to join me to talk to all of us about the future of the Democratic Party. I'm probably get him to weigh
What a disaster that was, right, guys?
in on this whole Graham
Crashed and burned in 4K.
Plattner situation, especially since John Fetterman, his soon-to-be colleague there from Pennsylvania, has been exchanging words with Graham. So that'll be interesting as well.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing to the show, breakingpoints.com, helping support our journalism, our work over here. And we do still have some big announcements that are coming later on for our premium subscription. Get in on the ground floor, breakingpoints.com. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Alice,
if you're listening to this podcast, please share an episode with a friend. But as Crystal said, let's go ahead and start with the conflict with Iran. Trump making some very revealing comments around midnight last night on his way back from Madison Square Garden, claiming, first of all, revealing that there was a soft green light of Israeli attacks, trying to save face after he told Israel and Iran to, quote, stop shooting, and both of them did anyways. Let's take a listen.
President, what did you say to Prime Minister Netanyahu when you spoke to him?
We had a very good conversation, and he was hit, and he hit back, and I can't blame him for that, but he was hit, he hit back, and now they've called it quits, so they're going to just leave each other alone for another week or something. It's been going on for a long time. You could say about 3,000 years if you really want, but certainly it's been going on for 47 years. But no, he hit back. They were going back and forth, and now they both agreed through me to stop. And we're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the Strait will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days. Heard that one before. Apparently, there's been 37 times since the conflict began that Trump said that a deal was imminent. So you can take that with what you will. But the more significant comment there, Crystal, is him trying to downplay the obvious fact that he said that Israel shouldn't strike, and they did anyways. Now, look, as now being revealed, I think through a lot of the reporting, that pretty much wasn't true. In fact, we could put A1 up here on the screen where it reports a phone call that happened between Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, and even their headline, Trump struggled to rein in.
Broadcast with 20. Thanks for the raid.
What up? Thank you for the raid, Casual Revolt. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. How was your stream, man? What did you guys talk about?
Netanyahu's strikes on Iran climbed down in phone call with Israeli leaders, shows president's diminishing
Rated into a 2-minute advert, yeah.
Control over fighting. And what they make clear is
new follower to the commune. Thank you, Philly Cheese.
Thank you, Philly Cheese, for the follow. Appreciate the support. How you been, man?
that Trump had immediately come out and said Israel should not retaliate. He said that to Barack Ravid, to multiple
LaCroix boy, how you doing?
Other reporters. However, when it came time to actually talk,
is your name LaCroix boy because you like LaCroix?
Talk to Bibi on the phone.
Ads make the world go round. Yeah, unfortunately.
Bibi was like,
streamer gotta eat, right?
well, I have to do something. And Trump was like, okay, go ahead and do it. So a lot of this that was in public about how he shouldn't respond or any of that, it was basically kayfabe. It's completely fake for the cameras and maybe for the Iranians to try to say, oh, I actually am trying to rein them in, when in reality, all he actually did was rein in their retaliation to the retaliation, where allegedly, according to some of the inside reports, the pilot...
We started with the conflict theory versus functionalism and ended with cryptoid conspiracies. Oh, God. Crazy. We end up in stuff like that, too. Random stuff. Sometimes they, you don't know where the stream will take you, right? And you just gotta go with it.
Were in the...
We still... great, you still haven't sent me that, that rabbit hole that you told me about earlier.
Pilots were in the cockpits. They were ready to go for a massive attack on Iran, which absolutely would have restarted the war. But he did allow and greenlight some of this tit for tat, which, as I laid out, I think pretty extensively yesterday, really undermines any faith in a potential deal, which is predicated on Trump being able to restrain Israeli action. And as even the Journal, these neocon publications and all of them are using these headlines, Trump struggles to rein in. It's either struggles, it's incompetence, or it's tacit agreement. None of those get you closer to a deal in 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, and Netanyahu is under his own domestic political pressure because the supposed moderates in Israel are also attacking him for not being tough enough and hawkish enough vis-a-vis Iran. And of course, the right-wing zealots, fascists in his own party, terrorists in his own party, are pushing for an even more aggressive response. So he is under domestic political pressure. He also is self-interested in continuing this war for his own political and ideological purposes.
Hello. Hey, LaCroix boy. Why is your name LaCroix boy? Do you like drinking LaCroix? Is that why? They do make good water. Like the flavors are good.
So it all sort of dovetails together. You know, I think it's possible that Trump did want him to not respond at all, but he probably persuaded him that...
Ooh, 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 ooh. Strategy member just got a 5-day stream streak. www.watata. 5 streaking violations. I will, however, have to go now. I have a cat that's nagging at me to go to bed.
Damn right. No worries, man. I understand. Thank you, strategy member. That's our mascot, guys. His name's Gloggy. For the new raiders in there being like, who's that? He's a political merch treasure goblin. So, he's our mascot here at the Gustx broadcast. What up?
Number one, I got to do something for my...
He's on all our emotes, and we're getting way more emotes, so stay tuned. As you can see, yep.
My own domestic political concerns. And number two, he may have tried to persuade him that, oh, you'll soften them up if we respond, if we just allow them to attack and we don't do anything in response, then that's going to make it more difficult for you to negotiate a deal, because Trump has fallen prey to this idiotic logic previously that somehow if we attack Iran or if we let Israel attack Iran, that is going to make them more inclined to strike a deal. It has not worked so far. They've been pretty resolute in what their demands are and relatively concrete and clear cut. However, he may have once again been persuaded by that type of logic. A small digression because it drives me crazy.
A political merch goblin? Treasure goblin is the key word. Treasure goblin. If you don't know what a treasure goblin is, how do I explain this? If you played Diablo, you kind of know what they are, but they're like these like sneaky little guys with backpacks, and they just like Have you seen Fantastic Beasts? That's another example too, right? That little platypus, I'm blanking on the name. It's like that. What are they called again? God damn it. But yeah, they basically go around and they have portals, and they like go around like collecting gold generally, right? But not him. He don't do gold. He do campaign merch. Hillary Clinton, am I right?
See, you know, he always makes these comments about how this conflict has been going on 3,000 years.
Yes.
And I hate it so much because
he does like to fish. He does like to fish.
It's a lie. And I think it's so counterproductive to frame this in terms of
No. He collects all
intractable
that stuff, right? He collects like campaign buttons, banners, right? Like if you guys ever come here at the start screen, that's his cave, right? That's him like putting up all his merch and stuff. He's got different portals and shit. Yeah, so it was my idea.
millennia old blood feud, which is not
Because I mean, let's be honest, gold is overrated.
at all. But he always goes back to this, and I think is persuaded by that idea. As
Kitty mentioned, yeah.
partly probably fuels his interest in being involved in this conflict, because then he can imagine himself as this great man that did something that no one's been able to do in 3,000 years, blah, blah, blah. We've seen where that's gotten us. But in any case, it really drives me insane when he does that, because it does fuel this notion of this being some religious blood feud, which is a very common view in Israel, very common view with some of the, leadership here in America as well, including with the president of the United States. But, to your point, Sagar, about the ability of Iran and the US to come to some sort of deal and how damaging this ultimately is. I'm looking at a headline right now on Haaretz that says Israeli strikes kill 14 in South Lebanon.
Right.
I mean, this is one of the things that Iran has had as a major question mark in their minds. Is the US willing and capable of restraining Israel? And the answer that comes from this whole exchange is no. We're either unwilling or unable, and now Israel is going right back to striking in South Lebanon and demanding the evacuation of an entire city.
Very, very important.
Yep, there's a cooldown. Just remember outer signal, but you can try again. There's a cooldown, just so people don't spam it all the time. Here, okay, we'll go down this rabbit hole. Here you go. And there's different tiers, right? There's junk, common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. And in those tiers, you can get a golden version, except for junk, right? Because no one wants golden junk. And those are even rarer versions of whatever you catch. So I recently bought a merch from an Islamic Republic flag on design, but nervous to wear it in case I get accosted. Yeah. We'll give it to Gloggy. He'll happily collect it. He hoards that shit, guys. He'll find a way to get it. Gus has Comcast branded t-shirts, cozies, and panties. I do. Go to the merch store. Buy your Comcast branded t-shirts, cozies, and panties. The panties are selling out according to Gray. I haven't checked, but
important flag there. Yeah,
that was so funny.
Like every time we do the show, it's breaking news. Israel is striking Lebanon. We also do have to report a very significant event happening this morning. Let's put A8 up here on the screen. We do not know a lot of details. A crew has been rescued after a U.S. attack helicopter went down near the Strait of Hormuz. Now, according to CENTCOM, a U.S. Army Apache helicopter gunship went down off the coast of Oman while patrolling regional waters on Monday. It is, quote, not immediately clear whether the Apache was shot down by Iranian fire, experienced mechanical failure, or encountered some other problem. What we do know is that both of the crew have been rescued, apparently by a U.S. Navy surface water drone, which I did not even know was a thing, that a drone could actually rescue two downed airmen or airwomen who were as part
Just lurking for my daily black pill. Almost missed my streak. Gustx wave, GIFT waves, Gustx weight 0.2.
Thank you for the stream streak. 70 days in a row of Gustx. What up? My man. Kensai, what up? Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Oh, man. Thank you. That was hilarious. He really was lurking there for a while, huh?
For the crew, so that's pretty crazy. But what's crazier on top of it is we have had numerous instances of aircraft just mysteriously going down throughout this conflict. And when I say mysterious, you can read between the lines in terms of what the official line has been and what actually happened. The fact that CENTCOM is not immediately offering some explanation, potentially we can look into that. We also can pair it with A7, some military escalation that happened yesterday. The U.S. forces actually fired, quote, on a non-compliant oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman, quote, disabled a Palau-flagged Marivex as it transited international waters toward Iran. An FA-18 Super Hornet from the USS Abraham Lincoln fired a precision munition into the ship's engineering and steering spaces after the crew failed to comply with directions from U.S. forces. This is actually pretty significant because while it was a Palau-flagged vessel, it appears
DK just got a 75-day stream streak. www Wadwitz, you when you sleep. Chat Gustx stare.
Welcome, Raiders. We are all close here. Do not call me a goblin, I'm a treasure goblin, and my treasure is merchandise.
Damn right. Damn
Could
right.
have significantly, could have really kicked off a major international crisis if you were going to kill a significant number of Indian crewmen while they're aboard this tanker, which...
And there you go, guys. They're just demonstrating Gloggy to you. He's our mascot. We love him.
According to CENTCOM, was trying to circumvent the blockade. Bringing it back, as you said, to BB and to Donald Trump. I know it sounds like a broken record, but the internal TikTok of all of this as the events catch up really do matter. Let's do A2, please, up here on the screen. Barack Ravid, the official behind the scenes, how Israel and Iran nearly pulled Trump back to war.
You were in a cult. I am not in a cult. Billions and 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 billions.
We had our beautiful Marine standing there. You know, in the old days, bing, bong, with the map, bing, 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 little mouth on him. Bing, 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 bing.
They have a lot of channels.
Do not come.
Billions and
billions and billions. Do not come.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and
I will
billions
make
and
that
billions.
decision, I would say, over the next 2 weeks. And I'll be making a big
2 weeks.
decision over the next 2 weeks. At some point in the next
Thank you,
2
chat.
weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal. Over the next 2-3 weeks. In about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now. Maybe in 2 weeks.
What's that?
Yeah.
What's that, brother?
We have a really good soundboard, too. So, yeah, we got a lot going on this stream. It's awesome. Some demonstrations for you guys. Yeah, I know. It does get crazy sometimes. But it makes this dystopian news cycle, like presidency in general, all the wars and stuff, way more bearable, right, guys? Because otherwise we'd literally be black-pilled all day, every day.
What he writes is
this is what I hear when I have sleep paralysis.
that it, quote, underscores the risk of the U.S. once
still no AOC. Wow. Yeah, we gotta get that one. Can you send it to me again?
Once again becoming ensnared in major combat operations, despite President Trump clearly wanting out. Trump told Axios in a phone interview he had warned the Israeli prime minister if he went back to war with Iran, he might find himself fighting alone.
Yeah, and by watching, guys, you get Gloggy points, and Gloggy points give you more credits so you could play games, right? We have Gloggymon, which is basically just Pokemon. We have fishing, right? I'm working on like 3 or 4 other stuff for you guys to do as well. So yeah, we got a lot going on. Also, like the polling is a point. Just do points, and then you can see your point total there. Yep. Ducky will demonstrate Gloggymon for you guys. Yeah, so there you go. It shows you your points. It shows you all this. So like, yeah, we got a lot of stuff that I honestly got to make like a guide, because there's so many commands now on the stream that people are like, whoa, where do I start? Yeah, that's right. We got credit scores in here. We do. We got leaderboards. We can check leaderboards. Right? Number 1, Living Lily. Eddie Bombay is number 2. And it shows you like your all sorts of different like stats on the stream, so you can check that out.
Fucking fascist fleshlight.
Facts. I'm still working on the leaderboard, but the leaderboard's almost complete. I'm probably gonna do that tomorrow. Yeah, so like it'll tell you like just statistics, like who's number 1 in terms of watch time. Living Lily, of course. 118 days of Gustx straight to her head. Right. I've only been streaming a year, so that's incredible.
Escalation had started on Sunday morning, but from that point, he says things escalated quickly. Trump had called him and asked him not to retaliate. Trump argued that he would either get a deal with Iran in a few days that would make the strikes unnecessary, or he wouldn't, in which case he might lead the strikes on Iran. 2 U.S. officials and a 3rd Israeli source said that the call was much calmer than the one a few days earlier, where Trump allegedly called net.
I know why I couldn't get it. I couldn't download the sound. I didn't have like a capable app to do that, and now I do. I found an app that literally just downloads the sound effects and stuff, so we don't even have to worry about that anymore.
Netanyahu fucking crazy, and one even described the call as polite. So it doesn't actually seem to have been some major screaming match where he tells him don't go and he did go. It's pretty obvious that he soft greenlit these strikes and then tried to stop some sort of spiral. But there's only one so many times that that's going to work. You know, you can only do it if you're actually willing to withhold military aid. And let's put A4 up here on the screen just to also belie this new recent White House narrative. Initially, the Pentagon came out and said Israel's claim that the U.S. intercepted its missiles were not true. This was despite Israeli sources immediately, as I mentioned on our show yesterday, saying, yeah, the U.S. shot it down. Well, here we have update. The U.S. did fire interceptors in response to recent Iranian missile attacks, though it was not immediately clear if the attempted intercepts were successful. The U.S. officials are still working to assess who hit what in the aftermath. The only thing worse than us depleting our stockpiles to defend Israel is depleting the stockpile and then not actually shooting the missile down, further showing, you know, the incompetence of the math behind this entire nightmare. But you can see that immediately the White House was trying to spin a narrative, I think for the Iranians' sake, to say, hey, we really didn't have any part of this. Put A5 up here on the screen. This was from CBS News. This was immediately in the morning yesterday. They said the U.S. military didn't take part in the Israeli attacks on Iran, the first since the ceasefire, and Trump admin didn't order any U.S. defensive action from incoming Iranian missiles. We now know that is unequivocally not true. Because CENTCOM helped with the interceptions. We also know that there were multiple U.S. air refueling aircraft that were in the air. We know that the Israeli military, many of their strike packages and others are developed from the...
You almost caught up with Eddie.
Pentagon pre-cleared. We're currently going through this whole NDAA, craziness where we're trying to fuse the two of our militaries, intelligence gathering, despite the fact that the Pentagon, as we updated everyone just yesterday.
Well, and why are we doing that when they're literally spying on us, right? That's the crazy part. What's going on here?
Has updated Israel spying on the U.S. to a quote, critical threat level. All of this.
Thank you, right? He brought it up.
Demonstrates that Trump has not pulled the plug in any way whatsoever. We're still shooting down their missiles for them. In many cases, remember, we shot our missiles even when they had some to protect their stockpiles.
Eddie,
we're still providing
Jersey's
them with intelligence. We still have all these military assets that are on the ground at Ben Gurion International Airport inside of Israel. None of this indicates whatsoever that Trump's threat of you may be on your own is in any way substantive. And that's the only way any of this is going to stop. Because
friends spy on each other sometimes. They will see without a hint of irony.
Because otherwise, every single time we start our show, because I guess it's right around afternoon time.
I mean, can you imagine if Australia was spying on us? Or like the UK or Germany, right? Like it.
Can report to everyone as we can right now. Israeli forces are striking in.
I mean, now they definitely are. Right? Because of all the threats to Iceland. Or sorry, Iceland. See, I'm doing the Trump thing. Greenland. He calls it Iceland. To Greenland, right? They really should reverse their names, right? Because Greenland is not green, it's really ice. And Iceland is actually pretty green, so it should be called. But Trump just he doesn't know the difference, right? He doesn't actually know where Greenland is on a map anyway. So
southern Lebanon ordering evacuations, and of course we can also see Hezbollah FPV drones, which have been pounding northern Israel and continue to do so. No sign.
Well, that's why I always get them mixed up too, because I actually know the difference in that case, right? Like. So I know that Iceland is actually really green and Greenland is ice. So I always use the appropriate name for their geographic.
You could so easily mistake it for the sea because it's fucking blue. It's fucking blue, dude.
Of any of it stopping. I guess maybe one sign would be that they withdraw from Lebanon, but so far the Trump administration won't even make a demand that they do so.
Yep, that's exactly right. And, I think there's a pretty clear dynamic at play here, in my opinion, which is Trump genuinely thought this war would be over in like 2 days.
I know.
That they would take out the Ayatollah and the whole thing would come crashing down. He ignored the advice of whoever it was that was saying this isn't going to work the way that you think it is, decided that he believed after, being high on his own supply from Venezuela and hearing from the Israelis, et cetera, that it was going to genuinely be that quick. And ever since it did not go according to plan, he has been lost. He has been lost. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't want to go back to a hot war because he...
And what did I say at the very beginning of the stream? Like when I first started streaming. If you guys have been with me all this time, shout out to you that have. What up? My firsts. I said very early on that I expect this term as president to be his hardest. Right? And why did I say that? Because there's something in political science that we call second term difficulty, right? There's different terms for it. But essentially what it boils down to is the second term of a president is always harder than the first term. So Trump already had a pretty hard first term and he didn't do anything, which is hilarious, right? So can you imagine what this term is going to look like? And we're already starting to see how hard this term is. Oh, yep. No, exactly. It's something that a lot of people haven't mentioned, I've noticed, but I'll tell you, right? Because I studied this stuff in college and university in general, right? I have 2 degrees in it. That's why I started streaming. Yeah, so for example, George Washington's second term was significantly more difficult, right? That's when the whiskey rebellions happened. That's when he got a lot more pushback. He got like slandered in the press for being called a king, stuff like that, right? I'm trying to think. Well, we didn't see what Lincoln's second term was, but literally he had probably the hardest term of all because he got shot right away and died, right? I mean, that's all jokes aside, yeah, it probably would have been much harder. Okay, Ulysses S. Grant, same thing, right? So if you look throughout presidential history here in the United States, second terms are always harder, right? So the notion that this was going to be very easy, I said from the get-go it was not going to be. Yep, and we also have polls, guys, so make sure you answer the polls because those give you gloggy points as well. And yeah, so participation gets you points and gets your voice heard on the stream. But yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? So a lot of people don't know about this subject, but I'm willing to explore more with you guys on it. But I think, like, I just gave you some examples, right? FDR's second term was significantly harder, right? So with the Supreme Court fight that he had in the Senate, that was very difficult for him, right? Harry Truman's second term was brutal, right? Everything was going wrong for Harry Truman by his second administration, by his second term, right? Eisenhower, same thing, right? That's when the Civil Rights Act was starting to really take its roots and becoming even more and more powerful, right? Trying to think. JFK, well, he never got a second term, right? Lyndon Johnson, you could argue he didn't have a second term, but he did get elected to his own term, right? Nixon's second term, well, he literally had to resign, right? So it just goes on and on, right? George Bush's second term, Iraq turned into a quagmire, no shit, right? So yeah, guys, this is, always remember this. This is like a general, I don't know why, right? There's several theories for this in political science, and a lot of people don't, like, I haven't found like a good theory on why second terms are harder. I think it's just people get a little bit more tired out of seeing the same fucking ass clown in office. I don't know, right? Bill Clinton's second term was harder, correct, Gray? Yep. But that's gonna make it harder being caught in a blue dress, quagmire, giggity, yeah. So if you have any questions, just let me know. But yeah, these are things that we try to cover. We try to give a lot of nuance on stream on this stuff, right? Switching the names of Greenland and Iceland, do it. Canada, yeah. Will it be safer from the boomers if I wear this in public? Okay, let's see. It says nothing was found. Woke Sharia law. Kaya eats the rich. Funny.
He knows that is.
I have some of does losing the house matter? Yes, it matters. But it's not the only thing, right? Jersey, like having a harder second term is going to, like, FDR still had a harder second term and he didn't really lose the house, right? It's just like traditionally, guys, second terms are always harder. And historians and political scientists will pretty much across the board agree. I think there's enough analysis on the subject where that is the case, right? I think it's that. I think it's a combination of people are just sick and tired of seeing the same person. They're just like, I don't know. It's kind of like trying to explain gravity, right? Like, why does gravity exist? Just because it does, right? It's a law of the land, essentially, right? Because mass equals, right? Like, you're trying to break it down through science, and it's like, it's just something that that happens here in political science. I think the president's is worn out too. Yeah, I think it ages them, right? Significant. That's another great point, right? So like, if you look at the average president, right? When he comes into office and then when he leaves or dies in office, they look significantly older. Like FDR, by the end of his term, by the end of his life, he had just been sworn into his like 4th term. He looked like a zombie, right? I'll even show you. 1 second, right? Yeah, so he went from, I'm just trying to find a good picture. Maybe not use DuckDuckGo. It also ages you, like you said. So, and Lincoln was one of those examples too, right? Where it just like really ages you. So yeah, he went from looking like this, right? Yeah, this is a good picture, right? To looking like a zombie, essentially, right? I'll show you.
My name is Denise, but you can call me New York.
Yeah, here, this is the picture. Okay. Look at this one, guys. He looks like a zombie, right? Look at this. Like he has huge, I forget what they're called, but huge bags under his eyes, right? It's actually worse, but like the doctor said that was a sign of like congestive failure, not on the screen. Oh God, it keeps doing that. Sorry. Can't see the screen, my bad. Look at that. Right? That's FDR at the last picture they took of him. This is the first of when he first got in office, right? It's just like night and day. Like you can see the huge bags under his eyes. You can see like he's really frail. Man, he looks exactly right. Like he had a ton of freckles all over his like spots all over his face. He didn't have a single spot here, right? Not a single one, right? This is like right when he became president. So like he changed significantly, right? And part of it is polio, but it does this to everyone, right? Like if you look at Abraham Lincoln as well, yeah, Abraham Lincoln looked like this, right? When he got into office. And then literally, right? This was him at the end of the war. There's like famous pictures. Yeah, there you go, right? Literally in 4 years, guys, this is what it did to Abraham Lincoln. Look at all the lines and the like the bags under his eyes, the wrinkles. Right? This was just 4 years. And he didn't have polio or anything. It's sad, yeah. So, like, that's definitely part of it, right? There's several theories for this. I just don't know if, like, there's one specific reason, right? I think that you can point to a myriad of reasons, right? Civil war will do that. Well, yeah, there you go, right? You go from looking like this to looking like crazy, guys. Like, it's just the amount that he aged like 10 years and 4 years, right? Right, he had to shave his beard to get into office. A beard really ages you well. But it's not even that. Like, look at his skin, right? Like, it's smooth. He doesn't have as many wrinkles except for like around the eye, the nose and stuff. Like his smile, right? It's just, yeah. Like, he really aged. There's a lot of people like this, right? Even Obama aged a lot. Do you remember Obama back in 2008? And then you see Obama now, he looks, yeah. Weird looking dude. Yeah, no offense. Well, people made fun of his appearance. They thought, a lot of people called him ugly and weird, but I think he just internalized that, right? Crazy, man. So yeah. I think FDR's example is crazy. He looks like a zombie by the end of his life, right? And it's all those like late nights staying up, and like he suffered from, yeah, it's just crazy.
Going to help anything, and putting troops
Marfan syndrome
on the ground would be an utter
what's that? Really?
Disaster. He does not want to come to the deal that is on the table because that would be humiliating. So he is just being buffeted by forces that he is allowed to be out of his control. When you have no plan and no real ideology, you are going to be defeated by the people in your coalition who do have a plan and do have an ideology. And that is the neocons, and that is the Israelis. So that's why every time you get into one of these situations where Trump is really like, oh, let's try to do a deal and let's figure something out. And I know it's not going to be ideal, but we're coming towards something, and some positive tweet goes out and he leaks something to Barack Ravid. Then you get the Israelis attacking Lebanon, or in this instance, retaliating against Iran, even though Trump didn't want them to, et cetera, because since they have a very clear-cut, hardened position that they are committed to, they're going to be able to persuade him and push him in this direction. And that's why this continues to.
People with it are usually tall and skinny. Yeah, he was very tall. And especially back then, I bet if he had like current day nutrition, he would have been like 6'7" easily, 6'9".
To happen,
right? He was like 6'3", I think, last time I remember, right? 6'2", something like that. And very slender. Everyone always like describes him as. You see it in the pictures, right? Yeah, he was 6'4". There you go. He was tall as a, like, and imagine, guys, like. Today, he would have probably been like 6'7", 6'9", right? Easily. I know someone who's 6'9". Jeez. So, Kyle doesn't deserve Crystal. Yeah. Like, look how funny this shit is. Trump says he's 6'3".
From the Iranian perspective, we can put a.
Yeah, my uncle is 7'1". Yeah, there's some really tall people. Yeah, I know someone who's like 6'9". He's crazy.
6 up on the screen about how they're thinking about all of this. They say, look, the U.S. is not seeking a ceasefire, where they're not seeking dialogue. Iran should respond decisively to defend the rights of the Iranian people. This is according to Ghalibaf, Iran's parliamentary speaker, who of course has been leading the negotiations. He says, we do not want to move forward with commitment or sloganeering, but rather we must seek an engineered victory with Iranian authority and rationality. The military field, the diplomatic field, the field of public presence, and the field of serving the people are the threads and fibers of a single fabric. If we consider diplomacy to be merely dialogue in closed rooms and diplomatic smiles, we will fail from the very beginning. So, they do not.
Osama bin Laden also had it? Wow.
Think that Trump is serious about doing what would be required to come to some sort of a deal, or even really officially a memo of understanding that would enable the next steps towards achieving a deal. They don't think he's serious. And why should they? Because when it comes down to it and push comes to shove, the number one, way he could demonstrate some sort of commitment towards ending this conflict would be to fully restrain Israel. And he has never been willing or able to do it. So they just can look at reality, ignore his words, ignore his tweets, ignore the propaganda from Barack Ravid and everybody else, and see the reality that greets them, that clearly Trump is not yet serious about doing what it takes to actually come to some sort of a deal.
Absolutely. And I do think we should really remind everyone, remember, Iran's message yesterday, the IRGC message, did not say that if Israel strikes Beirut that they would flare up again. They said southern Lebanon. And literally right now, they are bombing southern Lebanon, towns and villages across southern Lebanon. At least 8 people have been killed in Tyre, dozens more wounded. The latest attacks show Lebanon, major wedge issue in this entire thing. Hezbollah has rejected any ceasefire as of right now with Israel, continues to fire from its positions inside of southern Lebanon. Israel has now occupied basically all of it in terms of southern Lebanon, and they are just refusing to stop. Tyre apparently is one of the largest cities in the entire region, and they are calling for the full-scale evacuation, including, as of this morning, for the first time, the Christian quarter of the ancient port city, which I'm sure will go over well with the Christian population there in Lebanon. And every once in a while, when IDF soldiers attack a Christian village, it goes viral here in the United States, just to show really that they don't really care about any of that. They care about their own ambition, especially with that recent conquest of the castle. I wish we could spend our show kicking off with literally anything else, but this is deciding the fate of all of us. And, even still looking at the gas price, still above $4 a gallon nationally. I think yesterday marked 100 days since the war has begun, over 3 months now of the conflict. And nobody can say with confidence that we're not going to have at least 3 more months of something like this back and forth. Even if they did sign some memorandum of understanding, that would be 60 days in which they would have to actually get a full JCPOA style deal, which took 2.5 years to negotiate the last time around. I just want to remind everybody.
And had much more competent and knowledgeable people involved with it who, I'm not going to say they had like the trust of the Iranians, but there was certainly much better working relationship at that point because we hadn't used negotiations as a pretext to like murder their leaders at that point.
And we hadn't bombed them and killed their leader and killed all their military echelon. In fact, many of the people behind that deal are now dead inside of Iran. So what message would that send you? If you went to a negotiation, is successfully concluded, and then somebody killed you, would you go into your next negotiation thinking, yeah, this one, it's definitely going to work out, and this time let's do it?
These people are committed to peace.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Makes a lot of sense. All right. Let's get to Professor Robert Pape standing by. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
All right, guys, let's take a look at this here. This is kind of crazy. You have a 17-year-old valedictorian, Lean Hijaz, who used her graduation speech to speak for the voiceless. So she ends up calling out Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, the crimes of ICE. And the school administrator literally cuts her mic and tells her, if you don't stop, you're not graduating. And then they withheld her diploma for 4 days. So this is what happens when you try to tell the truth. You try to speak truth to power. You try to be a good person. You try to do the right thing. You try to bring attention to people who are less fortunate, who are going through horrible things. You try to call out injustice. This is what the world tries to do to you. If you're a left-winger and you have a conscience and you want to fix things. Look at this. Take a look at this.
We're not giving a voice to stay silent and
This 17-year-old teenager from Clayton, North Carolina says her welcome speech to graduates was cut off by a school administrator after she made these remarks.
It's just too perfect that it's like a bleach blonde woman in North Carolina who's like, you're not allowed to do that, honey. You're not allowed to tell the truth. You're not allowed to be against injustice and war and concentration camps. You got to go up there and just smile and Tell everybody everything's already great.
From Clayton, North Carolina, says her welcome speech to graduates was cut off by a school administrator after she made these remarks.
I have one last thing to say. Every single person here has a voice, and we are privileged to have the freedom to use it when so many people around the world are struggling and suffering to be heard. Whether it's the millions suffering in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world, these are the families being torn apart by ICE. These are not distant issues. They are happening right now as I speak.
God bless this woman, man. God bless you for going out there, fucking telling the truth. The world needs a lot more of this, man. The world needs a lot more of this. People with a conscience to fucking impart a conscience on other people who are acting like, you know, we're not one humanity. These are innocent people who are getting killed. These are innocent people who are being shoved in ICE concentration camps, right? Like, how can you have no humanity for that? How can you have no empathy? How can you feel nothing over that and act like it's okay because it's not you? It could just as easily be you. What the fuck?
Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world, these are the families being torn apart by ICE. These are not distant issues. They are happening right now as I speak.
She came up to me and she's like, if you don't stop speaking right now, you're not graduating.
That's what Lean Hijaz says the administrator said to her in this moment when she cut off Hijaz's speech. And because of those remarks, unlike the rest of her fellow graduates who picked up their diplomas after the ceremony, Hijaz says she was told,
"You're getting your diploma withheld."
A Johnston County Public Schools spokesperson tells CNN that Hijaz was, quote, awarded her diploma and that her speech was cut off because, quote, school administrators intervened in order to maintain the integrity and focus of the program in real time.
Oh, no. We're not doing this. No. You're not going to take one of the only people there with fucking integrity and smear her integrity and say, oh, we were trying to protect the integrity by having you not say real shit, by having you not point out actual problems in the world that need to be fucking addressed. There's so much symbolism, too, in, like, the older generation trying to censor the younger generation from telling the truth, trying to muzzle them, trying to shut them the fuck up from trying to, like, fix the problems that actually exist. God, that's so fucking symbolic. It's too perfect. There's also symbolism in terms of like party, right? Like I'm sure she's a lefty and the person shutting her up is a right-winger, right? I would bet almost everything on that fact.
Hijaz was, quote, awarded her diploma and that her speech was cut off because, quote, school administrators intervened in order to maintain the integrity and focus of the program in real time. This action was not about limiting a student's voice.
But that's literally what you did. Okay, no, we're not doing this anymore. We're not doing the like, this is not about the thing that it objectively was about. Yes, bitch, it was. It was exactly that. It was about limiting a student's voice.
But about ensuring that a school-sponsored event remained consistent with its intended purpose. JCPS respects students' rights to express their views.
No, they don't. You did the exact opposite.
And encourages thoughtful dialogue in appropriate settings.
That was an appropriate setting. You're allowed, if you're the fucking valedictorian and you have to give a speech, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say if it's reasonable, and that's fucking reasonable. It's reasonable to say, hey, spare a thought for innocent people being shoved into ICE concentration camps. Spare a thought for people who are being mass murdered in Gaza. Spare a thought for the Congo or Sudan.
The district also said the content of graduation speeches is approved by staff ahead of the event. Hijaz says she did not submit her unscripted remarks for approval,
and
that she received her diploma 4 days after graduation. Hijaz says her family and friends have supported her throughout because
my sole purpose of saying everything was to advocate for people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need
fucked.
a revolution in the way that we think and the way that we act. Because the fact of the matter is, for so long, people look at you like you're crazy if you're the one that's just telling the truth, right? Mm-hmm. So what she's doing here is the radical act of, I'm just going to tell the truth. And they try to shut her the fuck up immediately. Mm-hmm. And you see this everywhere, right? Like, I feel like a crazy person when I'm talking about the big bullshit bill that they passed, and I'm out there all the time screaming, they're kicking 18 million people off Medicaid. There's 742 hospitals that are going to close because of what they're doing to Medicaid, because of they're doing those cuts. At the same time, they're cutting taxes for the wealthy. So it's a mess. We're already in a Gilded Age, and they're redistributing the wealth even more to the top 1% or 0.01%, right? You point that out, you scream it, and like you feel crazy because the media's not talking about this much. The Democrats aren't talking about this much. They passed the bill, then the Republicans are out there celebrating it like it's some positive thing. People start to think the bill's some sort of positive thing because it passed. And like you're losing your fucking mind. We need everybody to get out there in unison and start telling the truth. Start being brutally honest. And to be brutally honest, it's to say exactly what she said. Every valedictorian at every fucking graduation should be saying some shit like this, right? Because you can inspire somebody who then inspires somebody who then inspires somebody who actually ends up making a massive difference on one of these fronts that we're fighting this war on, right? The war for truth and honesty and compassion and actually fixing problems. And so, I mean, shout out to her, man. It's so soul sucking when you see like this is what the system does to you if you actually give a shit and you want to fix things. Everybody just gets accustomed to this like status quo bias of like, yeah, it is how it is and that's okay. And it's like, no, what if it's not actually okay? What if climate change is fucking killing us and the ocean current collapsing is fucking killing us and these illegal wars Trump is waging are fucking killing us and the Strait of Hormuz being closed is going to lead to a fucking Great Depression and we're facing famine and all sorts of problems that you idiots haven't fucking addressed in any serious way because you're all morons and you're all fucking backwards. What about that? What if that's the truth? What if that's the reality? How about you're the ones who should shut the fuck up and hand the keys over to the younger generation that actually gives a shit and wants to fix stuff? Okay? Facts. So much love to her. Keep speaking truth to power. Even when the system tries to shut you up, you got to break through. All right, y'all. That's the show, man. I love y'all very much. As always, you know the drill. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. Support the show on Patreon. The link is below. It's real independent media, y'all. So thank you for everybody who gives $2 a month and
Kyle
$5
makes on Patreon. Down below, and it's not even linked. $16,500 members? Damn. He should have a 6-7 tier. He has 2, 5, and 6. Am I right, Gray? All right, now we're gonna watch your thing, man. The scoreboard. My bad. I forgot to take it out. I still have to work on the overlay. That's why. Like it doesn't automatically disappear. I gotta program that in. I got some work to do tomorrow. Same with the weather. I'm gonna work on that too.
Peel Regional Police are describing it as something out of a movie script. They've arrested a former Air Canada captain accused of flying hundreds of flights without the required license. Our Sean O'Shea was at the press conference and joins us live now with more from Peel Police headquarters. So, Sean, what more are we learning about this pilot?
Good afternoon, Jane. It's a fascinating story, as you said, the police talking about this as something out of a movie. We know the name of the pilot, and his name is Jeff Wall. He's 59 years old. He's from Barrie. And the allegations by police are that he flew 767, 777, and 787 jet aircraft as a captain without the proper licensing. He did not have an air transport pilot's license between 2009 and 2025, when a regulatory review of this captain came about with Transport Canada, and this was then directed to the police. And I want to let you hear from the deputy chief here with more on what they found out.
Having worked for Air Canada since the onset of his career, they rose to the position of pilot in command, where for almost 17 years, they flew Boeing 767s, 777s, and 787s. During that time, he captained over 900 domestic flights. Not just domestic, but international as well.
Now, Wall had a commercial license to fly, but that's a very different license from what you need to be able to fly passenger aircraft, such as those jets with Air Canada. He's been charged with fraud, uttering forged documents. He's going to have to appear in court in Barrie next month. This is called Project Icarus, and the police here saying they've never seen anything quite like this before. And I guess, as well, it came about as a result of this regulatory review. We wanted to find out how it was possible for somebody to fly without a license for basically 16 years. That's going to come out in the court proceedings. But we asked the Minister of Transport about this because this story is getting a lot of attention in Ottawa. Here's what he had to say.
The system that is designed to detect such occurrences worked. We'll, of course, take all those kinds of situations very, very seriously. We'll review the chronology, make sure improvements, if there are any, will be made and made quickly. But I am gratified that we were able to detect this issue and get it dealt with quickly.
Air Canada is playing this down, saying that passenger safety was not at risk. Air Canada and Transport Canada were invited to this press conference here. Both declined to attend. One other note about the 59-year-old accused former Air Canada pilot, because he retired in 2025. He was also held several positions with the Air Canada Pilots Association, rising to the level of the Executive Council. So this pilot, who did not have, according to police, the appropriate license to be captaining those wide-body jets, was involved in the union, was fairly high profile, and he also taught at Georgian College in Barrie, although that institution has taken down his photograph in the last hour or so. Jaden, back to you.
Wow. A shocking discovery. Thanks for this report, Sean.
Do a game now with my kinder kids. Whenever I hear 6-7, we gather in a circle and count around each 6-7 children playing rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And we just keep going round and round. 6-7. So I'm confused. What the hell is Project Icarus? Is it from James Bond, or is it just we're gonna audit everybody to make sure they have a fucking piloting license? Oh my god, what a disaster, Canada. What? All right. You know what time it is. It's Steve Kornacki, the khaki.
Welcome to Meet.
He's going to explain to us about Maine. 17 years, he piloted 17 years, he retired, and they go, hey, you have no license. Project Icarus was just to catch this one guy. That's how... One guy? Oh my god. That's how effective we become, guys. We literally name... We have James Bond names for, like, operations that catch 1 or 2 people and then call it a victory. And he flew planes for 17 years and he's already retired. Good luck. Where did it go wrong, chat? Where did it go wrong? He had no license to kill. Damn right.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Melanie Zanona.
Project Icarus was remember that? I think it was in the Pierce Bronson one, right? The one with Pierce Bronson. That's what they called it. The one with the little sunlight reflector satellite thing. Oh god. Yep. See, that makes sense. Why they would call that Project Icarus. This is like, what? Why is this called Project Icarus? To catch one guy who's already retired and flew 17 years without a license, and you're patting yourself on the back for that? Oh, hell no! All right. What a disaster. Well, they're saying he flew close to the sun. Oh, no. Really? Ah. I bet that's happening here in the United States. I guarantee it, guys.
And if it's Tuesday, voters are voting. And the next couple of
Steve
months
Kornacki.
could get increasingly nasty.
Should have
right
been
now,
an
4
astronaut,
states
right?
are holding primary races, including in Maine, where Democrats are grappling with a controversy-plagued candidate in a must-win Senate seat. Meanwhile, President Trump is ramping up his baseless claims of election fraud, reigniting fears he may not accept the results if his party loses control of Congress in November. Starting in Maine, Graham Plattner is expected to win tonight's Democratic Senate primary, despite months of controversy dogging his campaign. Yesterday, Plattner's former political director, Genevieve McDonald, who resigned in October, slammed her former boss in an op-ed, saying, quote, Graham Plattner is not someone who would be good for Maine or good for the country. In that same op-ed, McDonald also raised numerous controversies facing Plattner, including recent allegations from former girlfriends of toxic, unsettling, and at times physically aggressive behavior. Now, Plattner has acknowledged inappropriate behavior in his past and difficulties with PTSD after serving multiple tours in Iraq. But he has denied allegations of physical violence. His rival, Republican Senator Susan Collins, noting these controversies while speaking to reporters on Capitol Hill today.
The allegations against Graham Plattner are extremely troubling and serious, and he owes
Everything's just troubling to her.
Detailed answers.
Guys, they're extremely troubling. Trump doing what he does, extremely troubling.
Still, the swirl of controversies around Plattner's campaign doesn't seem to be deterring his supporters on Capitol Hill or in Maine. Earlier today, some voters telling my colleague Ryan Nobles Plattner is still the better choice over Susan Collins.
It gives me pause, of course. There's no perfect candidate that I'm going to be like, yes, you are absolutely the most perfect human being. We have limited choices. And
thank you.
From the choices that I've been given, I feel like that's the best choice.
There's this stuff that's come out against him. You know, when you weigh those things, you think that might be better?
Well, we'll see. You know, who knows what the future will hold. But what we got now ain't working.
I hate saying this, but sometimes I feel like it's the lesser of two evils when you come to these things. It's still tough, but, you know, the good thing about elections is if he doesn't own up to it and keep his word to the state of Maine, we can vote again in a couple of years.
Today's elections come as votes are still being counted in California from last week's primaries. One of the spots in the governor's race still uncalled. But Democrat Nithya Raman did edge out Republican Spencer Pratt to advance to the general election in the Los Angeles mayor's race. The slow process, which we should note is typical
Look,
for the
it's the ginger girl again. Does she have a soul this time? No. Sorry.
Is driving baseless fraud allegations from the president and even top Republicans. The president continuing to rail against California's elections on social media, calling them, quote, rigged and crooked, after he walked out of his interview with my colleague Kristen Welker when she pushed him about his fraud claims on Friday. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, Republican leaders bolstering those claims with their own skepticism. Here's Speaker of the House Mike Johnson.
I think California is playing around with this.
But what evidence is there to prove that there was
look, I don't. Some of these efforts are so diabolical and so far upstream it is impossible to prove. But I think everybody knows instinctively something is wrong here, and that's a concern.
Joining me now is our NBC News
No
team,
soul
Chief
detected,
Data
right?
Analyst Steve Kornacki at the big board, Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles on the ground in Maine, at the White House, Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, and with me on set, national political reporter Ben Kamazar. A lot to dig into here. I do want to start with Steve at the big board. Let's get to today's races later, but first, walk me through that call in the LA mayor's race.
Yeah, I mean, look, the story since election night itself, when at the end of election night, Spencer Pratt was in second place, the incumbent mayor Karen Bass was in first place there. The story since then has been that the late arriving, the late counted, late processed vote by mail has been overwhelmingly Democratic, and it's been particularly good for Nithya Raman. And so each update that we've been getting since election night has been very favorable to Raman, has been very tough for Pratt. She had a pretty big gap that she had to erase there coming out of election night, but with each update over the past week, she'd be getting closer and closer. She passed him about 2 days ago. Rahman climbed just ahead of Pratt. Yesterday's update, she beat him again by about 20,000 votes in that update. So her margin over Pratt, you can see, has now climbed. It's nearly 3 points. It's over 20,000 votes. There are still some votes to come in here, but that trend, that trajectory, there's no reason to expect that in the next update, if they continue to go through that sort of late arriving, that late vote by mail, that it's not going to similarly favor Rahman, and in fact probably going to open up even a bigger margin between her and Pratt. So enough there certainly for Rahman to advance to that general election against Bass, and again probably ends up being by an even wider margin over Pratt than you see right now.
And Steve, what are you watching for tonight across these various primaries?
Yeah, no, look, I think Maine really is the big story here. And it's a question about what kind of message Democratic voters are sending. Remember, Graham Plattner sort of assumed to be the nominee here, but he does have some opponents on the ballot. David Costello's name is on the ballot. He actually ran as the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate in Maine in 2024. But remember, Angus King, the independent running basically with most of the Democratic support, won that race easily. Costello only got a little bit more than 10% of the vote. Janet Mills, that's the big name. She's the governor. She was originally running against Plattner in the primary. She suspended her campaign during the spring, but in the last week, pointedly, she has made clear to the public that her name is still on the ballot. They are welcome to vote for her if they want. There's also another candidate who is a registered write-in candidate. So I think the question really here is, say, what kind of message are Democratic primary voters sending here? Is there a signal from them that they're squarely behind Plattner, that these that the controversies of the past week have not given them pause, or are they using this primary as a way of signaling that they have concerns themselves about Plattner? So where would you kind of set the bar for this? Well, look, it's sort of a subjective question, but I think one thing that's worth pointing out is that there was a poll taken.
People were just tired of another superhero movie. That's why the Republican didn't win. Drew, facts. Another superhero movie? On the network that has Jenna Bush as a newscaster, how can we complain about a redhead AI host?
About 2 weeks ago, it was after Mills had withdrawn from the primary campaign, and it was before this latest barrage of scandal around Plattner. And what did that poll show? It's from the University of New Hampshire, and it had Plattner running at 76%. Okay, and then the combined other names on the ballot getting just over 20%. So he was getting about 3/4 of the vote when it looked like he was on a glide path to the nomination, and the party seemed to be in sort of consolidation mode behind him. So I'd use that sort of as a benchmark tonight. If he is somewhere in that range or certainly above it, that's a pretty resounding signal.
I think they closed at 8 today, so we'll stick around for another hour or so. When do poll? Yep, 8 p.m. It's just like mass. We'll keep an eye on this because I want to see. I think this will be an important race, right? If he doesn't win, then like the left-wing movement isn't as powerful, clearly.
Perhaps the party's still pretty united behind him. But if his number starts to drop from that significantly, I think that might be an indication that in the final days, final week or so of this campaign, you did have Democratic primary voters moving away from him and sending a signal that they share some of those concerns. And one other thing to note on this race, too, by the way, the early voting did begin about a month ago, and there were tens of thousands of votes that already had been cast in this primary, again, before this last round of controversy for Plattner. So he also probably banked some votes in that period, too.
Big.
Really important context. Steve Kornacki, thank you. I want to head up now to Maine,
okay,
where Ryan
Steve,
Nobles is.
Such a
We've
asshole.
heard some of your conversations with voters at the top of the show, but Ryan, what else have you heard from folks on the ground?
Yeah, it is interesting, Melanie, to actually be here in this state and talk to voters about their feelings and their thoughts about Graham Plattner And we definitely sense a voter base that is conflicted about all of this. They don't necessarily feel comfortable with these allegations against Graham Plattner, but they also very much like him as a candidate and his policies.
Just look at these portraits. It looks like a lineup of
talking specifically about Democratic voters. But we did talk to one
like
woman
the
in particular
biggest hacks,
whose number one
Costello
concern
Mills.
is making sure that Susan
What
Collins no
fucking hacks,
longer
kid?
represents her in the United States Senate. She's not necessarily thrilled with Graham Plattner, and she was going through a bit of an existential crisis as she walked into the voting booth this morning. Take a listen to what she told us.
Oh, God.
If I really thought Mills had a chance,
Yeah.
I may vote for her just as to give Plattner a message that not everybody is really for him.
Yeah. I mean, as a Democrat, then, are you concerned that if he's your nominee, that you might have a hard time winning the seat?
Yes.
So if Plattner does, it doesn't seem as though he's
They found the one centrist
Do you still
old
feel
lady.
comfortable voting for him in November? Do you feel like?
I would definitely. Yeah, I will not vote for anybody who is not a Democrat.
And that woman, Judy, was her name. She really kind of encapsulated most of the conversations that we had with Democrats, that at the end of the day, they view it as a binary choice. They certainly don't approve of some of the accusations against Graham Plattner, but most either forgive him or believe that he's heading toward a road of redemption. And they still like him better than Susan Collins. And I'll tell you, Mel, we talked to Judy as she was on her way into the voting booth. Frank Thorpe, our producer, caught up with her afterwards to find out which way she ended up going. She ultimately voted for Graham Plattner because she said it was a choice between sending him a message and sending the establishment a message. She felt it was more important to send that message to the establishment. We'll have to see if that's the message that's being sent when the polls close here tonight.
Absolutely fascinating. Ryan, looking ahead now, what's it going to take for Plattner to beat Collins in November? She's obviously such a proven resilient candidate. Democrats have tried to take her down before.
Yeah, and that's the other side of this story, right, Mel? Because the other thing we did was we talked to quite a few Republicans, and they are increasingly confident with every single passing day that the more controversies that surround Graham Plattner, the easier the path will be for Susan Collins. You know, the Republicans we talked to said over and over again, Susan Collins has been doubted numerous times in this state. In fact, the last two election cycles, Democrats thought that they were poised to kick her out of office, and she won comfortably. They feel that that is the exact scenario that's being set up right now, that because of the issues surrounding Plattner and the fact that Collins is a known quantity who has a very specific and deep connection with the voters here, that will overcome any negative feelings about the Republicans nationwide or any particular connection to Donald Trump that Susan Collins may have. Republicans feel confident about their chances here. And that could be a problem for Democrats because Maine is a state that they have to have if they have any hope of winning back the Senate majority.
No doubt. Ryan Noble is on a very tough assignment for us in Maine in June. We appreciate your reporting and taking one for the team there. I do want to bring it now to D.C., where it's not maybe as nice as Maine, but we're having a pretty nice day. Kelly O'Donnell is over at the White House for us. I want to dig into some of these election fraud claims. We mentioned that the president is once again alleging that an election is rigged. Kelly, what does that tell us about the president's strategy potentially heading into November? And do you think this is going to be something that he claims in every race where a Republican loses?
Well, Mel, it is a well-worn playbook for President Trump to try to raise suspicions about how elections are being conducted. And at times, we see different levels of that strategy. Clearly here, he saw some popular support behind Spencer Pratt. And when that evaporated as the votes were counted, that brings out that discussion from the president about there must be something flawed. What we don't hear from the president is any evidence presented about this. He does not get into the kind of nitty-gritty about the numbers of available voters, what the process is, and so forth. What he is looking to do is to raise those doubts, especially if an election of any type, primary or general, does not go his way. What we don't hear from the president is much discussion of troubled elections when his favored candidates do well. The president also talks a lot about mail-in ballots, even though he has personally used them while he's been president to vote in Florida while here at the White House. But that influx of mail-in ballots that Steve talked about that helped to move away from Pratt and in favor of the secondary Democratic candidate, the president has conditioned many of his own supporters against mail-in ballots. At least he gives that message. So not surprising to see more Democrats using that tool of how to conduct votes as an individual. So the president, well-worn strategy, applied in different ways. This time we're seeing it in California, where he likes to go against especially a well-defined blue state in its state-level leadership, and certainly the city of Los Angeles. There was hope that perhaps there was an opening for Republicans given all of the turmoil related to the fires. Apparently that did not happen as the votes were cast and then counted. The president putting this right in his sights. The larger implication is when the president talks about this, will he take any federal action to try to interfere with elections around the country this midterm year? Of course, states manage elections, not the federal government. Mel?
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much. I want to turn now to Ben Kamsar, who's on set with me here. Let's pick up where Kelly left off about these election denialism claims that we are still seeing from the president, from Republicans on Capitol Hill. How big of a problem could this potentially be in November, especially considering there are so many competitive House races in California?
Yeah, I think Kelly hit the nail on the head kind of with the distinction here, right? So first off, rhetorically, we've seen this playbook before. We're going to see it again. We're seeing it play out right now. It is not surprising to see the president raise these claims and try to gin up his base, gin up supporters into, casting doubt on an election without sort of that secondary, giving of the proof. And frankly, he has the grip of Republican lawmakers, so it's going to be hard to see that many of them really taking too much of a step out against sort of the comments that he's been making. But the distinction is, okay, so then what, right? So there's the court of public opinion, or maybe a court of public opinion on his own side, but then is he going to present evidence in a court of law? Because ultimately you need proof in order to actually adjudicate anything and to actually, investigate and make these and actually take action here. So I think that's the big question. We're going to probably hear a lot of talk and a lot of words. Are we going to see proof? And so far we have not seen that.
I also want to talk about Maine. Elected Democrats largely sticking by Plattner, at least so far. What does your reporting tell you about how Democrats are actually feeling behind the scenes? And do you think there is potentially some red line that could be crossed where they would cut bait with Plattner?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now we don't see that Plattner is in danger. We don't think he's in danger of losing his primary, right? So there's that piece of it. I think a lot of Democrats, kind of to Ryan's point too, it's, a lot of them are trying to weigh this like parlor game, right? Of, well, I really don't want to use their term. I really don't want Susan Collins to be my senator. So what's the best path to doing that? Right now, if Plattner's the nominee, it is, expected to be the nominee, and that doesn't change, then a lot of them will probably end up coming home to Plattner. The question is, right, this is what we know now in early June. There's a lot more runway here for all of the Oppo books and Republican, a couple blocks away from here at the National Party headquarters on the Republican side. If this is all that's there, maybe Plattner can, turn the page here. The question is, what don't we know? And how will that play out?
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of Democrats asking themselves that very question. By backing, though, a problematic candidate.
Jersey wishes she was a redhead. That way she'd have no soul.
Candidate in Maine, are Democrats going to come off as hypocritical, especially as they try to point the finger at Ken Paxton in Texas?
It's a good question. We saw this kind of with Al Franken, the former senator in Minnesota. There were allegations against him of inappropriate conduct, not physical violence or not assault. It was making inappropriate gestures and inappropriate touching, I believe.
Melanie Zenoa. She's been on Capitol Hill reporter from Chicago, worked for Punchbowl News. Interesting. Is that really? Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's her. That's her. Ginger Kid. I'm trying to find out the political lean. Yeah, same. I mean, I don't know anything about her, but there you go. She's a fucking ginger kid.
If I remember correctly. And that was coming at the same time as some very different.
We have a lot of gingers here. It's because, I know stereotypically, like Irish people get called gingers, but it's not actually just like it's not really an Irish thing. It's just, yeah, but I guess a little more so than others. He is, yeah, LAI client. Interesting.
And very serious allegations against Roy Moore, the Alabama Senate candidate. Then some Democrats thought that it would be a good idea.
Brunette. She's a brunette. She just dyes her hair. Oh, you're a brunette, yeah.
Franken to not do to basically say we're going to deal with our own house and look at Republicans over here not dealing with their own house, right? So you have seen that in the past. Ultimately, though, I don't think it's going to matter that much as far as this goes because there's going to be so much money, hundreds of millions of dollars spent in these races to fight these fights in the races. I think ultimately it's going to be about the candidates themselves in those states and less about a bleed over effect maybe from one state to the other.
And quickly, is there a path for Democrats winning back the Senate without Maine?
Without Maine?
Probably not.
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, you have to think about this is a state that Democrats...
Guys, that's why we're covering this. Maine is a must win. There shouldn't be a fucking Republican senator from Maine. But there is. So it's like, she needs to be defeated. They're not going to win the Senate if they don't win Maine. Good luck. Right? Which is going to cause a bunch of problems for Trump. And hopefully to build a coalition going into 2028, right? You got to look at the greater game plan. Did you say I do have a soul? Caught. I said you wanted to be a ginger. You just don't tell people. Which means you don't want to have a soul. So I guess you do have one because you want to be ginger so you don't have a soul. Confirmed.
And if they're going to need to win states like Maine and then push into pretty decently Republican territory, states that Trump won by 10 points. So I don't think that there really is a path if you take off one of the lower hanging fruit.
Jersey wants to be a ginger kid.
Fruits off the board.
All while needing to defend these seats like in Michigan, which we'll talk about later.
Interesting. Political.
Ben, thank you so much.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
All right. Oh. Yeah, give it 10 seconds. There's a cooldown message that tells you to Ledra. I added that to the stream too because I want people to be informed. All right. Now we're going to cover the... Going to be closing soon. Some breaking news.
Story is the Epstein scandal roaring back on Capitol Hill. The very
of course
outcome
it is.
President Trump has tried and failed to prevent. Congress drawing new testimony from a key witness, Epstein's assistant of 18 years.
Ooh.
Lawmakers now following leads that the Trump DOJ and its predecessors apparently abandoned, or worse, that Trump officials recently hid. So it's vital to recall how we got here, even if Donald Trump wishes this was not the top story tonight. First, last year, then Attorney General Bondi claimed in writing that there was actually no evidence for any other investigations against third parties who had not already been charged in this Epstein probe. And remember, she also said there should be no further disclosure of any Epstein files. That was her memo. That was the Trump Bondi plan to bury and hide the Epstein files.
I know. In Australia, you must be like, what the hell's a Bondi?
It failed, as you know. Indeed,
God,
it
it's named
Epstein
after her.
Which
okay? Bondi Beach. Nailed it.
Later exposed
Bondi. There's no I in that word.
How FBI investigators previously tracked several suspected
James Bondi, yeah.
conspirators.
James Bondi.
Revealed in this long secret document that actually only came out when we started getting the Epstein files. We reported on it that night. And in other reports, and I'll get into that, but what you're looking at is important because this was the then secret DOJ effort
Dow.
to diagram Epstein's
Facts.
then uncharged inner circle.
Can you imagine?
And if you notice the lower
Not
left,
caring
where we've
about the
added
Dow.
a square, this is government evidence, but we've
Disgusting.
added that square for your understanding of what's important today. That diagram includes today's witness, Leslie Groff. Now, we've reported on the timeline, the denials, the secrecy, the leaks, until these later files showed those abandoned leads. This was our case timeline. You remember how it all came back to life. And Groff matters more, perhaps, than some of Epstein's lawyers and accountants. You see the suspect list that was released there on the right. That's the one I'm talking about. She had the widest visibility on his plans and communications with all kinds of people, including some of the people you see on your screen who've only gotten in trouble or faced any kind of accountability since these files came out. The ones that I just reminded you, Bondi tried to hide and said in writing shouldn't be released. So before I tell you what she said today, and it's stuff that Donald Trump wishes wasn't in the news, remember that she was on the emails and in the arranged meetings for the powerful, for the staff, to the women. I need to go back a little bit. We're going back. Hold on, I want to slow down and tell you guys this. She was at the center. She was on site.
Carpet dog.
But she was an eyewitness.
King Trump
You can see how many
and
times
his
she's in the
pedo
files.
buddies, for
and
real.
An email witness, because she
Agreed,
was
dog.
on so many
How you
emails,
been?
her name appears more than anyone else. And she kept working for Epstein through his 2019 arrest, arranging the meetings with so many figures. So that's why it matters that now, after all these years, she showed up. You can see today, this is what happened today, showed up to testify to Congress. And in a time of great skepticism about our government, and it took people and pressure to get here, but under public pressure, I want you to understand that the Democrats on the committee who've pushed hard for this and 26 Republicans came around, perhaps under pressure, but still came around to demanding this on a bipartisan basis. I'm not telling you we're all good and everything works. We're far from that. But I am telling you that people who said 2 years ago, well, how would you make the Congress do anything? And how could you get the Republicans on board? It would make Trump look bad. Well, here we are today, a bipartisan effort to get her and these other witnesses to speak to Congress, which again is supposed to represent you in the pursuit of the truth. So Groff's lawyer now says she was disgusted by Epstein's conduct. She testified today that he was a monster, a master manipulator, and a deceiver, separating his legitimate life from a secret life as an abuser. She recounts that she first took the job for about $50,000 a year, and that she tackled everything from scheduling to mundane tasks. She describes having to ensure today that he had his reading glasses at every single table at his home, so he never had to look for it. She told the committee that sometimes very late in the day, she'd have to source a dozen chocolate croissants made in New York to be delivered to Palm Beach by 9 the next morning. Amid those kind of details, she also asserts that she learned Epstein was actually a kind of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde character. So her version of events, now that you see how central she was, and I've reminded you how Trump and Bondi fought for this ever to come out, her version of events is still that Epstein somehow hid his entire enterprise from her, even as she carried out this daily schedule and met his demands. Before I go more deeply into what she says, which is a kind of a defense of what she knew at the time, I want to give you a testimonial fact check. I'm reporting on her testimony. That's what she says.
That's
Before
what
we go
she
any further,
says.
I want you to know what other survivors say. They disagree with her account that she couldn't see any of this. They've previously stated that this key witness, Groff, arranged appointments with one victim when she was a minor, and that it was, quote, pretty obvious Leslie knew what was going on, an account given to the FBI in 2021. Groff told the FBI that she viewed booking Epstein's massages as a kind of standard appointment. But now that the public can see all the Epstein files, which again we never had before, and which the FBI did have, the claim that these were just typical massages makes basically no sense. For example, this witness was arranging payments that were much, much higher than the most expensive massage services available.
Lurk, conserving battery for the train ride home.
You don't always have all the evidence to show, oh, someone admitted a crime, but here was an arrangement for a $1,000 payment in 2017, which is about $1,300 today, just accounting for inflation. Even top five-star spas don't charge $1,300 for the best, sort of most celebrated masseuse they have in the most expensive resorts. She also cited payments to a girl for time spent on the island. Her other past emails, which we only got, of course, recently, show her awareness that one girl could not come because she was at school till 10 p.m. Others show a type of paid activity that goes beyond, say, an hour massage. She arranged at Epstein's request for a paid visit at the house that would start around 3, but staying into the evening. So that's just some of what we know. Today, speaking to the committee, she played down knowing that kind of thing. Lawmakers say that she was just distancing herself from what Epstein did. She saw no misconduct, she claims. One Democrat saying they want to get Groff on the record so that when we find out later she was lying, quote, we can arrest her. Lawmakers expressing their doubts about her claimed sort of naivete.
Can you imagine
it is highly
saying that?
Inconsistent what she's maintaining, that she really didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. She arranged young women for massages with a registered sex offender, and I just question whether she can rightfully and truthfully maintain that she saw nothing improper.
That's one lawmaker's informed skeptic.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Skepticism. Now, Groff's claims of ignorance, what, by the way, under law can sometimes be deemed willful blindness, are also under pressure from the public accounts of Epstein's earlier misconduct and his famed Florida conviction. Now, I want you to know, like I said, we're going to tell you what happened in this.
I'm disgusted with Gustx. Oh, no. Gustx's behavior. He was neglected. He has neglected to reorder more branded Comcast panties, causing a shortage with an aid of at Jersey Texan leading the illegal black market pricing on third-party sites. Gustx could make these panties affordable for greater public if he requested more from the supplier. Such a capitalist. God damn it. We knew he was. Damn it, Jersey. We've been called out.
This is new.
They just called out your black market your black market operate.
This is brand new as of today. We didn't know this a few
God
hours
damn
ago.
it, girl.
Groff did try to address the Epstein history. She told
I knew it was
lawmakers
you.
that after his arrest in 2008, Epstein lied to me and insisted he'd been blackmailed. He angrily said the allegations against him were false, that he had no idea that the woman he had contact with was a minor. In my mind, that was the reason he was treated so leniently by law enforcement for such a serious crime. Now, from the FBI to Congress, informed investigators
Damn, girl.
have to weigh that kind of denial with how much else
That's
Groff
putting
would be
it
in
lightly.
a position to witness or see, and how much she helped arrange, as documented in the emails and Epstein files, which under no other criminal case that we've covered in history would you get all the emails. So the old defense looks a little different when the public now has access to the things that the FBI and DOJ had for years and sometimes did very little with. Lawmakers also asking today if she arranged any contact between Epstein and Trump.
Did she talk about scheduling meetings between Mr. Epstein and President Trump?
Basically arranging phone calls, I believe, was
Phone calls.
Most of it. Just contact between, just arranging phone calls between President Trump and Mr. Epstein, yes.
Did she give a timeline on when they were talking?
I believe she referred to a time before Mr. Trump was president.
So that's going back to a period where we know they were having contact and sometimes socializing. Now, she maintains she had no knowledge of any criminal activity, and she has never been charged. Survivors, though, and some legal experts say that may be the problem. They question how the FBI identified and mapped these suspected co-conspirators, some of them, as you see, redacted, and yet did not apparently legally pursue any except Maxwell, who's now getting those unusually favorable requests met that she gets special treatment from the Trump DOJ.
Oh, Lord.
We are here learning new things. And as some lawmakers said, if the denials do not hold up over time under the weight of evidence and investigation, getting them before Congress, it's a crime to lie to Congress, is itself useful. There are many different elements to the long-running Epstein scandal. And while some people rush to say, well, this means they can assume the worst about anyone they don't like for political or other reasons, and that has certainly contributed to some of the heat, that's not actually what matters. What does matter, and what Donald Trump's DOJ is a part of, is how long the government has hid and misled about the very facts we now have continuing to come out. And perhaps it's a political irony for Donald Trump that by fighting this so hard, he has dragged the pendency of this discussion and news cycle closer and closer to the next election in the midterms, just as he dragged one of the Epstein rebels, Tom Massey, through the most expensive primary in American history just to try to get rid of him, which raises the question, why are you so committed to fighting every lawmaker and every survivor and every witness who has something to say about this sordid history?
Wow.
Welcome to...
And then we're going to cover the main election because obviously it's really important, right?
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump says the United States is nearing a peace agreement with Iran, claiming he's in the final throes of a deal that could be completed within days. It's at least the 37th time since late March Trump has said publicly Iran and the U.S. are closing in on an agreement or that Tehran is eager to reach a deal. Trump's latest claim came after Israel and Iran halted drone and missile attacks against one another following the largest escalation since the so-called ceasefire was declared in April. On Monday, Iran's parliament speaker and top negotiator, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, said Iran is responding to U.S. and Israeli violations.
What caused these tensions was that the Americans committed a blatant violation of the ceasefire, both through the naval blockade against the Iranian nation and by violating the agreement made on Lebanon and the ceasefire. The remarks made by the U.S. president about the Memorandum of Understanding contradicted parts that had been agreed to. This showed that they are seeking neither a ceasefire nor dialogue.
In Lebanon, Israeli forces ordered all residents of the coastal city of Tyre and its surrounding suburbs to flee north of the Zahrani River, just hours before it began heavily bombing the area. 5 people were killed, 8 others injured when Israel struck near a Red Cross center in Tyre. 4 of the wounded were paramedics. The attack also damaged a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Lebanon's health ministry reports Israel's killed more than 3,600 people in Lebanon since March 2nd, including 245 children. More than 900 children have been wounded. In Gaza,
the train
Israeli
is coming. Choo choo. Chugga 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 choo choo. I wonder if it's Thomas the Tank Engine.
Have reopened border crossings into the besieged Palestinian territory after
your favorite train, right?
Closing them Sunday in retaliation for Iranian strikes. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres had urged Israel to immediately reopen the passages, which are the only route for desperately needed humanitarian aid, which Israel severely limits. Meanwhile, Israeli strikes killed at least 7 Palestinians Monday, including a child, as Israel's army pushes the so-called Yellow Line deeper into Gaza. In one attack, an Israeli drone fired at people gathered in Jabalia refugee camp, killing 3. Among the dead, 8-year-old Jad Salman, a young boy whose father Yusuf was seen clutching his son's school bag, saying a final goodbye.
My son is 8 years old. What wrong did he commit? He was leaving his school. He was leaving school. This is his bag with blood on it.
Nigeria's military says it's freed 360 people abducted by Boko Haram in southern Borno in the northeastern part of the country. But villagers in the region say joint U.S.-Nigerian airstrikes killed dozens of civilians during operations in May, when AFRICOM and the Nigerian army claimed they killed 175 so-called terrorists over 3 days. Nigeria is facing a decade-long insurgency in the north, where armed groups have routinely carried out kidnappings for ransom. In California, progressive Los Angeles City Council member Nithya Raman will advance to a November runoff election against incumbent Mayor Karen Bass, who's seeking a second term. A count of mail-in ballots from the June 2nd primary showed Raman surging ahead of former reality TV personality Republican Spencer Pratt.
Yep.
This comes as officials continue to count ballots in the race to succeed California Governor Gavin Newsom, with more than 80% tallied. Republican Steve Hilton has a slight lead over Democrat Tom Steyer in a close race for second place. One of them will advance to take on former Biden administration Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra in the general election. On Monday, President Trump repeated his unfounded claim California's elections are rigged, writing on his Truth Social platform, quote, "Not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had."
It was stolen, not the Hilton one. Yeah, Hilton wasn't stolen, but Pratt was? Okay, buddy. But not this election. They managed to steal the 2020, but not the last one. Okay.
Third world nation, unquote, Trump wrote. More than half of Los Angeles voters are registered Democrats compared to less than 15% who are Republicans. President Trump formally nominated his former personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, to serve as Attorney General. He would succeed Pam Bondi, whom the president fired in April. The nomination comes just weeks after Blanche used his position at the Justice Department to protect Trump, his family, and his business from any IRS investigation connected to tax returns filed before Trump's controversial $10 billion settlement with the IRS. In a statement, Public Citizen co-president Lisa Gilbert wrote, quote, "This is yet another example of Trump assembling a team of henchmen whose primary qualification is doing his own bidding rather than serving the nation to staff the government." Blanche demonstrated his toady qualities throughout his audition for this role and is being awarded with the leading role as a result. An immigrant from the nation of Georgia has died in an ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement jail. Mamuka Artmeladze is the 50th person to die in ICE custody since Trump returned to office. The 43-year-old had been jailed at the Troubled Wind Correctional Center in Louisiana for about 4 months when he was found unresponsive. ICE officials have not disclosed further details about his death. He's the second immigrant to die while detained at Wind Correctional Center in less than 2 months. The facility is operated by the Wind Parish Sheriff's Office and ICE contractor LaSalle Corrections. A recent inspection of the ICE jail found excessive use of force by guards, poor medical care, and unsanitary conditions. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill conducted an inspection of the Newark ICE jail known as Delaney Hall Monday after previously being denied entry to the jail, where hundreds of immigrants began a hunger and labor strike in May. Governor Sherrill said her visit was closely controlled and limited, and that she was prohibited from speaking to any of the imprisoned immigrants inside. In a statement, Sherrill said the restrictions during the visit continue to raise, quote, serious questions about the real conditions of the facility and the treatment of those held there, unquote. Sherrill has faced criticism after she deployed New
Mikey Sherrill,
Jersey State Police on protesters outside Delaney Hall, which is run by the for-profit private prison company Geo Group. Mutual aid volunteers have continued to support the families of those detained, even after facing harassment from law enforcement. On Monday, educator and YouTube star Ms. Rachel, known to millions of children.
Gotta love Miss Rachel. So it takes a husband who cross-dresses or literally cancer for your job. Yeah. under Trump. Exactly.
Around the world paid a visit to the volunteers as well as the children of parents detained at Delaney Hall. She said on her Instagram, quote, met the sweetest children whose hearts are broken. They just want their parents home again, Ms. Rachel said. In related news, President Trump's so-called border czar, Tom Homan, lashed out at Delaney Hall protesters in an interview with Fox News, claiming government
Ms. Rachel
surveillance had
based
revealed
for real,
most of
dog.
the demonstrators are not from New Jersey.
Look, these are paid protesters. We got facial recognition of people from Portland. They're at Portland riots, and many from the Minnesota. This is a well-planned, established thing they're doing. This isn't homegrown.
In the same interview, so-called border czar Tom Homan also laid out a plan by the Trump administration to deploy a massive surge of federal immigration agents to New York City in retaliation for new legislation recently signed by Governor Kathy Hochul that bans state and local law enforcement from collaborating with ICE and enacts other immigration protections. Homan's announcement came just days before the start of the World Cup this week, with immigration activists leading campaigns nationwide to protect communities amidst an expected rising presence of ICE agents during the soccer tournament. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani pushed back against so-called border czar Tom Homan's threats during a press conference with Governor Kathy Hochul Monday, calling for ICE to be abolished and saying, quote, I believe that ICE raids are cruel, they're inhumane, they do nothing to serve in the interest of public safety, the mayor said. Mamdani also responded to the mounting barriers faced by World Cup fans and soccer players from qualifying nations that are on Trump's travel ban and visa restrictions list.
Blue?
The World Cup is supposed to be a celebration of the world as a whole, and some of the decisions that we've seen been taken by the federal administration, be it the denial of visas for journalists from certain countries or the rejection of a visa for a coach of a team, as well as single-day visas for specific foreign national teams, this is anathema to what this tournament is supposed to be about. If we cannot even allow the players, the teams, and the journalists covering those teams to come into this city in this country, then it begs a larger question about our commitment to the spirit of this tournament.
A federal judge has ruled against President Trump's $100,000 annual fee on H-1B visa applications, saying it's an unlawful tax. This decision comes days after another federal judge ruled against a Trump administration policy to freeze applications for asylum, green cards, work permits, and other immigration protections for people from 39 countries. And President Trump was loudly booed by basketball fans at Manhattan's Madison Square Garden Monday evening as he attended Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. The unwelcome reception drowned out the singing of the national anthem after a camera showed Trump saluting from a VIP suite surrounded by bulletproof glass.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights.
Fans reportedly waited outside Madison Square Garden for hours due to a strict security protocol resembling TSA, and Trump's presence prompted the New York police to cancel a watch party outside Madison Square Garden that would have attracted thousands of people. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast with the nation's sports editor, Dave Zirin. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks for watching Democracy.
Jesus. All right. Looks like polls are closing soon. We'll follow the election in like a minute, really.
And Steve, I couldn't help, as I was spying on you, as I so often do, see that you were playing around in Montana, where we've got sort of some interesting races there, as we're also looking ahead in the next 13 minutes to California.
Yeah, I mean, in Montana, actually, we didn't think we'd get a ton of vote coming into the night. It's gone faster than we thought. More than half the vote here in the 1st Congressional District of Montana. Why is this one significant? Because this is sort of a fringe Democratic target in November. Ryan Zinke, the Republican congressman not running for re-election. Trump had won this by 11 points in 2024. Been a long time since Democrats elected a candidate for federal office in Montana. But their thought is that, look, if the climate is that bad for Republicans, a big if here, but if it is, could that district like this come into play? An interesting contrast of candidates here. Ryan Busse versus Sam Forstag. Forstag, an insurgent running from the left with the backing of AOC, of Bernie Sanders. And what had just happened a few minutes ago was he got a big number out of the biggest county in the district, Missoula County.
Yeah.
It pulled him very close to Busse, but Busse just got some favorable returns.
Oh, the memes
from elsewhere, is back in the lead by 1,400 votes. Now, the winner of this, whoever that ends up being, is going to run against. We've now projected this is Donald Trump's backed candidate here, Aaron Flint. So the president, as is sort of his custom in these Republican primaries, is getting his way here.
Just like
but
what
this
you
Democratic
think.
primary is interesting, and it's sort of a tale of very different sort of theories of the game between Busse and Forstag about how to win a district.
Busse, that's what buses
One
have.
of these districts where Democrats are hoping
That's
it could
what
be
female
a fringe
buses have.
battleground, right? Like if there is some kind of a blue wave that maybe this is competitive here, because Ryan Zinke underperformed here compared to President Trump.
Back
right?
your Busse
And
up.
I mean, look, there's two different theories in the case here, though. I mean, this is the interesting thing to me is if Forstag were to win this, if he were to catch up in this remaining vote,
he won. So
it's really testing
that's
that
good news.
Sort of left wing in the Democratic Party that we've seen have success in districts, very blue districts. Districts.
I think what was interesting about this one was how close it was, right? And Montana's pretty conservative, so we saw Sam Forstag, right? He seems like a pretty good candidate for the area, so let's see, right?
And they've always made the case. They said, hey, there's a populist element
AOC
to this
endorsed
that can
him too,
resonate
which is
in
great.
Working class areas, even if they're friendly to Donald Trump. Nominating a candidate like Forstag in a district like this would test that. I have no idea how that would go, but it would test it.
He's I think, smoke jumper, right? Firefighter in the state of
yeah.
Montana, got some attention, kind of went viral for that.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
See, maybe they have it ready. Should be here somewhere. Oh, they're live
against our most vulnerable the most vulnerable members of our community.
Here we go.
Mr.
Got it.
The state attorney general.
Unfortunately, it's this fucking tool. That's all I can find, guys. I think Steve is going live soon.
2 points behind at the moment. If it stays that way, number one, you'll have a runoff. Number two, there'll be some questions in South Carolina about the power of the Trump endorsement. That has been a question. 2 weeks ago, that was not a question. Bill Cassidy in Louisiana, Thomas Massie in Kentucky, and so on and so forth. 5 state legislators in Indiana. But Randy Feenstra, the president's preferred candidate in Iowa, lost the gubernatorial primary. The president said he was for Spencer Pratt in the Los Angeles mayor's race. I'm not going to make as big a deal of it.
Hey everybody, Tim Miller from the Bulwark. It is halftime of Game 3 of the NBA Finals, and the president got mercilessly booed.
Oh no, let's
in
see
Madison
it.
Square Garden.
And I mean, yes.
Thank God. Thank God. We need this. If this clown is going to make people wait outside for hours so he can pretend to care about the game, drive through Manhattan in his motorcade, try to borrow some of the Knicks juju, some of their Riz, try to get that rub off on himself. It's nice to see that it ain't going to work, In Madison Square Garden tonight, Karl Anthony Towns is king and president, and President Trump is an annoyance and a little gnat. I don't know, maybe a little cat toy the cat can play with. Why don't we watch some of it, huh? Won't that be fun? Let's watch Donald Trump get booed together. I'm a man who likes simple pleasures, okay?
Hell yeah.
Lollipops in my mouth and Donald Trump getting booed. Let's do it.
Lollipops
Here he is.
in his mouth.
This is from inside
Who else
the
like
arena,
lollipops
where you can
in
really
their
kind of get the
mouths?
scale of it. Let me know if you can tell at what point Donald Trump gets shown on the Jumbotron during this video. Let's watch.
Yeah, what a disgusting.
Boo! Boo! I like it. Oh, the Bronx cheer, if you will. Rachel Nichols, the NBA reporter, said it was the loudest boo she's heard in Madison Square Garden, louder than for Trae Young. That's notable. The MAGA people. It's kind of funny. There's a lot of cope. There's a lot of cope happening on the right. I don't understand why, honestly. The whole theory. This guy at the National Review is kind of a nebbish dweeb named Rich Lowry. He wrote an article about how Trump was a big middle finger to the country. And that was an endorsement of him. That's what he wanted in the president, was a middle finger to the country. Kind of strange, but, teach their own. I always thought one of the problems with that is Trump's digits are so small. There's kind of like the tiniest middle finger to the country. But anywho, I don't understand why they don't just kind of embrace it. Why don't they just embrace the heel turn? I mean, there's an element of this that sometimes you can appreciate. I'm an LSU Tigers fan. If you're into college football, Lane Kiffin is going to be a heel this year. I think everybody's going to embrace that. People are going to boo him. And, sometimes you just lean into that. WWE fans would know this. But for some reason, the MAGA people are so needy. They have this hole inside of them that they need to be validated. It's not enough that he wins the presidency. He must be praised and adored. And so they create this fake world where people like him. And that's how Fox covered the booing. Let's give that a little look. On Fox there, they just played the USA part before the anthem started. You can see like the camera angle that we're showing there is kind of like a house camera of Trump, going along with the USA chant. That's because he was not on the screen at the time. You can't. In the other video, should go back to is when they showed Trump in the screen when he got all the boos. So a USA chant is appropriate. Everybody of all political stripes should like a good USA chant. But that's not what they were chanting for Trump. I saw an even funnier clip on Twitter, which I didn't share, but because it's from some MAGA chud, so who cares? But he posted this it was a supercut that was going on during halftime of the game, where you had a voiceover of Mike Breen, who's the play-by-play guy, talking about what had happened during the first half, and he mentioned that Donald Trump was there, and in that video there's cheering in the background, but that's because it's halftime and they're cheering for whatever the halftime show is. And the MAGA guy's look at them cheer for Donald Trump the second time.
Wolverine used to be all right, back when he was always stabbing folks in their faces all the time. But now he's gone all sissified, ain't he? I heard he don't even use his claws no more, except on folks that actually done something wrong. What kind of tree-hugging liberal crap is that?
Mudbug.
It's on screen.
Thank you, Josephus.
See, those mean libs that said that they didn't cheer for him, they were wrong. Outside of the stadium, they couldn't have a block party like they had been having, right outside the stadium. I'd actually been to one of those where Madison Square Garden will play on the Jumbotron, on the outside of Madison Square Garden. So you're literally right outside the stadium, and there's dudes selling fucking pierogies, and there's the halal truck, and there's dudes selling Big Apple merch, and people are hanging out. they had to cancel that this time because Trump was there. And so they had watch parties in a bunch of other places around the city, including one in Bryant Park. And the people who go to those watch parties, they didn't have the scratch to get in. And I thought it was interesting that Trump gets booed that mercilessly inside MSG by people that are either A, season ticket holders, legit fans, or B, the people that were like ponying up $10,000 plus. And I was like kind of wondering, I don't know, with all the douchey finance bros that had $10,000 to throw around, maybe Trump would get cheered in there. I don't know, what the hell do I know? So it's kind of funny he got even booed by the upper crust. But the reception among the people outside the stadium was even worse. Maybe let's show the scene from Bryant Park.
I love it. You love to love.
Well, that warms the soul, doesn't it? Yeah. That is just an appealing scene. What I like about that in particular was they were singing along to the anthem. It's a patriotic bunch. That's what the MAGA people say. Well, those New York, Brooklyn, Occupy Wall Street communists, Zoran, hate America, Islam, Sharia. No. They're just regular New Yorkers, Knicks fans. We're excited about Game 3, excited about the game, pumped to be out there with their fellow New Yorkers. Beautiful night in the park, watching on the big screen, singing along to the anthem, loving their country, and they show Donald Trump on the screen. It's like, boo! Fuck you! Boo! That's nice. All right. Well, like I said, we're taping this at halftime. It hasn't affected the Knicks so far. There's some concern that there's going to be a Trump hex on them among the Knicks fans. I hope not. You can't let fucking Donald Trump ruin anybody's moment. But we'll see what happens in the second half. Knicks are up 7 at halftime. Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, looking nice. Should we play the booze one more time, Jared? Let's do the booze one more time, just for good measure. That is nice. If you also want to boo Donald Trump, subscribe to the feed. We appreciate y'all. We'll be seeing you soon.
All right.
The main Senate race. But it is not necessarily apples and apples, right? Remember at the end.
This guy's so boring in comparison. Oh, man. On election day, we jump around to a lot of different news platforms, right? News sites. And I don't know. He's just he's such a stick comparison to other people we watch, right?
Of the presidential primary in 2024, when Nikki Haley was still getting sometimes 20, 25. I think in a few states she got 29% of the vote.
He needs to do more coke like Kornacki. Yeah,
so
for real.
People said, aha,
more coke.
That's a Trump protest vote. There are Republicans unhappy with Trump. That's true. There were Republicans unhappy with Trump. Most of them voted for Trump in the end. Enough of them, anyway, voted for Trump in the end, and he won all 6 battleground states. So be careful tonight. Do not understate. Do not think it's not important.
Leave John alone,
a large
bro.
protest vote against Graham Plattner.
Yeah, he's just
that means there's some people
he's a different kind of presenter for a different kind of audience, right?
out there who are having a very hard time digesting all of this personal news about him, about his past relationships, and about his conduct, about call it volatility, his temperament, his character. That doesn't mean that any protest vote is a sign that there's a problem, an issue out there, but it doesn't necessarily, or it doesn't automatically anyway, translate into I couldn't vote for him in the primary. I'm not going to vote for him in November. It does give Susan Collins an idea to think there's a percentage of people out there that maybe I can get some of them back to the question, can I get some of them? And it wouldn't take a lot. It wouldn't take a lot in a competitive state like that. Again, she won with 51% in a presidential year. Who knows what kind of a candidate she will be in this election? Who knows what he will be when assuming he wins the nomination tonight? But history tells us Collins is a survivor in a state. Again, last time she won, the only Republican senator to win in a state carried by Joe Biden that year. She's also the only Republican senator in the Senate right now who represents a state that Kamala Harris won in 2024. So Susan Collins has proven that she can win in very tough, leaning blue terrain in the state of Maine. So we'll wait for results here. It was a great question. I just want to go down and check in South Carolina just to see if the numbers have moved at all as we go through here. This is the main event we're looking for right now. Not much. We're up to 25%.
Oh, shit.
But interestingly, again, in this anti-establishment year, I've been doing this for 40 years now. I remember my first trip to South Carolina in 1988. Carroll Campbell was the governor then. He was a big ally of the Bush family, H.W. Bush and then George W. Bush, and some of his political team worked with the Bush campaigns. South Carolina has always been a more establishment Republican state. Had a little Tea Party movement and all that when it comes to the Republicans. So this part to me is both interesting and not surprising, if that makes sense. Interesting in the sense that there is a lot of volatility in anti-establishment this year. South Carolina Republican politics have tended to be in the family, and you have the sitting lieutenant governor and the sitting attorney general, two conservatives, 5,300 votes, 5,400 votes, round that up a little bit apart. 25% of the vote in. Again, your eyes tell you early on that that's heading for a runoff, but Ralph Norman has now moved into third place. Let's see what happens here. Ron Reddy, the businessman, has dropped down to, well, just barely. Look at that, 21,888, 21,692. Nancy Mace at the moment running distant at the bottom of the pack at 11% if you round up. So we'll continue to count here. Let's just check over on the Senate race real quick here. And Lindsey Graham at 59% with 26% reporting. We'll just keep an eye on that. We'll check back every few minutes on that. The idea being he needs to stay above 50 or else he has a runoff. Again, a runoff doesn't mean he would lose that runoff. If he got into a runoff, the President of the United States, even though they've had an off and on, off and on, off and on, off and on, I could go on, relationship over the last 10 years, they're on at the moment, and the President has endorsed him. So if Lindsey Graham ends up in a runoff, you can be certain that the President of the United States will try to help him. But at the moment, that is not the direction
Good old
we are
Nancy
heading,
Mace, right? He's running for governor
in the South Carolina.
Watch it, Gus.
To count. One more quick look at Maine, then I'm going to walk over and take a question. Let's bring this back up. Come up to Senate D. We still have no results. I'm going to leave it right there while I take the next
Nothing?
question. They're going to trickle in pretty soon. So I might as well have it up as it happens. I'll walk over just a little bit here. Look at the questions. What single county on your wall is the canary in the coal mine tonight? And what's the one number inside it that tells you who wins before the rest of us see it coming? This is a primary night. It's a great question. There are some places in November. That I look to. They don't necessarily tell you everything. They don't necessarily make you certain. The first night we streamed, for example, I was talking about the power of the magic wall as an information tool and showed some of those counties in Kentucky that early on 2016 told me that Trump was a phenomenon in rural America. And I remember walking across the studio and telling other people, whoa, there's something different happening out there. Now, we knew Trump was going to win Kentucky. It's a red state. But those rural counties along the Ohio River, bordering Ohio, were the first to report because Kentucky closes early. And they were wow. They were wow. So you're looking at those. In this race tonight, I just showed this a minute ago, but in this race tonight, I'm going to look here in the sense that Portland is by far the most populous county in Maine. It's also a very, 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 very blue Democratic place. So if you get, if in Portland tonight, the city of Portland, if there's a large protest vote against Graham Plattner, what does that tell you? It tells you that educated professionals, women who are critical to this race, are mad or hurt or tortured or whatever. Different words for different people. I don't want to put words on label anybody, but I've spoken to more than a dozen people in Maine about this race in recent days, up close to 20 when you factor it all in. And so it's just be interesting to watch. That's the one place I'm watching tonight as we get through these things. I was just, people talk about what counties are you looking for. I'm just going to come back while we're waiting. I'm just going to duck out for just a second here and come to the 2024 presidential race and come here. I'm still writing this piece, so it's not out yet, but in a week or so, or a few days anyway, I don't even know when it's being released, we have a new piece coming out on CNN All Access. What day is that? Next Tuesday, I'm told that piece is coming out. See, I write the pieces, they get produced. It takes a team effort here to get things done. And then I was about to say the bureaucrats, that would have been horrible. The really smart people who run this place then make decisions about how to do things. It's a joke. We're having fun here. It's a joke. I actually do love where I work. I hope it shows. I have my days like everybody else, but I actually do love where I work. It's a great place. So we were just moving around in 3 congressional districts in Pennsylvania. It's 105 miles. This is Bucks County, this blue one. As the bird flies, that's 105 miles. From the southernmost point of Bucks County to the northernmost point of Wayne County. There are 3 congressional districts there, all controlled, all have Republican incumbents. Brian Fitzpatrick, Ryan McKenzie, and Rob Bresnahan. Democrats are targeting all 3 of them. Fitzpatrick is the toughest one. Democrats every 2 years say we're going to get Fitzpatrick. He's in his 4th term, I think. He got 55 or 56% of the vote in 2024. But this is a really tough year for Republicans. You've seen, actually, all 3 of them break from the president on different occasions because they understand their district back home, including very recently breaking from the president some. But you say, what counties are you going to look at? So on election night in November, it's tougher in a primary. It's tougher in a primary to look for things. But in November, I'm going to go, that's Bucks here, the red one right here. So I'm going to look here. Is Fitzpatrick in trouble? If the 1st congressional district is Bucks County and a little bit of Montgomery County, tiny slice. If the Democrats can beat Congressman Fitzpatrick, they are on their way to a big, big night. Now, if they can't beat him, that doesn't mean they're not retaking the House. But if they're beating a guy who has been able to fight them off 3 cycles in a row now when they think they're going to get him, including in presidential years, when the last time Trump won Pennsylvania, but in 2020, Fitzpatrick won re-election when Biden was carrying Pennsylvania. So I'm going to look there, Bucks County, on election night to see what happens, to see if he can hold on. And I'm also going to look up here, Wayne County. One of my biggest questions in this cycle is, can Democrats begin what will be a very long journey, but can Democrats at least begin to have a modest comeback in rural America? This House district right here, I'm looking at Wayne County right here, but Wayne County.
I'm checking the Graham Plattner live stream, guys.
Is that blue? Is that
because this is
blue?
torture.
This is
Where's
blue?
Steve Kornacki? God.
In the 8th congressional district, right? It's 43rd in population out of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania, so it's a tiny population. It's mostly farms. The Delaware River runs right down the side of the state here.
Where are all my Hasanabi heads? Somebody in chat just put it there.
But the Delaware River runs right here. I was on a little organic farm right on the river here. You're looking across into New York State. Can the Democrats make modest inroads in rural America? If they do, then they have a chance in that district there. They have a chance, longer shot chance, at a district in Tennessee that has a piece of Nashville and then goes out. They have a chance at a district in western North Carolina that has a Republican incumbent right now.
I commented on it. That was funny. To see that in a CNN chat. Hey, Divine Misty, welcome back. How you doing?
Part of that district got whacked,
Z4 days.
Helene, and you want to talk about
I'm actually just a big Bucks County fan. Really, Z4 days.
Washington, go to a place that's been whacked by a hurricane.
I checked. No one else has any results. Yeah, nobody else has results.
America,
God damn it.
I can give you a whole bunch more if you need. Texas, Georgia, elsewhere. There are some opportunities. They're tough opportunities. But can the Democrats turn out their people in the cities, win the suburbs, which went against Trump in his last midterm in 2018, and then start to build back in rural America? When you have a very, very close race, it doesn't take much. Just move the margins just a little tiny bit. That's, as a geek, that's one of my fascinations. Let's get out of 2024 and come back to where we are. But that's one of my fascinations as we go forward. Just want to pop this up again. Okay, Maine, come on, give us some votes.
Yeah.
We're going to wait for that to come over here. I'm going to walk over here for just 1 second. What's the biggest thing to watch on primary election night? You could come at that from many, many directions. One of the things we have seen on primary election nights, plural, is that right now, doesn't mean it lasts until November, but if you go through the entire map of what we've seen so far this year, we know from turnout, we know from public opinion polling, I know anecdotally from my travels, there's a lot more enthusiasm among Democrats right now. A lot more enthusiasm. Democrats are raring to vote. So they're showing up in primaries. Sometimes competitive primaries where you have Democrats running against each other. Sometimes in not so competitive primaries because they just want to vote. They want to voice their thing. There's some disenchantment, little disillusionment in the Republican base. The Iran war has only exacerbated that. My recent travels in Ohio and Pennsylvania, not that long ago in North Carolina, Trump country. Rural America is Trump country. I talked to a lot of Trump voters who aren't happy with the price of gas because they got to drive 25, 30 miles to work. Waitress Moira Maine, not that long ago. Newport, Maine, just trying to remember the town, sorry. Small rural town, $200 a week. She's a waitress in a small diner in rural Maine, $200 a week for gas. Not happy. Still a Trump supporter. Still a Trump supporter. Just not happy. So does that affect your enthusiasm when it comes to November? Do you sit out? Do you maybe not drive to the polls because you got to drive 25, 30 miles to the polls if the price of gas is still that high? So there are different reasons that people are down, disaffected, disillusioned, whatever. And there's a big difference right now. Enthusiasm matters in November. An enthusiasm gap means you will find a way to vote. If you're not enthusiastic and something comes up in your life, car breaks down, kids have a problem, they offer you overtime at work, maybe you don't vote. And so that's one thing you watch on primary nights. The other thing I would say that you watch on primary nights, like tonight here, we're watching to see if there's a protest vote. Again, this normally would have been...
Don't you just love how he keeps mentioning this protest vote that probably doesn't exist?
In a really fascinating race, had Governor Mills stayed into the end, you have an established...
Yeah, like these establishment hacks are such clowns. Such fucking clowns. Hey, Brashive! How you doing? That's the guy who's been responding to me, chat. Welcome in, Brashive, to the stream. My name's Gustx with How You Doing, buddy? Unfortunately, the channel got banned, so we lost, we had over a couple, we had almost 100 people following there, and then it got banned, so I had to start it back up. But, you know, I'm live on Twitch.
Incumbent, a big name in Maine politics.
Bro, I need commentary for elections. Yeah, well, that's what we're here for. I always do commentary on elections. I'm just trying to find someone good because there's no vote coming in. And this guy's boring as kind of crap. Ugh.
Running against a newcomer, an oyster farmer, a Marine veteran.
Well, I need my Steve Kornacki. He's not on, guys. Look at the city right below it, Boston.
So that
you got banned. Yeah, we got banned on YouTube a few months ago, and I just kind of waited it out. I sent in the appeal. We had over 100 people following on over there, and we're integrated with Twitch and all the other platforms on YouTube. So go ahead and follow over there, guys. It sucks, but I have all the YouTube streams planned out too. So if you want to go check that out. He was married to Dana Fash. Yeah. What happened? We got banned over there on YouTube. For playing too much music.
Tested the generational.
We're only politics now, guys.
Thing that we're seeing all over the country. Right? I want new. I want different. Thank you for your service.
Yeah. Welcome in, Brash Hive. He's in the CNN chat talking about Hasanabi, and we were like, yo, we were just watching him.
Right? A lot of, you see this in both parties. I respect your service. I'm glad you served. I just want new. Just want new. It's not working for me. I want new. I want someone who understands you. We've got a lot of blue-collar people in Maine who, even after the Plattner controversy, say, he gets me. He understands what it's like to work the water or work with your hands, to be in a union. So let's see. Let's see what happens. But this could have been if Mills...
The worst, just terrible. Do you see how he's coming at this from, the most establishment position?
Stayed in the race.
She isn't doing well, and he's still pushing up her message.
those. So another thing you watch,
right? Like Janet Mills dropped out of the race. Why would you be like endorsing somebody who isn't even like, well, she didn't drop out of the race. She stopped her campaign, right? Which is never a good sign. It basically means it's on the deathbed, right?
on primary nights, and when we'll get this here, this is not tonight. This one is down the road, I believe August. The Michigan, the other things you watch on primary nights is primaries are great sometimes because a liberal runs with a moderate, maybe a more conservative Democrat. I'm talking about Democrats now, or a Trump voter, Trump's a MAGA type voter runs against, say, a more Reagan Republican, runs against maybe a more moderate Republican. And you air it out in the primaries, and you let voters decide. I think that's healthy. However, it also sometimes leaves bruises, right? So Democrats are worried. This is one of the Senate seats. Gary Peters is retiring, not running for re-election. So you have 3 Democrats running in a primary here that's not until August. And there are a lot of people in the state worried that it's going to be bruising and that it might leave lasting bruises that affect turnout in November, that make people think I refuse to vote for the winner because of this, that, or the other thing happened during a debate, or those ads were nasty, or those ads were mean. Sometimes that happens too. Sometimes a primary brings apart, it gives energy, right? You're for one candidate, maybe your friend is for another candidate, your coworker's for somebody else, your spouse, your partner, maybe your kids if they're old enough. Sometimes that's great and lively, and then everyone comes together in the end. Sometimes
yeah, for real,
it leaves bruises, and again, in a country that is now so polarized, in a state that is so competitive, doesn't take much. Right? So Democrats have more enthusiasm than Republicans right now, in early June. The question is there an impact here as we get through this in the state of Michigan as we go through?
They started the live stream over there. So we're going to be monitoring that, guys. But I want some like real election results.
Because I need more. If you want to ask questions,
guys,
maybe you
just
don't
talking.
like my answers, so you don't ask me questions. You can go to CNN.com and type in a question, and we'll try to get to it here. Let's see. I think I only have one left over here in the queue right now, so you got to fire up some questions here. Is California the only state that allows 7 days from postmark for ballots to arrive and to be counted? Are mail-in voters at the mercy of the USPS? Yes, mail-in voters are at the mercy of USPS. There are a number of states. Some states it has to actually have arrived by Election Day. Other states it just has to be postmarked by Election Day. There's a Supreme Court decision that's going to happen pretty soon that has the potential to change the rules for mail-in voting. This is going to be it has been since Donald Trump arrived on the scene, a big thing. It could be even a bigger thing.
Gustx might now more because it was Boston.
This is one of the issues where I need to be careful sometimes because I can get a little feisty.
Any results from Peru? Still deadlocked. She's only ahead by 1%.
The elections are rigged.
So I think they're recounting. Generally, that's what that means, a recount.
Or mail-in voting.
I just checked on Peru. Keiko Fujimori, the daughter of Alberto Fujimori, dictator of Peru. Jesus.
Isn't good. There's zero evidence of any substantial major fraud.
His big mistake was the Boston Marathon bombing. He didn't even vet a source and gave false information that was planted to find a leak. Ugh.
When it comes to mail-in voting, zero. And many states have been doing it for years. But I just want to go over to the governor's race on the Democratic side.
They just got in the results, guys.
But then we have to quickly temper our excitement
look at
with
that.
Caution. In this case, extreme caution, because this is 60 votes. So you're looking at that play out right there. Let me show you the governor's race. I just want to go over to the governor's race on the Democratic side. And again, it's the same amount of votes, right? So this does not matter in terms of where we're going to end up. We are just beginning the count in Maine. But this is an interesting race.
60
in the
votes.
Sense that, Nirav Shah, doctor,
Peru County, Maine.
See how that experience works out. Then you have down here.
It's a lock. Guys, in my professional analysis, he's won 50 votes, 60 votes, done.
District there. And you have Angus King III. He is the son of Angus King, who is now the independent senator from Maine, used to be the governor of Maine before that. So I've been talking earlier about in so many places we say anti-establishment, we want new faces. I guess they're younger, in that. And I don't mean they're good people. Please don't take this the wrong way. It's just Maine is interesting. You have Plattner running for Senate, and he's the outsider who says it's time to get rid of them all. If you have a name, you have a title. We need new people. We need fresh blood. He uses the word like Sanders. He uses the word revolution. Here you have a number of people with political pedigrees competing in a very crowded Democratic primary to be Maine's next governor. We'll see how that plays out. And then do we have, let me see if we have Democrats here in Washington. Coming down here. Let's see, House Republican.
I'm going to mute this just
primary.
because we're on this live
House
stream.
Republican. Here's Paul. We got, again, a tiny amount of votes in. Dunlap, Baldacci, Jordan Wood, and you come down here to Page Loud.
God, why are these so slow today?
As well. But this is one of the questions earlier was about primaries and what are you looking for. This is one of those races where you do have a moderate candidate and several more progressive candidates. And in the coffee shops, in an office talk in Maine, there's a conversation about remember Jared Golden was out of step with the National Democratic Party on a number of issues. He's more moderate. He's more conservative.
Yep.
Take gun rights.
He's probably one of the most conservative members that's a Democrat, right? In Congress. He's a blue dog. We went over the blue dog Democrats on the stream before.
Things like that. But he was able to win the district. And so this is a huge debate, right? Do you want someone who's a purist, someone who agrees with me on everything, somebody who's with Bernie and with AOC? That person might not be able to win this district. Or do you accept we want a Democrat who votes with us 60% of the time, 70% of the time, 80% of the time? It's a big debate. It's a big debate in both parties. Think about what the Republicans are going to go through in 2028. So we'll watch this one as it plays out. Just go back to the Senate race just to see if we have anything newer or fresher. A few more votes, but not a ton right now. Plattner at 59, the governor. Again, her campaign was suspended at 26%. David Costello at 15%. So again, at the end of the night, I'm going to show you the numbers now at the very, very, very beginning of the night. At the end of the night, the conversation is going to be, what is this add
coming
up
in
to?
With the meme.
Right? What is this? What is Plattner's number? And what does this add up to? And then open the doors to the debate. What does that mean? Does it mean he's hurt? Does it mean he's damaged? Does it mean he's not viable in the fall against Collins, who is formidable and a survivor? Or does it mean a number of Democrats, either like David Costello, were loyal to the governor, wish she had stayed in the race and wanted to vote for her in the primary, and will vote for the Democrat in November? Or does it tell you that at least a slice of them can't do it? Can't do it, or at least can't do it today. So how big of a challenge does Plattner have to calm people, to win people over?
He's got to calm you guys.
That, either some of it's not true or the parts that are true, he's sorry and he's learning and he's moved on. That's the challenge for a candidate there. So the question is, at the end of the night, what is that and how much does that add up to? And again, I don't have the answer, but it's going to start a debate. I know from hearing from people in Maine, people think different things. I know several people who voted for Mills, and most of them plan to vote for Plattner. One says definitely not. Another one says, I don't know. It's hard. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, and we'll get there at the end of the night.
Of course you don't. People vote for Mills.
Another question popped up. I just want to check in South Carolina one more time because they're coming in faster there. And let's get over to the Republican side here. We're getting close to 40%. You've heard me say this if you've been with me before. We have an amazing decision desk that runs the math and does all this stuff. There's no reason to get ahead here. 38%, Lindsey Graham at 60%. You're a Republican incumbent. You don't like that anybody's getting any votes against you. And you don't like that somebody's getting, at the moment, 27%, more than a quarter of the votes in a Republican primary when you're the incumbent senator. But the most important thing for Lindsey Graham is to stay above 50 so that he doesn't have a runoff. And that he is at the moment. One more time to the governor's race. I'll walk over and look at the questions. Again, we went through this last week in California, a ways ago. Are you going to have a runoff? Right? Other states. I mean, are you going to have, through this before you, are you going to have, California's a jungle primary, sorry, don't let me confuse things. We've been through this in other states throughout the primary process where you need to get 50% plus one as you go through this here. And Your eyes tell you, with about 40% of the vote counted, that's going to be really hard for anybody here to get above 50. Let's let it play out. But your eyes don't lie here. And again, you got the Lieutenant Governor, Pam Yvette, who has President Trump's endorsement, Alan Wilson, the State Attorney General, 30% to 26%. Ralph Norman, the congressman, is in third place at 16%. Every time I do this, I hit the wall, so I'm going to come way over here. Business from Ron Reddy, and Nancy Mace at the bottom of the pack. That will make President Trump happy if it stays that way, because she pushed for the release of the Epstein file. She's had some other differences with the President of the United States, and he has made clear that he wants her at the bottom of the pack there. Again, Trump-endorsed candidate, but your eyes tell you that one's going for a runoff, but we won't know that for a little bit.
4 minutes to 360.
4 minutes till I'm back on television. Everybody stay with me. Hey, John, how does this year compare to the 2016 election mood? Because Dems won back the House but lost seats in the Senate, like approval ratings and mood. Well, any question about 2016?
My hero, Nancy Mace, couldn't happen to a nicer person, for real.
Let's go back in time for a minute. How much time, Allie? 3 minutes. All right. So,
like pulling teeth here. Check on the.
Menu to
Democrat percentage-wise and raw turnout numbers. So that's what you look for in 2016. So how is the mood different? In 2016, Democrats were pretty confident. I would say that the Trump era, now that he's won office, he was president from 2017 to 2021. He is president again now. So I look at it differently because Trump is a rallying cry for Democrats. President Trump is a rallying cry for Democrats much more so than candidate Trump was in 2015 and 2016, if that makes any sense. I'm going to get ready to put this back in. How much time?
God.
20 seconds. Okay, where are we going?
Maine first.
We're going to Maine first. Now let's go to Maine. Here we go. All right. They must be in a break because I don't hear anything. So
they are.
Yeah, they're in a break. No. All right. Very, very,
Plattner
very
is
early
up to
results.
64.
As we look at Maine, the big question in the Democratic primary, it's not who's going to win. I think it's pretty well expected that Graham Plattner, the oyster farmer, the ex-Marine, is going to win this primary. The big question, because of all the recent controversies about Graham Plattner, his character and his temperament, some of his behavior toward women, is how big will the protest vote be? We have no idea at the moment. We have just a tiny percentage. If you look at the map here, just a few small townships in. Again, about half of Maine's population lives inside that line, south of that line, right along the coast, from the Massachusetts border up to about an hour north of Portland. That's the first congressional district.
That's what I told you, right? That most of Maine's population is centered in this like blue part here. That's like where this is the most blue part. That's where Portland is. It's a beautiful city. It's where all the massholes live, all the transplants, right?
That's where most of the population lives.
Yeah.
That's where most of the Democrats live in the state of Maine. So we really need to wait to see what's happening here. At the moment,
up to 66
again,
now.
163, 52, 46. A tiny, tiny, tiny number of votes. Plattner at 66. The governor at 20%. David Costello at 14%.
Blue part, you say? Damn right.
She suspended her campaign. Anderson, I don't want to make anything of the numbers right now, but I'll just say this for the dynamic. At the end of the night, people are going to see where Plattner is, and they're going to add this up, right? How big is the non-Plattner vote? And then there will be a debate. Does that mean he's weakened? Does that mean there are people out there who can't vote for him? Some of these people are people loyal to their governor who voted for her in the primary, who will vote for Plattner in the fall. Some of them
closer to
are
Canada
voting for Mills because they either won't vote for Plattner or they just can't get there yet. So this number at
the part that's closest to Canada is the most conservative. That's the ironic part.
The end of the night is the most important number, I think.
God, Canada, thank you.
What percentage of people did not vote for the clear frontrunner in their race? And then the debate will begin over just what that means.
He was Costello. He was, oh God. David Costello was like a state, I think he was a governor too, if I remember correctly. Oh wow, this is awkward.
All right, so I've been listening to the guests following from Maine. Sorry, I'm back with you now and streaming.
For fuck's sake.
No questions at the moment. So if CNN.com, pop in a question or something like that. So just going to pop this out.
Can you imagine watching this as a live stream every day?
Come back here. Take this out here.
Where are the games?
8:45, folks. Bring some questions to me. Come on, you got to help me fire this up a little bit.
Nobody's engaging.
42% right now. Lindsey Graham at 58%. So we have to see. We have to get this a
Where
little
are the
bit more
games
down
in
the
chat,
line.
guys? Where's the fishing?
But you see at the moment, Mr. Lynch, Mark Lynch, a more conservative candidate than Lindsey Graham, essentially says that he's not a conservative. He's criticizing him for supporting the Iran war, supporting military campaigns, says he's not, Mr. Lynch says the MAGA movement is, for not intervening, America first, no intervention. But at the moment, anyway, Lindsey Graham, who had to spend a lot of money for a Republican incumbent, but at the moment he's well above 50%.
It's a good background noise for a nap.
Let's look at that governor's race and come back here. Again,
I'm sorry, guys. That's all I could find.
To make official projections, but this tells you, your eyes tell you, this seems to be headed toward a runoff in 2 weeks between the Republican.
Oh, wait a second, because nothing's going on here. This is going on. Hey. Wow, this is the most Maine thing I've ever seen. Only in Maine.
Graham for Senate wouldn't do us any harm. Well, Graham for Senate wouldn't do us any harm. And we'll all hang down behind. And we'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. And we'll all hang down behind. Well, somebody good in the White House wouldn't do us any harm. Well, somebody good in Washington wouldn't do us any harm. Somebody good in Washington wouldn't do us any harm. And we'll all hang down behind. And we'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. And we'll all hang down behind. Let's hear that fiddle.
Something Smethin' oysters. Oi, 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 oysters.
Well, the win, the primary wouldn't do us any harm. Well, the win, the primary wouldn't do us any harm. Well, the win,
for real,
the primary
right?
wouldn't do us any harm. And we'll all hang down behind. Chorus, and we'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. And we'll all hang down. Fiddle!
This is a very much like a fisherman's kind of vibe to it, right? Like a seaman's vibe.
And we'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. And we'll all hang down. One more time, a cappella. And we'll roll the old cheer it along, and we'll all hang down behind. All right, well, we're excited. We're excited for this night, and we're excited to play a fiddle tune with the one and only Gustx.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a blowout. I'm just gonna be honest, guys. But let's see what CNN has to say now. Not they cut the shit. They ended the stream. All right.
Sam Plattner is very empathetic and sellable. Hey, look, I left Maine. I served. It messed me up. I said and did some stupid things, but now I found my.
Oh, it's Chuck Todd. Chuck Todd is good. Okay, let's watch him. Chuck Todd is like I would say he's like second best to Steve Kornacki.
Myself, I'm back.
He's way better than that other fuck.
Here in Maine. I've got it, and the more recent stuff screws with that narrative, and we know politics.
Maybe
works on
not.
narrative. I just thought that was a sort of a worthwhile point.
Look, I think look.
Seaman.
We know what these.
The man is a legend. Yeah, Chuck Todd is. He's really good with election results too.
This campaign is now going to be about over the next 5 months, assuming.
No, he knows his shit. Like Chuck Todd. If it wasn't for Steve Kornacki, I think he'd be the GOAT. But Steve Kornacki's a little bit. He's a bit better.
There's not some panic result tonight that sort of creates some sort of growing movement to twist his arm and get him to drop, right?
Yeah.
I barring him barely cracking 55%, I just don't buy it,
right. And that or between now and July 13th, when is the deadline for him to drop, something else comes. Those are the two things. You're right.
So I think the question is, who successfully paints the image, right? Is it
who is Graham Plattner
or who is Susan Collins, right? Like it becomes, what's the voter thinking about? Is Plattner up to the job versus is Collins been there too long, right? Is she sort of worn out her welcome?
Blue Room.
And I think that,
you're going to want to pay attention, Blue Room.
The amount of money that's going to pour in against Plattner is greater than it's ever been before. And in part, it's because North Carolina's done. Yeah. Ohio looks like it's a huge problem now for the Republicans. Texas already is a money pit. Maine is at least a cheaper state to try to hold if you're Republican. So they're going to go all out in trying to tear down Plattner. And that's the question.
And there's a lot there, Chuck. I mean, there's a lot there.
Right.
That's the thing. It's cheap, and we know the Oppo research book is this big. I mean,
right. Now, that's the other question. I think I shared that, right? Is this it?
That's it. That's the question.
New stuff? And obviously,
if these people stop yapping, I'm just going to say, like, right off the bat, he hasn't been down on any fucking... on anything. He's been at 60%, if not higher now. He's at 75%. What did the poll say before? That he had a 79% he was 79. That's within the margin of error. There you go, guys. And Maine is a very difficult state to pull. Like, it's not a very easy state to pull because it's to poll. I keep saying pull. Because it's just so rural. And so many parts of it are not accessible, right?
Question. Every new thing that comes out, if it truly feels new, then it hits
up to
harder.
70. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
It looks like regurgitation or almost
I think this is in the bag for him.
Like a form of like revenge attack porn or something. Like, I think that will turn on. Like, there's a point where you could push it too far if you're the Republicans, right? You could create a boomerang effect.
I also wonder, and it's almost too early to know this in this race. Is we've talked about this, like Donald Trump, for whatever reason, is immune or not as harmed by things about him that come out that as other candidates in Texas. Look, again, I just repeat, Ken Paxton was impeached by the not at all moderate Republican state house. His wife came out last spring and said basically Ken Paxton's having affairs and we're getting a divorce. Didn't matter, right? He beats John Cornyn by 30 points in the runoff or whatever. So it's like these things do exist in politics. I don't know if Plattner is one. Because I don't think we know what the full impact of the last 10 days is. We can say, okay, the Reddit stuff and at least so far the Nazi tattoo stuff did not hurt him. But, or I shouldn't say did not hurt him, did not disqualify him in the eyes of voters. But I don't know how we know.
I'm not a big fan of Chris. I think he's way too much of a lib, and he's like too centrist.
Before we bring our friend John Kavuyan on, who's going to come on at the top of 9, love him. Chuck, can you do your over-under tonight? Obviously, Plattner's there's no voting. Right. Let's just say he's at 74.5%. Can you do your over-under on what does Plattner have to get over to quiet at least some of the worries? And if he gets under that number, what number if he gets under is he doing?
No. Chris Celiso? I forget his name. I stopped watching him a long time ago. I don't think he's that great, but
well, a couple weeks ago there was a primary poll that had it.
What's his name again? Chris Celiso, something like that.
So that certainly sets
Italian.
A certainly sets a bar. I did my own deep dive on what I call zombie candidates that are prominent, right? Somebody like Janet Mills who drops out, but his name's still on the ballot. You had Nikki Haley running against Donald Trump.
Yeah, like it's funny to me because it's like they keep bringing up a zombie candidate, right? And it's like, guys, she's out. She's not even campaigning.
She dropped out because she had already filed on all these ballots, right? And there was a governor's race in 2018 in Iowa where a leading candidate dropped but couldn't get their name off the ballot, had an own scandal. They were polling in the 20s. And so you look at all of those baselines. Well, the Iowa candidate ended up with 5% of the vote. Nikki Haley would go anywhere from 15 to 25, right? In her zombie vote, depending on
that's what we're going to expect here, I think.
State they were in, right? How red the state was.
I like
that's
that.
Right. Right. How suburban the state was. She did better. If it was more rural, she did worse. Right.
And I think the Haley example is pretty good because there was clear that Republicans were sending a message. Hey, we're Republicans who don't like Trump. Right.
This is the not Trump people because they knew voting for Nikki Haley's not going to win the primary.
That's right. You wanted to send that message. You were determined to send that message.
Yeah.
So you throw in that Mills at 5, you see that she polled at 16. Nikki Haley's peak was 25, right? So I think realistically, anything between 15 and 25 for Mills, you can spin that away if you're Plattner. All right. The closer to 25, the more problem.
North of 20, I think it starts to become more of a problem. You're right.
And there is a third candidate on the ballot. So look, his total vote, if it's over 65, if his total vote's over 70, there's no conversation.
No, unless something big else comes out, he will be the nominee. That's correct.
If the total vote's in the 60s, right, between 65 and 69, it becomes a real, look, I've dropped the race in my likelihood of it flipping. I still think it's as possible as, say, Alaska flips, but I don't have it. I have Ohio ahead of it.
Do you have Ohio? So you would say North Carolina.
I have North Carolina and Ohio 1 and 2 now.
And then Maine, Alaska.
My new rankings for tomorrow are going to be North Carolina 1, Ohio 2, Michigan 3. Abdul Al-Sayed is the front.
Yeah, I think he could win the nomination. And Mike Rogers is a totally credible candidate.
And the money's going to pour in just like it did against Paxton.
Yep.
I put Iowa 4. I put Maine 5 right now. I put Iowa and Ohio both above Maine. More out of, I just think that, look, the circumstances are great for Turek in Iowa. He's got a gubernatorial partner. He can be the junior partner. Sanders bringing in the money. I mean, that is it. And Sherrod Brown's in great shape. So ask yourself, is Plattner in better shape than Josh Turek right now? And the answer is no.
There's way more uncertainty surrounding Plattner. It's a better state, but there's way more uncertainty.
Correct.
And I will say,
he is a gooner. Yeah.
Got to beat an incumbent. I know Democrats think Susan Collins is terrible, but man, she's won every race since 96.
Right.
And that's not nothing.
Yep.
Chuck, one more question that I want before we bring
But I go back to something
Salisa.
about Maine
Yeah,
that
that's
I
his name,
still-
Salisa.
You know, it has become bluer. And
It
I
has.
don't think folks fully.
Question
and I
is
don't
how
think-
much bluer?
And is it blue enough to withstand the loss of.
It's become bluer because people from Massachusetts and Connecticut and Rhode Island have moved up there, right? Especially, like I told you guys, anecdotally, right? I don't have the numbers per se, but I'm sure there are some statistics out there that a lot of people you hear when you speak to like people in Boston and stuff. They'll be like, yeah, I'm going up to my house in Maine. A lot of people vote up in Maine because it's technically more of a swing state. Yeah, so there's a lot of reasons, right?
Whatever number this is.
The affordability crisis, right?
Right.
Chuck, one last thing before we bring our friend John Kavuyan in. What?
One of the things we were pointing out is that, you know, Maine
right Republican, such as a Phil Scott type or Scott Brown type,
It only
or in
is
this
going
case,
up,
Susan
guys.
Collins, they can run ahead of the ticket. Having said that, though, this is a very ugly year for Susan Collins to try to be running for re-election, particularly given that she's been around for.
The only good thing is that people, well, yeah, it's really like the primaries are so important, guys, because that's where like you make or break the enthusiasm, right? Imagine picking someone like Janet Mills, right? It's going to be a fucking, I'm working on that right now, Blue Room. Imagine picking like someone like Janet Mills. It's going to increase, it's going to decrease your enthusiasm to go out and vote, right?
Because Lindsey Graham has learned how to walk that delicate tightrope of number one, keeping Trump happy, and number two, keeping enough of the Trump Republican voter base.
Yeah, I'm working on the daycare too, Blue Room.
And one of the things that's interesting, I know we were hoping on pivoting to all Maine all the time, but there are a couple of, I guess, postmortems about South Carolina that I think are worth mentioning.
Of course, Lindsey Graham wins again.
The spread between the early vote and the election day vote in South Carolina was basically almost nothing in Lindsey Graham's case. However, in the governor's case, Evan and Wilson were roughly tied amongst the early vote, but she's up 9
I'm working on that
points
too,
amongst the
girl.
election day vote. And as more and more of the election day vote comes in throughout the night, I would expect that her lead will keep expanding. And so it's interesting to me in that it is a quantifiable way of measuring the Trump effect because, of course, South Carolina has a fairly long early voting cycle. And so to have the endorsement come late, as it always does, and to see a noticeable difference between the early and election day vote, it's a perfect exhibit A of this is the quantifiable value of a Trump endorsement.
So you expect, you expect her number to grow just based on what you've seen so far.
So currently it's +3. I wouldn't be surprised if it's +5 or +6 by the end of the night, because South Carolina does not have as much of an early voting culture as, say, Georgia and North Carolina do, where more than 50% of the vote is cast early. It's more like about 30% in South Carolina's case.
Let's go back to Maine. What is the early vote history in Maine? I mean, Maine is not necessarily one that had a huge early vote back in the day, right, Skelly?
Yeah, this is a recent development, sort of the COVID era into now, in terms of people using early voting. To be clear, that there are people who have voted early. I'm not exactly sure what the breakdown is going to be at the end of the day, but though I would expect there will be more election day vote in Maine than there will be early.
And typically what happens, Jeff is correct in that Maine is relatively late to the early voting game, where historically you had absentee voting, and it has expanded some, but we're not talking about it being 50, 60, 70% of the electorate. It's more in about the 20 to 30% range. But from what I've noticed, the early voting does skew heavily Democratic. And it's something we can measure because, of course, Maine is a party registration state.
Exactly. Let's go back to South Carolina since there's a lot more data in, and this is the best way to take advantage of your insights there. We're looking at it. The first district was a Trump plus 13. Do you find it? What would it take for that district in your mind to become competitive?
So what's interesting about the first district, the coastal counties in South Carolina do have proportionally a greater number of Northeastern refugees. In other words, it's kind of like a New Jersey South. So in other words, people who might have
New Jersey? Oh no, comparing us to New Jersey?
migrated from Ocean County directly down to Charleston County or Horry County, et cetera, et cetera.
God.
I think
I went to high school with every one of those people, John.
Or they're in Beaufort. A lot of them are in Beaufort. A lot in Beaufort.
Yep.
Jesus.
So South Carolina 1 is a Republican-leaning district. It is not super solidly Republican. So theoretically, if you're talking about a strong Democratic year, it does become a district worth watching, just like it was in 2018.
When in doubt, compare it to New Jersey.
And it has not escaped my notice that the
Why is it always
partisan primary vote in South Carolina is roughly about 50-50 right now. And when I think of all the states that have shifted relative to 2018 in terms of Democrats outvoting Republican, it's happening way too often for me just to assume it's just a one-off kind of thing. In other words, we're talking about North Carolina, Texas, Ohio, and Georgia, where in all 4 states, Democrats have outvoted Republicans in the primary.
All right.
Now, from what I've been told from Command Central, we are waiting for the polls to close. And I'm not sure how all this works, but we all know that we're waiting. And so we have to all be a little more patient. But here we are. I am very, very proud of my son. I am proud of who he is.
Oh, that's his mom?
I am proud of what
Shit.
he has fought for and for building this movement that all Mainers here are part of.
That's crazy. He brought his mom to the fucking.
Now,
That's
Graham
adorbs.
has always been very passionate about serving others.
He's a mama's boy.
And making life better for the people around him. He served his country, much to his parents' dismay, not serving his country. but
Yep.
just
I'm
simply
telling you, I think he's got this in the bag, man. I could be wrong, but I'm. It's looking good.
Now,
Mama
it was-
Plattner.
It was big. It was big. But it's brought us all to where we are today. We all know Graham's story. And I think we should also give a big round of applause for every United States Marine, Army, and Air Force ever served. Graham was born here in Blue Hill. And and it's when the Blue Hill Hospital did OB-GYN. And I know that there are a couple people in this audience who were there when Graham was born because they have told me that, and that's pretty cool. So a good round of applause to good health care. There when Graham was born because they have told me that, and that's pretty cool.
It skipped.
So a good round of applause to good health care. But with Graham, whether or not it was raking blueberries as a kid, which I will.
Stop the stream! Skelly1281 just resubbed for 10 at tier 1 for a total 12 months. They are on a 0-month sub streak.
My goat! My goat! How you doing, buddy? Welcome back. We were just talking about you. We were wondering where you went. I was thanking you the other day for the 1-year anniversary on Patreon. Thank you, buddy. How you been? Long time.
His favorite job.
So glad to see you again.
Bagging at Hannaford during his high school years.
I'm not at work today.
His mother with her
We thought it was your wife again, being like, you can't fucking be on Twitch anymore because you watch it all day.
Businesses, one of which included making 2,000 FedEx boxes for smoked salmon that was being sent out from Sullivan, Maine. But he's always loved Maine. He took a big journey to come back to Maine. But we all know that it's the Maine that he loves, it's the Maine that healed him, and it's the Maine that he's going to protect going forward. That's Mr. Orland right down there. Just met him just a little while ago. So look, I'm a business owner here in Maine, and I know how hard all this is. I know how hard it is to keep people employed. I know how hard it is to just keep your customers happy. I know how hard it is to keep...
No, technically, I'm in the middle of taking my kids to therapy now. No worries, man. Okay, good. I hope everything's going all right there, too. Is everything going okay there? I was like, wait, what happened to Skelly? He hasn't shown up. Did his wife fucking, like, kick him off the internet?
Buildings in good shape. All that costs money. And for small business people in Maine...
Yeah, I had to scope the Plattner dub. Yeah, I think this is going to be a dub, dog.
...is for a better America. And for all people all around the country who own small businesses or work for small businesses to have, like, just a whole new kind of way of...
I'm good. I'm a 3 a.m. politics streamer.
And Graham's going to do it, and he's doing it from his homeland, the great...
More like smelly, am I right, chat? Gus?
So what do you think? Are we ready for something different?
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready for real change that's going to take real work? Are we ready to look at our neighbors who we don't always agree on with political things, but we're going to find a common way to just get things better for all of us? So again, our family thanks you, our community that we're all part of. Everybody just look around the room, thank each other, because this is part of a movement that you guys have all been part of. And I am very proud to be Graham Plattner's mother and to be addressing you guys and just being part of the whole thing. So thank you very much.
All right.
Argument that this is happening on both sides of the partisan aisle is that by Washington, D.C. standards.
All right. It looks like the coast is overwhelmingly going for him. That's a good sign. Remember we said that the coast is going to be is where most people live, and it's going to be the bluest.
These scandals may matter more than they would in Bangor or Augusta or Lewiston, et cetera, et cetera. And so, because let's go all the way back to Access Hollywood, where you had a lot of people who were practically ready to write off the entire Trump campaign apparatus after his remarks were released.
I mean, Paul Ryan called on him to drop out of the race. I mean,
correct.
Yeah.
But what was interesting was when I was watching the polling averages for several days after that, maybe a point or two it shifted, but not as much as you might think, by the inside the Beltway standards. And so that's going to be interesting about Graham Plattner. And more specifically, I'm curious about any poll in Maine that
he's
happens
like crushing it
out,
in these
what the
fucking
independents are thinking, just because
80,
there's such a large
70,
part of the vote
77,
in
like
this and other New England states.
Yep. Well,
it's just over 73.
The question I had is that for 10 years, Democrats have wanted to be the party of drawing a line on character. And,
that's it.
If character is selective, is partisan selective, What does that do to a brand long term? Where does that, and is there a chunk of voters? And John, maybe you can have this by the numbers.
They don't give
here.
a fuck as
is there
much.
A chunk of voters that are right-leaning that have been voting Democratic because of character issues with Trump. And what happens to those voters if they...
See, I don't think they're enough. So I disagree here with Chuck Todd. I don't think they... Right? That's why the Bulwark guys don't really matter, because, like, nobody cares.
Think,
like, these rightoids don't give a shit.
The Democrats are no different than the Republicans now.
Right. Well, I think the acid test to what you're saying is how angry they are at the way things are, to where it just won't matter in the end, and they're going to vote straight ticket Democratic. Because one of the things that has been interesting, it is a fait accompli in California, of course, going back to a week ago. But when I'm seeing the sheer volume of the Democratic percentage, which keeps on rising with each new batch that's coming out, right now we're 62-36 in terms of the partisan breakdown of the governor's race. It just seems to be ricocheting across the country in terms of this enthusiasm isn't abating. And so the question then becomes, in a state like Maine, would it cost Plattner 4 points, 10 points, no points? That's kind of the test of 2026 in a nutshell.
Totally right.
And it may be that he can survive losing 4 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is that, look, the national environment, good. I mean, it's a combination of, like, Susan Collins. I do think we have to be open to the idea that Susan Collins won't run as far ahead as she has in the past. She's a familiar face. Right. She's never run in a midterm environment like this.
That's right. Particularly a midterm environment.
Now, obviously, she did outrun the Republican ticket in 2020 presidential vote, presidential year.
According to Mills, Maine is really suffering from the Canadian boycotts. Of course they are, right? So if Northern Maine reelects Republicans, they're voting against their own interests. Yeah,
she did it in 2008.
Well, you're so true. She caught 2 breaks, 2002
she did.
and 2014.
2 good years, 2 good midterms.
Maine is a fuck around and find out state.
Yeah.
Only, Bush had a 63% approval rating or whatever on election day, and then in 2014, obviously, it was a very Republican year. So with Barack Obama in the White House. So, So I think this is a new test for Collins.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Go ahead, John.
Well, the point I want to raise, kind of adding on to what Jeffrey's saying, is that the acid test of how much voters can split their tickets, go back to Massachusetts and
wait, what are they talking about? It looks like they just called it. He won. He won, guys. They're just like rambling.
2012, when Barack Obama, I think he got 62% of the vote, and
then
Elizabeth Warren got 53.
It's on the
in
fucking
other words, there
screen.
seems to be this limit of about 9 to 10 points of how many ticket splitters you can really get.
He won.
Now, Kamala Harris certainly did not win Maine with 62%, of course. But
he
if
won.
Voters were angry enough in that state to where you had 60% level Democratic voting.
The green check mark means that's what they're calling.
Voting, that is where Susan
I'm assuming.
Has to be
Almost always that's what that means.
John, that's a really good point, and I raised it earlier,
so
but I see some comments talking about Collins' win in 2020. And it is true. Collins,
I told you this was pretty clear cut, right? Not because like the first vote, but you would expect this, right? The reason I called this pretty early was because you would expect this number to go way down. It would have to be around 50% or like 40% for it to be like up in the air still. But he never went below 70. Yeah, so, or below 60, sorry.
Now, it is true that there were not a lot of late polls in that race. So the numbers we were
What
going
are they
off
doing?
Of,
Call it.
Certainly had her down, though. And so she outperformed them. She won, even though she looked like an underdog going into election day.
She won by 8, really?
Now, she won by 8 going on 9, basically.
Got it.
But I do think if that had gone, if she had been a little under 50 and she was only a little over 50, Gideon would have won a pretty significant chunk of the ranked choice. And it would have been a lot closer. And so I think that speaks to John's point that, if it had gone to ranked choice, it might have been 52-48 or 53-47.
That's exactly right.
So,
yeah,
so you get
could have been
closer
closer
in that situation. And so if she's, in a universe now, the only thing is we're talking about all this, but there at least there's not another candidate on the ballot this time around. It's just going to be
right. So one of them will be over 50.
So one of them will be over 50.
Yeah.
Now there is one little small thing
up.
to keep in mind. Blank votes count in this. So if you had a really tight race,
my
and
God.
this is actually what happened
Interesting.
All right.
in Maine's second in 2024.
Yep.
Jared
They're
Goldman
calling
had a
it, guys.
plurality.
Let's watch a speech. Call it a night. Yeah, I think they're like, yep. Decision Desk is, guys, Decision Desk would never call it if they didn't know. Like, they're very good. They get stuff like before most networks. Yeah. Thank you, Maine. Yep, he definitely won. Oh my God, why are they still rambling about fucking dumb shit? Like Raina says, trying to sound smart. Aren't we here to fucking watch an election? Jesus Christ, guys. So yeah, guys, it was a blowout. My conclusion, it was a blowout.
Well, if you're looking for purpose in the current circus, if you're seeking respect and attention, if you're in need of a gig that'll make you feel big, come with me and put some folks in detention. Just last week was kinda tough, I put a kid in cuffs, I zip-tied a lady to her van. We can sneak around town hunting working folks down, I hear they got a great benefit plan. Join ICE, boy ain't it nice. Join ICE, take my advice. If you're lacking control and authority, come with me and hunt down minorities. Join ICE.
The Bangor Daily News has called the race for Graham Plattner.
Woo! All right, let's get naked and jump in the lake.
He will be speaking momentarily.
For respect and power, join ICE, I hear they got great hours. There's a sign-on bonus of 50 grand. They're in need of you needing to feel like a man. Join ICE. Look at them go.
Yeah, you already know they're not going to do that. EU Luthix, I think that's how you say it.
Please,
I'm sure Gloggy
welcome
will
to
say
the
it.
stage, Maine's Democratic nominee for United States Senate, Graham Platt.
Guys, I called it before the people we were watching on the stream called it. What the fuck? Woo! Hell yeah! mom is so proud. Look at that. Oh man, he tucked in his shirt. He bothered today. He tucked in his shirt. Look at that couple doing snuggle bus kisses. Jeez. Nose kisses. Look at that. How adorable. How adorable.
Oh boy. Oh. Well, thank you, Maine. Thank you all very much. I want to thank my mom and my dad, who have loved me unconditionally for 41 years, even when it wasn't easy. If you believe, as I do, that we can change our politics and change our country,
Wow, he's only 41?
then you must also believe that people can change. And the reason I believe that is because I have lived it. And the reason that I have lived it is because of my wife. Amy, 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 Amy.
Wow, celebrating women could never be me. Women?
Best
Oh.
friend and the love of my life. And thank you. Over the last 9 months, I have seen Mainers come together behind a vision to take back our power from corporations and billionaires.
You were in a cult. I am not in a cult.
I love every single one of you, everyone who has shown up at a town hall, who has knocked on a door, who cast their vote, not for me, but for a vision of a life in Maine that you can afford. A life of dignity and a government that actually serves its people.
Gus is 56, yeah.
I want to thank our incredible campaign team and all 15,000 volunteers.
Damn, he had a lot of volunteers. That's pretty good. So that's okay. For a state like
You
Maine,
have built
that's good.
The most powerful grassroots movement.
She's probably shitting in her diaper right now.
That will be because of you too. You don't just believe in a different kind of politics. You have dedicated your time and your talents to it. It is a service to our state
Fucking love it.
and to our nation.
Epic W.
And
Glad I
thank
stayed.
you.
Skelly's back and Grand Platinum won.
I also want to thank Governor Janet Mills for a lifetime of service to a state that we both love. We are eternally grateful. And to any of those who feel let down or disappointed or disillusioned, it is my job to earn your trust, faith, and support. And I will spend every day of this campaign, and if I have the privilege, every day in the United States Senate doing exactly that. It is deeply humbling to stand here as your Democratic nominee. It is an honor and I will not let you down.
Woo!
Until recently, I thought that Harbor Master would be the height of my political career. It now appears that things have changed.
I knew that.
But it's funny, this morning was a normal one. I woke up in my home, just a few doors down from the house I grew up in. Amy and I shared a pot of coffee. We walked our dogs on the same road that I've spent most of my life on. We spent the afternoon knocking on doors and getting ready for this evening. And then we drove down here to Blue Hill, where I was born. Born in a maternity ward that has since closed. I am a son of rural Maine. I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun, and then one day, I was a kid who signed up and left to fight for his country. And when I returned, I carried with me the weight
Nice.
of the Rebel Wars and the struggle and the alienation that came with it.
Congrats.
But I'm also a lucky one who found his way back, who found a living on the sea, and a home and a community that offered love and redemption. Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination, it's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect. But every day, I wake up and I try to be a little bit better and a little bit kinder than I was the day before. And if you give me the chance, I will be a senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator.
Hell yeah.
I will stand up for you and against billionaires and greedy corporations. I will serve you, the people of Maine, not some lobbyist or party boss. I will be the champion for your dreams as if it were my own, no matter the challenge or the expense. I will fight for you.
Is this video low?
To die for my country. There is nothing that I will not do. This is the state that raised me, and this is the state that saved me. Now, I am not a deeply religious man, and yet I cannot help but think tonight about a hymn. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Found because of the grace of the...
Yeah, I think it's just they're having so many people are watching this. That's probably why. Jesus.
People of Maine. Grace comes when a tree falls and your neighbor brings over a chainsaw. Grace comes when your truck gives out late at night and someone you've never met stops to help you.
Such a Maine
Grace comes
thing.
when you need it most and expect it least, when your parents need a hand and an old friend doesn't hesitate to go shovel the driveway. Or when a teacher, as underpaid as they are, stays late after school, gives up their driveway. Or when a teacher, as underpaid as they are, stays late after school, gives up their own precious free time to help a kid who has fallen behind. Grace is not inevitable, but here in Maine, sometimes it feels like it is. And that is something I will never take for granted. It is a mighty gift, and one that I am committed to extending outwards. Maine, I love you.
I love you.
This state. Now the national pundits, the political establishment, they keep looking for that one story, that one headline, that one moment in my life that they can define the campaign by. But in trying so hard to understand me, they failed to understand that this is not about me at all.
Oh, shit.
This is a movement about us. About the far too many working far too hard and struggling far too much at the hands of the ruling class. It is not a story of my hardship, it's of our hardship. A story of the hardship of every working Mainer. People that used to be able to stern in the summertime, plow in the winter, dig clams, and be able to send your kid off to college, but you can't anymore. Because that hard work, it isn't enough now. This story, the story of this campaign,
100.
It's not about how the political establishment counted me out. It's about for how far too long the political establishment has counted out the voices of every single person without the money. Without the money to buy influence. But they don't know Maine. Be fooled by a handful of billionaires who think they can just buy elections like they buy yachts or other houses. But they don't know Maine.
Hell yeah.
We will continue to show up for one another. We will be the people that fight for each other and the places that we love. We are ready for change. And they will try to make this race about everything other than what it absolutely is, a simple choice for who will represent us in the United States Senate. Susan Collins may have started her career decades ago in Washington with good intentions, but she has become just as spineless and corrupt as the establishment she now serves. She got elected promising to protect Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, and she did the opposite.
Put a justice of the Supreme Court who overturned it. She lied to us.
Yeah.
Susan Collins has used her privilege and power to funnel $60 million in federal contracts, $60 million of our tax dollars, to her lobbyist husband. If that's not corruption, I don't know what is.
Yep.
Susan Collins has gotten 21 times wealthier just in the last 15 years. Has anybody else gotten 21 times wealthier since Susan Collins was elected to office? Does Maine have 21 times the schools and hospitals? No. We have less. Susan Collins is getting rich while we're getting screwed. The last time she ran for office, she received more money from private equity than any other member of Congress, including some of the same private equity companies that shuttered the mills here in Maine. And ever since then, she has stood by and done nothing while they have bought up nursing homes, local businesses, the last of the houses we could afford, stripped our communities for parts. Hell, they bought the Boston Red Sox.
Holy shit.
And Susan Collins has never met a war.
Which, you know, in Maine, they love the Red Sox.
She didn't like. She's been supporting endless wars since I was a teenager, and I know I had to fight in 2 of them. Senator Collins, I got blown up. while you handed out billions of dollars to defense companies that invest in you. Sorry, that you're invested in.
Jesus.
You and
this is an.
and my friends died.
Yeah, welcome in, buddy. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for sharing this awesome moment with us. I appreciate it. This is cooking her, guys.
Susan Collins has voted to send billions.
Damn. She's an old lady, Graham. Let her go.
Other people's wars. Susan Collins, how do you justify closing hospitals in Maine while using our tax dollars to destroy them halfway around?
This is like execution.
If you reflect Maine's values, why are you funding masked agents who are ripping our neighbors off the streets, driving them off in unmarked vans? That is not the freedom that I served 4 tours defending. If you are an independent voice, why do you vote with Donald Trump 95% of the time?
Yeah.
If
Facts.
you're so bipartisan, why are you the deciding vote to put Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court?
Facts. Big facts.
The deciding vote to defund our health care.
Sorry, guys. It's skip it. I don't know what's going on. So many people watching this. Holy shit. Yeah, he's just going brutal, guys. All the shit just out there. Reload the page.
Fund our health care.
Yeah, it's just stuck there, see? Plattner isn't leftist. Fuck off. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. What? Oh, did it end? Yeah, they were having stream issues. Is that it? Yep. Oh, fuck. Maybe we'll watch the MSNBC one. Wow, they had so many people, guys, that ended. Wow. Nope, this one's using the live stream.
Our hospitals open.
There we go. This is another one.
Funded, and our kids from having to fight in another generation of forever wars.
This is another stream. It's not the official one.
Common sense would be releasing the Epstein files. Should be unafraid of upsetting the wannabe king to whom Susan Collins bows. Susan Collins said she would only serve 2 terms. She's now running for her 6th. She has worked in politics longer than Joe Biden. She hasn't held a town hall since I was in 8th grade. I've held 83 town halls in the past 8 months. What are you trying to hide, Senator Collins? Now, the truth is, Susan Collins doesn't serve us. She serves Donald Trump. She serves the Epstein class. She serves her corporate donors and the corrupt political system that has rigged the economy against us. She does not serve us, and so we will defeat Susan Collins. We will take back this Senate seat. We will take back our power. And when we do, I want you to imagine what it will feel like when we hold Trump and his criminal enterprise.
Yeah, chop her head off too while you're at it, dog. It's a spit roast.
When we end prescription drug price gouging. When a trip to the grocery store, to the gas station, doesn't break the bank. When everyone who was born in Maine, raised in Maine, and who loves Maine can stay in Maine.
Yeah, this is a big problem, right, guys? Because, like I said, a lot of people from masshole, a lot of massholes, right, come up to Maine and then they buy homes and people in Maine can't afford them anymore. What? Okay.
When we codify Roe v. Wade.
By the way, this is happening throughout the entire country, right? In various communities. It's not just Maine, but Maine is like his specific example because he's running as senator, right?
When we pass Medicare
Just coming
for
to
all,
terms.
But when we defend our democracy, our country, once we've defended our freedom, let it be a different kind of freedom.
Yeah.
Not merely a romantic freedom, but a freedom that is real.
The four
that
ones.
Is material.
Material. Damn right.
Freedom to start a family. To raise your kids under a roof that is your own, with the promise of security and the guarantee of time. Time to build. Time to create. Time to love.
You mean
Freedom
not
to live
work?
Lives not of struggle and scraping
Jersey, get back to work, girl.
but of dignity.
You don't got time for that.
Maine, the eyes of the nation are upon us. And while they are here,
White Claw Summer.
please go to GrahamForSenate.com and make a donation, or sign up to be a volunteer.
That probably helps more. No.
There's an old saying, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If you want to stop war with Iran and end the forever wars, if you want to give workers the raise they deserve, seniors the security they worked for, you want to bring back Roe v. Wade, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If you want to stop a Trump family slush fund, their ballroom, their deals with Saudi princes and tech oligarchs, if you want to stop the corruption, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If we want to dismantle ICE, win back the Senate, check Donald Trump's power, and take back ours, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. Together, we will defeat Susan Collins.
That's good, right?
Together, we will win back this Senate seat.
Hell yeah.
And together, we are going to take back our power. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Love it. All right. Woo! Bring in that energy. Yeah, no, he's great at that. Props. That was a great speech. He's so good. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Insane. Glad we stayed up for that one and watched it. These clowns are still at it talking
And I
about
did
shit.
joke with them. Hey, so you have a
Yep.
job interview going on? What's going on? And
Literally,
they were
like,
very embarrassed. Like, no. I was talking to my parents.
The fuck? Oh my god, guys. And with that concludes another episode of the Gustx broadcast. I've been streaming almost 8 hours. They're still talking about shit. I had to fucking call it. They weren't even calling the election. Thanks, Gus. Of course. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much for being here. I will be back in a few days. I'm going to go work on some things for the stream that I have to get done. And then I'll see you guys soon. Thank you, Gus. W stream. Damn right. He won, guys. What a great night. Amazing night. Couldn't have been better, right? It was a blowout. It was a blowout. And even I said, I'm like, guys, I think he won. Like, you shouldn't be this far ahead if you're not winning the election by now. I need to drink more. I get a 100. Yeah, I'm drinking my water. I need to have a hydrate button, but I have to remember to hydrate. Have a great few. Of course. Thank you, guys. Stay tuned for the credits. I'll see you soon. Bye now. Thank you, patrons. Skelly, Josephus, Jersey, Eddie Bombay, Ice Beans, and Just Passing Through. Appreciate you guys. Skelly, it's good to see you again, buddy. Ciao. Thank you, subscribers. Here you go. This is the subscriber section. Thank you all. Hydrate too. Yes. And thank you, stream participants. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Chicken parm tonight. There's me. You're also a subscriber. Damn right. This list changes depending on whoever like joins, right? A participant is just like someone who chats or lurks, right? So there you go, guys. You're all good. Appreciate you guys. There's you. Again. Taledra, good stopping by, man. Appreciate you being... It's been over like a year, man. Wow. Bye, guys. I'll see you soon.